Welcome, everyone, to Data Innovation Summit 2024, the 9th edition. I'm excited to be here. As you can see, I am inside the Data Octagon, which has now been redubbed to the Data Igloo. I'm only kidding, but they get more extravagant every year. There's more delegates than ever here at Data Innovation Summit this year. I heard it's as much as 3,333 people. Not the number of the beast, but the number of the data god. Excuse the pun. I know we're not in Gothenburg. We're in Stockholm. But there's delegates from not 100 nations, but certainly feels like it. There's a lot of people here. The theme for this year almost doesn't need to be said. Am I right? It's generative AI. And there are a couple of interesting things to think about. The state of the art, GPT-4, those kinds of models. You know, GPT-4 started training over 2 years ago. So what's coming next? The theme of this conference is applying generative AI and getting value. And in the projects that I've been involved in this past year, there's one thing I've noticed. It's difficult both for the tech teams and for the business teams to apply generative AI. It's not about the specifics of implementing one technique or another. It's about the teamwork. And what I've noticed is that a lot of the best practices for applying these techniques and getting the product that you actually envision out into production, people are not entirely used to sort of working with product management of these kinds of products. I think a very good analogy is e-commerce. A brick and mortar retailer does not become an e-commerce company because they have a website. Right? There's a lot more to e-commerce than just being on the web. And it's the same thing with generative AI. There's more to generative AI than just having a chatbot that can handle customer support calls. What are these products in your company? How do you measure value? And you have to be really careful that how you measure value doesn't become a tautology where everybody sort of just nods at each other and say, yeah, I know what value is. You have to have the exercise, the business exercise, where you find metrics for quantifying what the business value is. And a lot of times these exercises aren't done, and that's what I mean by the teamwork and experience that teams need to start building now for really making these generative AI projects more crisp. I myself am going to have a session here on the stage later on this day where I talk about using generative AI for music and video, but really the applications are endless. One of the things I've been seeing is the companies that succeed very well in making first generative AI use cases are the ones where their imagination is not limited. So it's much easier for someone like myself that's more technical to say, no, that's not possible exactly the way you think, but we can adjust it and make it possible, than it is for someone like me to come to a company and say, you know, this use case is most valuable for you. So the companies that are able to be super creative and say, you know, if I could wish for anything, I would want an AI to do something like this. That is really where you can get the most traction. And even if the idea that you come up with isn't something that you can actually work with, the exercise of expressing it, making it crisp, specifying what your requirements are, setting expectations, having the team trying to deliver on those expectations, realigning when the expectations aren't met exactly. All that kind of exercise is not something you can skip. I've seen some organizations now sort of try to wait for the technology to mature before they start investing in it. And it's not possible, because you still need to do that exercise of getting your team, your technical team and your business teams good at this sort of teamwork and management. So even when the tools are better, you're going to have to pay your dues, so to speak. The good news is that the tools are becoming more commoditized, which means it's easier than ever to get started. Easier to get started with sophisticated language model use cases, image model use cases. The downside is, as they are commoditized, access to them becomes easier, which means that your competition has them, expectations from customers go up, and it's no longer a competitive advantage or really a service that would please the customer and make them delighted. the longer you wait to start using these technologies. And I think the question is, which becomes rhetorical at this point, where are we headed? Are we headed into a world where generative AI becomes what advanced analytics was? You know, a hygiene thing, but not really anything worth noting about? Or do we think that generative AI is something that is truly transformative? Whatever you are, wherever you are, well, I shouldn't say wherever you are. In my opinion, it's quite clear that generative AI is basically the same revolution as the internet. This is something that is going to transform humanity as a whole. And if you don't agree, you should probably be here. Come into the Data Octagon and tell me why. We're going to have a number of really good panels. We're going to have a number of good product reviews. And make sure to stay tuned for some of the panels here where we're going to have both esteemed people, CTOs from very large companies, subject matter experts in AI ethics and those sorts of things, and myself that's going to try to be a little bit hard, but not too hard. So we'll see what happens. It sounds like there's an earthquake outside. That means that the event is about to start. We have about 3 minutes left until the main event starts. So sit tight, grab a little bowl of popcorn, and get ready for the action. I'll be seeing you around.
So they're busy getting their stuff done in what then with another fancy word, social techniques. They have a workflow with the data, with the system, with their co-workers, in a process, with the deadline.
A social technical system is the word that I've been picking up lately. I don't know if it's very daily use, but think about the data and the system that works in the context of what we are doing. So it's in this context now that we need to work with data and AI to co-create the productivity boost. And the co-creation part then, why is it co-creation? Someone knows exactly how the periodical reporting can be done in business control, according to standards in Vattenfall or Ericsson or the small company, very specific standard how we do it. And then someone knows the processes around the data and the data engineering and the data platform. And these things need to merge. So now we have a booster. So if we can get this working, you get to a point where you want to do data work and you want to think about it like a service that is adoptable for the reacher. You want to get your data project, whatever you're doing, into a way so it's easy to use, easy to adopt. So now we achieve what we wanted. So then, if we talk about this lingo, this rhetoric, we have an objective where I'm here to boost them. That's my main objective. And my main concern should be, do I truly, truly understand how this data should be used, how this algorithm should be used? It's very, very different if you do a fancy algorithm and then it needs to go to a shop floor in manufacturing. They don't want a screen. They want a green light or a red light. And they want one button or two buttons, because that's their operation environment. So we want to manage data work to shape adoptable and useful self-services. What I'm talking about, does your algorithm, tool, and data play well with their existing workflows? So when we worry too much about the techniques, it's not that we should stop doing that, it's about, is my project balanced? Is my way I've set up this rollout balanced in relation to really getting close to the customer? What I have seen is that a lot of times there is a gap here between the words, the bounded contexts, how the data engineers work, and some reachers out in the field. And if you think about this blind spot creates shadow data work, shadow data IT. So if I'm in business control, I'm very used to using my Excel. My Excel fits in my socio-technical system. It fits in my workflows. So we need to then teach them to adopt these new services, and we need to be very careful how we design stuff so it's adoptable. So one way of doing that, it starts here, to reframe your thinking, reframe how you put things. Instead of saying data to value, we should say the reach of workflows determines the data work, determines the data, determines the tech. So it's all these simple things. Am I entering into this topic from the right angle? Am I entering it from the data to value? Okay, we collect data now for 5 years, and we build a big data lake because there was data to value, so we do data first and value later. Reach your workflow, someone's workflow, data work that needs to be done by them, by us, by someone. Then what data do we need? Then what tech do we need? So think about this now when I enter in generative AI, different types of machine learning, data warehousing, Excel. What is the suited data work, and what is it that we are talking about here? Is it a generative AI technique that is the most suitable for this workflow, et cetera, et cetera? So in the end now, we get to a point where this translation requires us to work together to bridge different contexts. So nicely put, if you have a team, you get to a point where you have someone that is good at data, machine learning, UX. This is one lingo. This is workflows, how the platform works, how the data engineers' software development lifecycle looks like. This is one context. And then we have infrastructure. We have something else. We have the part, how do we scale things up? And then we have who is the user. And the key point here is really, can we put a requirement analyst in the middle here? Can we put the data and analytics translator? Or is it more about, I need to get real data engineer who knows their stuff to talk to the other people? So it really shapes the co-creation team, the cross-functional team. And if you think about it, is a project leader that is leading a project, is that the same as bridging different contexts? It's more product management. The CTO works with technology, has a product owner, product manager, CPO in a startup. Together they figure out what the customer needs. So when we'll have project management methodologies, they're very good at this. It puts a spotlight on this. But here I'm talking more about stuff that is closer to product thinking. So, design thinking, how do we really understand workflows, event storming if you're into software engineering, different techniques. So these are not project management techniques anymore. This is more like product and experiences. So with that, to summarize, a couple of blind spots that I have encountered, that I see all the time. Data work has to be useful and adoptable for reachers. It's a no-brainer. It's stupid to put on stage. But what I'm trying to say, we are thinking about all the other stuff that we need to do, so we're not balanced enough to think about these simple questions. Reachers' workflows determine data work. How they work, in what context they work, really determines what techniques and what data will be useful. And ultimately, you need to co-create from the base data AI tech angle. They have different contexts. That's why it's so hard for someone else to sort of master all these concepts. It's almost impossible. This is the co-creation part. So our processes, our methodologies we work, how we organize, needs to focus on getting this stuff done as well. George Box summarizes this, a famous statistician. He says, all models are wrong, but some are useful. So a model is not the real world. It can never be the real world. The map is not the territory. So then, since all models are wrong, or a simplification or an abstraction, we need to know what is most importantly wrong, since it's inappropriate to be concerned about mice when there are tigers abroad. So is our organization model good or bad? Well, it's good at this. In what way is it wrong? What is it not good at? It's not so good at this co-creation part Henrik talked about. Okay, how do we fix that? So how do we fix that? How do we turn blind spots into new ways of working? The last slide, the summary. The core theme for 24, with a volume variety of use cases and techniques. Identify blind spots. Be vigilant. Ask the question, what are we not doing? What is the risk here? Put that risk inside your product or project team. Start working it. Then think about how that should be upgraded into your process, into your standards. And this way, over time, you have figured out how you unlearned an old problem, and now it's not a problem anymore because it's part of our daily lives. This unlearning to figure out the new process, that is what's going to set the pace of AI innovation. Adoption will be the quantum of innovation. And if you want to speed up the adoption, think about the blind spots. Think about the blockers, not because you're mad about the blockers, but because of the blind spot that created the blocker. With this, my key advice to you, go out here today, figure out the data and AI inventions and techniques together with all the vendors. Figure out the socio-technical problems, if we learned a new word. Figure out how do we make this work? What are the blind spots? by talking to your peers. It's equally important here today that you talk to your peers about, we have this blind spot, or we have this problem, or you have this problem because you probably have this blind spot. So talk to the vendors in order to get the point of view of what can be done. This is what is in the spotlight. Then, when you're in the spotlight, talk to your peers today to talk about blind spots. My advice, the most useful investment of 2 days, and this is why the community is so important. With that, I think it's time to get the first real show on the road. Let me welcome Kai Andersson and Carl-Henrik Svanberg on stage. I need to do this.
Hello.
Thank you to have you
Thank
here,
you.
Kai.
Hey.
I think you can take it from here. You're not allowed to start until that clock is down.
I know. You told me.
I'll leave it to you, Kai, to do the proper introductions here.
Yeah, thank you for being here. It's amazing to have all of you in here. And we just talked about this before we came up. All of you are working with the most exciting things that humanity has ever worked on, probably. I mean, Senator Josh Hawtley and Sundar Pichai has both described this as potentially bigger than fire. So I think we're both honored to be here. And with me today, I have you, Carl-Henrik. You have been CEO of Assa Abloy, Ericsson, and chairman of many huge organizations, probably one of the Swedes that have the most experience of huge changes and trying to captain or shift large organizations through changes. So I think it's going to be interesting to hear your view. I want to start off by asking you, what's your view on, like, what's the future going to be like with AI? How are we going to run organizations and society? A small starting question.
Well, first of all, thanks for inviting me. It's fantastic to be here, and I'm glad to see so many people that are working with AI. I think you should all go home with the feeling that you are living in unbelievably exciting times. Times that we will, in 20, 30, 40 years' time, we will talk about it when it all happened. I think it is important, though, just to remember that I understand that it feels like AI now is going so fast. But don't forget that the first conference on AI algorithms, the self-learning algorithms, I think, took place in 1952, which is the year I was born. And what really happened now is the chipset and compute power that makes it go so fast. But there are those things that releases abilities, and then it goes fast. But in reality, it does take a little longer time for all to happen. And of course, AI gives us access to all knowledge in the world at the same time. We can help people work so much faster, so much more intelligent.
But I mean, I think you put your finger on something very important. I guess many in this room feel like everything is happening super fast, and you hear politicians and company leaders talking about it in this way, like we need to act now, now, now. So why isn't it happening faster?
Well, I think when you take new technologies, there's so much that needs to work at the same time. Chipsets may be fast or whatever, but how do you get culture to come along in a company? How do you get everybody on board? We need to learn. We need to teach all Swedes about AI. We need to have AI education for doctors, AI education for lawyers, in everything before all takes off. All like you and like me, that when I worked at Ericsson, tech is everything, but it takes a lot to make a whole country move.
So essentially, the human factor is the slow factor, not
Absolutely.
only the data infrastructure and compute. What can everyone in this room do to help with behaviors and getting everyone on board that this is something exciting and not dangerous?
Well, I think in some ways you are like apostles. You should take on your role to help educate the world. This is not so difficult. I say to people when we need to demystify AI in some ways. I say to people that if I write an SMS, this is a very simplistic thought, but if I write to my wife and I write my wonderful wife, if I send 10 SMSs, I get to my wonderful, and it suggests wife. Then after my, it suggests the whole thing. Then with an M, it suggests the whole thing. That's a self-learning algorithms. This is in its very simplistic form. And I think it helps people to understand, because we think that SMS thing is the most natural thing in the world. This is what AI does, and think about how that can help us in so many ways in society.
I like that thought. I mean, if everyone here and everyone watching tells 3 people a really tangible example of the good things we can do with AI and data, and they tell 3 people in turn, I think that can have a big effect. Like talking about leadership and behaving differently, on a board level in large organizations and working with the CEO, how do they need to act in order to change? Like obviously they can't just tell the organization, you have to do this AI thing, and then they go about things the usual way.
Well, I think in a large organization, there are so many things that has to happen before you can be successful. You need to understand the need of the customers. You need to understand your processes, the way you're working in the company. You need to understand where your competitors are. You need to educate. All of this takes time. Of course, with AI, it boosts it, so it goes so much faster. But that doesn't take away the importance of thinking or really making sure that everybody comes along. And from a board point of view, I like to see the board a little bit like a tent with the Indian chiefs, old retired Indian chiefs, and here's the present chief, and he wants to go there, he wants to do this. And those around should be supporters. We should make the CEO feel energized when it comes to our meetings, but we should ask the difficult questions. AI cannot help with that. It can help of getting information, understanding, driving processes faster. But as a board, we need to make sure that the creative thinking and the process for that is in place.
So, I mean, sometimes in boardrooms, or often, there's a few people who want to be the experts on things. Do you think that will become less frequent in the future when we have access to more data and more knowledge?
I think at the end of the day, I like at least the majority in the board to be people that have been there and done it. And even if there is a technology shift, those things are not changing. You have your dreams, you have your ideas, some work, some don't, and encourage when things are not going so well. Try to hold back a little bit when you get enthusiastic. Yeah. But guesswork and with the access to data. China, Japan, India, that needs to be fixed. We need to make sure that we graduate more engineers. That's a given. But an engineer takes 5 years. So if we decide today, it still takes 5 years before any more come out than before. But more importantly, we need AI education in lawyers' education, doctors' education. That's even more important. We need risk capital. So those things need to be in place. That's a given. When we look then at the private sector, people like yourselves, I would think most of you, there is a natural DNA in your minds to continuously think, what am I missing? What can I do differently? How can I speed up? All those things. I think from big to small companies, I think we're pretty charged and we need to have the prerequisites there. The big task for us, 50% of our country is the public sector, hospitals, all the welfare systems, school teachers, all of it. There is an enormous potential for using AI. Think about the doctor that can immediately when he sees a thing, he has access, I have a knee problem. Wow, that's a strange knee problem, I haven't seen that before. How fast can I get knowledge to similar cases? Immediately with AI. But it requires that a doctor in Luleå or a hospital in Luleå defines a knee in the same way as in Malmö or Stockholm. Otherwise, we don't get the data advantage of it. So to work with the public sector, to get the data definitions right, to get the compute power, to get the training, these are critical things.
I think there's also something behind your words that I thought about now, which I thought about when we spoke last time, and that is the curiosity and willingness to speak to people,
Yes.
and listen and understand. And I told you, you should speak to this person from
Yes.
Canada. You say, yeah, sure, of course. Because usually, or sometimes when you tell someone you should speak to them, the response is, no, I have got my experts.
Yeah.
And I think that's really important because often, if you can impact others to speak to others and learn and be curious, I think that has a big impact as well. Going back to what we talked about in the beginning.
I mean, you couldn't be more right. It's to make Sweden successful in AI, and I'm sure we will. It does it's not about the algorithms per se or about electricity, about these things I spoke about. Compute power, that needs to be there. But you need to win people's the interest in starting to use AI. We have used the last 3 months, I think we have over 70 meetings. We met with companies, small, large entrepreneurs, risk capitalists. We worked with the communities, kommunerna, with the hospitals. We met even art workers. We have met every single group of people that wants to talk to us. And we come more educated, more informed, wiser out of every single meeting. If you do that, you start to get a bit of a feeling what we are up against. And one of the things that becomes very clear is that besides we need to work in the same way so we can compare the data and all of that, but from a governmental point of view, it becomes crucial to have one leader that has an overall responsibility for AI. That's how you would do it in a company. You're hit by a new technology, and now you need, what do I do with it? Well, you start something under one leadership. Then if you have a distributed organization model, you can distribute it out after 5 years when things have settled. But you need full attention when you want to make the transformation.
Yeah, I agree with the leadership and the vision, and that's something we hear over and over again. But I just want to take that thing, you say, like the curiosity and willingness to speak to people and just send it out to you, because I think it's easy for everyone to fall into the trap of saying, I think that person is wrong, and then just be silent. When you get that reaction, call that person, email that person. If it could be a parliamentarian, they will usually take a lunch with you, and you can discuss that thing. Do that, because that has 100x more impact than just sitting on internet and complaining about, I don't agree. So take that dialogue. I think that's really good. And I want to also ask a question. What are the obvious pitfalls that we should avoid in Sweden moving forward? What could we do that could stop us, like where we could just stand in the same place?
Well, I mean, there's so many things that can go wrong. I think we have enough of them. But I mean, those prerequisites needs to be in place, and we need to understand that. I think we need to get that leadership and all of that. But when I'm looking back in my previous jobs, if I go to traditional companies like when I was leading as an Ab lawyer, or when even Volvo 12 years ago, Volvo was a company, if you said, I heard that a competitor is doing this, yeah, they always say, but you know, we have our products, we believe in our products, and not almost a laid-back situation to what goes on. And in such organization, change is scary. What happens if we start to change? What happens to me? If you then take Ericsson, if you say to, if I would say to Börje or whoever, the CEO of Ericsson, if I would say to him or to some of his people, I heard that Nokia was doing that. What? What did you say? Or Huawei, what did they do? My God, I need to be on top of that. And they know that everything is changing so fast now. So if I don't do anything, I clearly will go wrong. Only if I do something, I have a chance to make it right. So change is an absolute prerequisite to stay relevant. And that is in the DNA of a fast-moving organization. I'm sure it's the same thing for a lot of you. And the risk with a country is that we think, yeah, this is coming, but we know how to do things. The doctors, we know how to do things. I have my colleagues, I can ask, I can do this, I can do that. The biggest risk is that we don't embrace change at a time like this.
I think that's spot on, if I mirror you. So a risk is that there's some change going on over there that could be valuable, but we disregard it with some excuse that, yeah, that's, I mean, they have a different culture or a different view on something else. So we don't even talk to them and we don't learn from them and we end up inventing the wheel ourselves from this.
You know, I remember we in a situation where a division with 10,000 people of Ericsson had a meeting and totally reorganized the division, totally. And out comes one of the leading guys in the organization, and he's completely fired up. And he says, "We have the greatest organization here coming." And then I said, "But what are you going to do?" "I have no idea. I'm going to find something, but this is right. This is the way we have to work now."
So we're running out of time. If you want to send a few final words, if you could ask all these people for help with your work at the AI Commissions, what would you ask for?
Well, I would just ask, as I said at the beginning, go out there and teach and preach. You are part of all the apostles that are going to win this world. The world is going to change, and we need to be part of that change. And we want Sweden to, in 10 years' time, to have an even stronger position in the world. And I think we can do it, but not without people like yourselves. So go and do your job.
Thank you so much, Carl-Henrik. Really fun talking to you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So good for you to be here.
Thank you.
Once again, beautiful.
Thank you.
From the future outlook, we move over to the first keynote speaker, a superstar from Sweden, Oskar Ståhl. Welcome up on stage. We're going to talk about personalization and Gen AI in Spotify. The stage is yours, Oskar.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. So my name is Oskar Ståhl, and I've been working at Spotify for over 14 years. And 12 of those years, I've been a leader in the area of personalization and machine learning at Spotify. I wanted to come here today and tell you this story about Gen AI and personalization, because this is a somewhat different story than the normal stories that we tell about personalization at Spotify. And I thought that it could potentially be interesting and fun for you to hear a little bit about how Gen AI has changed how we need to work with personalization at Spotify. First, a little bit about Spotify. So 615 million users, 184 markets, and we've been focusing on personalization for a little bit crazy. Like the most, 81% actually cite personalization. Personalization comes in many flavors at Spotify. You may be aware of some of them. We have lots of playlists. For example, Wrapped, Release Radar, Discover Weekly. We have mixes. We have a personalized start page for when you open Spotify. We have a personalized search that helps you find content. And now we'll talk a little bit about trying to introduce Gen AI into this story of personalization. So here's where that story starts. So at Spotify, we've always been dreaming about this magical button. You wake up in the morning, you press the button, and for the entire day, you get this amazing audio playing for you. There's music, there's talk, there's podcasts, and you're just enjoying your day, having fun, and it's all amazing for you. We've always imagined it like, what if we could give a personal DJ to everyone at Spotify? Someone you could talk to and riff with and who understood you and would help you through the day of through your day of audio. So we started thinking, what if this could become true? What if now was the time that this could actually happen? So you could say that a spark was lit in the Spotify soul. First, we needed to think about how could we actually get a product to market. We had lots and lots of ideas, and we had lots of actually products that we had tried in market that were in market kind of like experimentations. We had personalized playlists that mixed music and podcasts together in fun and interesting ways. We had voice interactions where you could talk to Spotify and tell Spotify what you wanted to do, what you wanted to listen to. We had all sorts of things, but we knew that to actually create a real plan of something we could launch to market, we were going to have to simplify and get down to the essence of something interesting. So after a lot of work, we decided that, number one, we're going to do a product that is music only. No podcast, no talk, only music programming. You're not going to be able to talk to the product. The product will be talking to you, explaining what's going on, but you cannot control it via talk. So an important simplification. And this would be a lean-back session. So you could turn it on, and you could do your stuff. You could do your dishes, washing, or like go for a walk, or whatever. You didn't have to be fully focused as you were listening. So now we were ready, and we needed to start work on actually bringing this product to market. We wanted to design a very iterative process so that we could try and try again, because we still knew that we would have many difficult unanswered questions that we had to figure out. So we created a process where every week we invited a bunch of people to the office. We showed them what we had discussions about them, and we had reflections with them. And from that, we learned how they reacted, what they thought, what they liked, and what they didn't like. We knew from previous experience that when you show prototypes to users and new ideas to users, most often what they will say is, "I'm confused and I don't care." So from the start, we were working against this idea, like how do we make them not being confused and how do we make them care? And then every week we could hash on that, trying to make it better and better. We also wanted to put the bar really high to make sure that everyone who came in that week, no one would say, "I'm confused and I don't care." So we wanted this to be a product that worked for everyone, not just a few interested souls. One of the first questions we wrestled with was, so we want to create this product. It will be talking to you. It will be explaining the music. So there will be songs, there will be talk, kind of like a real DJ. But would we tell our users that this is an AI? Or would we just talk to our users? Our intuition told us we shouldn't say this is an AI. The user's not going to care. They just care about the value they get. They don't care whether this is AI or not. And also, saying it's an AI is almost like a little bit tech nerdy and, you know, boasting that we can build cool tech. That's not what our customers care about. There was, however, this one person who was like, well, I'm not sure. So this person kept saying, like, are we really sure about this? And because we had this weekly cadence, we said, okay, whatever, let's try it. So one week, we dialed it to 11, and we went all in, like, this is an AI, this is really AI technology, blah, 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 blah. And lo and behold, the users we were testing it on went from, I'm confused, to this is really cool. So we learned that, yes, we need to tell our users, this is an AI. Next question. What is the AI really going to say? Like, what we know we wanted to talk, explain the music, but what are we going to say? So in the beginning, we were telling the users why we wanted to recommend this music to them, why we were playing it. So we would explain things like, this is on your favorite playlist, and you played it 15 times last week, or this is on your top hits playlist that you really like, that you added this song to the other week, etc., etc. So kind of like explaining how the algorithms worked and why we choose this song. But the benefit wasn't clear to the users. They were saying like, yeah, this is kind of like a voice on top of my playlist and like a nice add-on, but it wasn't really a clear benefit to them. So instead, we decided to try to take credit for the work we've done. So instead of explaining it, we took credit for it, and we added context and emotions to it. So we would be more like explaining, like, hey, maybe you want to be upbeat today, and here's some fun upbeat music we know you like. So a little bit more setting a context and explaining what we're playing rather than explaining why we're playing it. And all of a sudden, we saw users reacting in a different way. And what we actually could see was that users starting to listen to and play music that they otherwise wouldn't have. So this context setting and emotions explaining actually made people listen to music they otherwise wouldn't have. And now we got to the question of what voice are we going to use? How are we going to talk to our users? Is it going to be, you know, a woman, a man, a high pitch, low pitch, fast talker, slow talker? You can imagine the huge spectrum of choices here. But we actually had somewhat in the back of our mind like a goal voice, like a voice we really liked. So there was this person, a music expert working at Spotify, who had done a lot of podcasts about music, talking about like the latest trends in music, etc. So we always said, like, we kind of like that voice. Maybe we should try to, you know, steal some ideas from that voice. And then one day someone got the idea, maybe rather than thinking about that as a nice goal, maybe just take that very voice. Take exactly this voice that we like and use that voice. So we brought in this person who is an employee at Spotify and said, here's our idea, blah, 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 DJ, AI, this, that, the other. Would you want to be the voice for this product? And he loved the idea. He very much wanted to be part of this product development. So meet X, who is an employee at Spotify and is also like a music expert at Spotify. And he now became part of the team, and the work became, how do we make his voice come to life through AI inside of this product? And with this, we really wanted to be authentic. So we wanted to be authentic by using a real voice. We wanted to be authentic by actually mimicking a real person to being a real person, but also being authentic by actually having a true, real music expert being that person. So every user would have a real music expert person talking to them. So we brought him in as well into the scripting room where we decided what is this AI going to say. So we started to use his expressions, and we wanted the AI DJ to talk exactly like he would be talking, using his expressions. So that's how we came up with some expressions like, okay, I got you, or okay, changing it up. These aren't expressions that we made up. These are expressions that he uses in his everyday talking. So X would walk around carrying a notebook, and whenever he found himself like using an expression that he would often use, he would write it down, bring it to the script room so we can incorporate it into how the AI DJ was talking. So it turns out that we were not digitizing a voice, we were actually digitizing a person and how a person speaks. The next question we were faced with was, so now all of us in the project team, we know that this is X talking. When we hear a recording, we can't really say, is this a recording of X or is this like a generated AI DJ talk? That's how similar that was. So for us, it was very clear that this is authentic X talking. But should we tell users, do we tell users this is a person, my name is X, or do we just tell them this is your AI DJ? So again, our intuition was that, maybe not, say that this is a real person, but X himself, he was really having the intuition like, no, we should go all in. We should tell everyone that this is me and I'm a real person and I'm here talking to you, helping you with your music selection today. So we tried it again. We dialed it to 11. We were like, hello, I'm X, I'm your DJ, da-da-da-da-da, and tried it with the user group. And again, we learned that this really alleviated a lot of concerns and problems that was previously raised in these test groups. Because earlier people were asking things like, why is the DJ talking to me in this way? Why is it using this particular strange expression? like being weirded by, why would Spotify choose to say these things in this way to me? But now it's more like obvious. This is a person who's speaking this way. It's not strange that this person is sounding like this, because obviously that's how this person sounds. So it really removed a lot of these like AI weirdness concerns that users have. Next challenge. Okay, so now we need to generate a ton of like authentic voice in a cost-effective manner. So we have 600 million users, so that's 1.2 million minutes a day if we want to generate 2 minutes of talk. And as many of you will know, a lot of the providers out there, they have big models, expensive models, so like generating 1.2 million minutes every day may not be a very nice perspective. So, so we started to thinking about like how do we actually do this, and it turns out we had one thing going for us, like one benefit, and that was that we actually only needed to be able to generate one single voice. You know how most of these big models out there, they can generate tons of different voices and they can mimic voices, this, that, the other. But our model only needed to know one voice. So that made things a little bit different for us. So we were lucky and we ended up finding a company who had exactly the technology we needed. So they could do like one voice and do it very authentically, but also very cost effectively. So Spotify went out and acquired the company, brought them in, and now we have this technology in-house, so we can essentially generate this DJ's voice. Okay, so now it's launch time.
Hey Max, what's going on? I'm X, and from this moment on, I'm gonna be your own personal AI DJ on Spotify. Let's go. Up next, I know you've been on a summer song kick lately, so I went back for some of your old summertime favorites. See if it warms you up. Next up, some of the music you had on a lot back in 2018.
Do you think of me?
All right, Max, let's get you out of your feels and switch up the vibe. You've been into dance music lately. I got this brand new release to get you moving. Introducing DJ, the best of Spotify made just for you, one tap away. Powered by AI, delivered by me, your very own DJ.
So, for the first time ever, Spotify was able to deliver playlists to our users, but also explaining what we were doing through audio. So this was very exciting for us. And this voice really helped to connect users with the music and make users listen to things that they otherwise wouldn't. And the voice you heard on this video obviously was totally generated by AI. And it's so authentic that when this was launched, X had friends from where he grew up call him and say like, hey, this sounds exactly like you. It's like having you ride with us in the car. So even his, best friends from the past couldn't tell the difference between, this generated voice and X himself. And this product is live in 50 markets. And if you're a lucky soul who happen to live in one of these markets, you can go into Spotify and search for DJ, and this product will come up. And once you press it, it's going to introduce yourself, and you're going to be hearing this AI DJ's voice for yourself in the app. And it also turns out that this is very much liked and enjoyed by users. So for any user who's listening to the DJ any given day, they will spend 32% of the time that day listening to the DJ. So we've really been able to reach this goal of creating longer sessions where people can stay in the same session for a while we're switching up the music and explaining why we're switching up the music. And what we found is that this voice really helps to strengthen that bond between the creator, between the user and the music. We also received a lot of positive feedback. So as far as we can tell, it seems like users really love this feature. And here are some of the tweets of what we've heard. And with this story, I really hope that you've learned a little bit about how generative AI has changed how we have to think about personalization in Spotify. So that's all. Thank you, everyone.
Stay on the stage. I'm going to hijack you for about 5 minutes. This is the Q&A part, and this is between streams. So we're going to go sharp to the next speaker at 1:45. So we're off camera, Oscar. So we can now spill the real beans, right? Okay. First question. This is amazing stuff. Personally for you, what was most exciting, or what excited you the most of the stuff that you have presented?
I think what excited me the most with this was the reception of users. So you can imagine, you can always think about an idea like, oh, blah, 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 we're playing music, and then there's a voice in between. But how are you going to do it in a way that it's like valuable and not just like an annoyance, useless voice in between? So I think that was like one of the things that has thrilled me the most. And I think also what we were able to achieve that we've never done before was that most of the Spotify sessions are quite similar. So it's like summer hits, and then you get summer hits. And then it's like piano music, and then you get piano music. But for the first time, we were able to like change it up. So we could have some songs of summer music, some songs of piano music. And the only reason why it worked was because we could explain what was happening. So we could basically say, you've just been listening to some amazing summer hits. Now we're going to put on some pop hits from 2019. And then it all of a sudden it makes sense for users, whereas before it didn't.
All right, fantastic. I'm going to now ask that question in a different way. Of all the stuff that we've done and what you presented, when were you pulling your hair the most? When were you sort of almost throwing in the towel? What was the biggest problem that you got stuck on or needed to work on?
Yeah, I do think that it was quite a problem of like, how do we get a voice that's really authentic, and how do we do it at a cost-effective manner? And a lot of this work happened before some of these like AI revolutions happened.
So we've seen some stuff now lately that sort of make this a little bit easier.
Yeah, so today it feels a little bit more easy, but you know, when some of this work was doing, it felt a little bit tougher. So I think that we were like really lucky with the timing, and we were lucky that we found this company that we could acquire.
So the breakthrough was actually to have technology, to acquire some technology here.
Yeah, and to have that technology evolvement kind of meet our product evolvement at like a perfect intersection.
We want to do this when is the technology ready. Let's go.
Yeah, because if we were, you know, say 1 year earlier, then the voice might have been clunky and expensive, and people would not have liked it. Because I do believe that one of the things that resonate with people is that it is an authentic voice. It feels like you're listening to the radio. It's not like a robot voice that comes on. You know, just like 1 year earlier, that would have been impossible. So,
and could you give us a little bit behind the scenes? What's the team working on this? So all this stuff, amazing stuff. Is it 10 guys, 100 guys, 500 guys? What competences, what team is behind here?
So I would say that there's mostly like 2 teams that have been working on it. So it's like the product development team who's like building the product and doing all these iterations. And that team is not super large, so they were maybe like 7 people. But then there was also a separate like voice team. So once we acquired that company, we had that, you know, company specifically working on all the voice-related things.
So you had one main team that was sort of the whole product team with the engineering manager and the product owner and all the different data scientists, data engineer, yada, yada.
Yeah.
And then you came with a feature that needed a feature team, so to speak, and they needed to work, and this was super specific.
Yes, exactly. So they were specifically working away on the voice, and obviously that was a bigger team, so that was more work, and that was, you know, technically that was tougher.
And what was that voice work all about?
You mean how big they were?
Yeah, what were they doing? What were they doing?
Yeah, so now I'm, you know, I don't remember exactly, but let's say like 30 people or something like that. Yeah.
Okay. Before we went on stage, we had a short conversation, and I just want to make that so clear. in Swedish, Oscar used the word, we have köttat, we've had grit, we have pushed stuff for years, and every time we want to do something, it's maybe 1-2 years until we see it. Could you elaborate on, sometimes when we see the magic, you don't understand how much inspiration versus perspiration goes into this? Could you elaborate?
Yeah, so as I said, I think roughly 12 years ago, we decided that personalization and machine learning is going to be a major part of Spotify's future. So that was the time when we started like our grind towards where we are now. And at that time, I was the one who initiated a whole range of like large projects to start to like change things around our data and how we managed our data and our pipelining and all those kind of things. So it's been like a 12 years grind from that to here. And a lot of things just like details like how do we capture what's happening in the client, capture all that data, and get it to the other side and structure it so that we can use it for machine learning. That alone is like many years worth of work that we put into that. So there's so much grind.
With that, I want to thank you, Oscar. Fantastic speech. Thank you for talking to me.
Thank you, everyone, for listening.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And now we're going to have Jennifer Belisant up on stage. The stage is yours, Jennifer.
Thank you. Perfect. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
I'm excited to be here today. This is my third Data Innovation Summit, so thanks for coming. Let's just jump in. How many of you recognize this iconic scene? My children have told me it kind of dates me a little, but I think most of those in the room recognize this. Well, this is the scene in which Charlie, the instructor at Top Gun, tells the students about the limitations of the Soviet MiG. And at this point, Maverick turns to Goose and starts to whisper, and Charlie says, "Excuse me, Lieutenant, is there something wrong?" And we all know what Maverick says, right? He says, "Yes, ma'am, the data is inaccurate." Well, imagine that scenario. You're up against your fiercest competitor and you find out that the data that you have on them is inaccurate. That information that you're being fed about what you need to do and how you should do it isn't correct. Well, we all know that in today's competitive environment, we can't afford this scenario. We're increasingly dependent on data today, its accuracy, and the insights that are derived from it, and the decisions that we make based on those decisions, based on that information. And that's even more so as we're entering this new era, as I call from insights to assistance. So we know that classical AI forecasts sales based on hundreds of data points. And then some organizations were able to leverage web and cloud scale to get a better understanding of customer behavior, a better understanding of that demand based on millions of transactions. But now we're in an era where we're not only predicting what's going to happen, but we're delivering those messages, that we're generating those messages that we're going to deliver to customers based on billions of input. And that's exciting enough, but what's even more exciting is this new technology speaks our language. It's accessible to anyone across an organization. It's not just accessible to the technical people. And that's what's really driving adoption and really changing the paradigm in which we exist. We found, so rewind about a year, and a McKinsey study estimated just months after the launch of ChatGPT that 87% of millennials said that they were using generative AI, including for work purposes. 51% said they were using it regularly. Now, stay back a year ago, and at the same time, an MIT study showed that many data and IT leaders within organizations didn't really know that that was going on. And many of them were not necessarily preparing for the onslaught of the use of that data. So what we'd actually seen was what some people have referred to as an iPhone moment of AI. This has entered the enterprise kind of through the back door, and we really needed to catch up in order to get our foundations in place and make it make it and enable the effective use of the new technology. So that was then. And fortunately, we have accelerated, we have prepared, and people have put in place the proper foundation. So after talking to a lot of data execs, what I wanted to do today is talk through some of the steps that they describe as how they plan, execute, and scale their AI programs within their organizations. I don't like to refer to this as a maturity model because I don't feel like people move from one step or stage to the other. It's really cumulative. You never stop evangelizing or experimenting as you operationalize or as you expand within the organization or even as you transform the organization. Part of that transformation is continuing to evangelize and experiment. So let's just go through a few of these. Starting with evangelism. You know, we heard about that from Carl and Rick this morning about evangelizing and helping people understand what AI is, what's needed to deliver AI effectively, what everyone in an organization's role is. Also, interestingly, Oscar talked about the evangelizing and setting expectations among the consumers of Spotify and how you do that and how that changes their behavior. So evangelism is really important. It's about getting those messages out, the right messages, the right language, the right people. At Air Canada, Beth Quinton, the CDO, says that it's, you know, she really hits on how important it is to get that correct message out to people. And she says she tells business leaders in clear terms, there will be winners and losers, and we want to be a winner. So it's also about setting expectations, as I mentioned, and I really loved this quote. You know, board members love AI, but they think it's that magic ball that you can shake and get an answer out of. They don't necessarily understand what it takes to scale across an organization. So part of that evangelism is setting those expectations. But it's also encouraging people to experiment. It's casting a very wide net to get people to ideate, to get people to uncover use cases that you can apply these new technologies to. So at Siemens Energy, they created a sandbox, and they encouraged people to come with ideas and experiment with them. Initially, IT department wanted to require a business case, but the CDO pushed back and said, we can't require a business case up front because we're testing the possibilities, we're exploring the opportunities. So they did put in place a stage gate process, but they didn't require that upfront burden of a business model, or business case, so that they could really cast that wide net. Others have done hackathons that have encouraged people to develop new code and to use these new technologies. But then it's really important to put a process in place that prioritizes, that doesn't just let anything that's named AI get funded. So you're not going to fund everything. You're going to put a very strict process in place in order to prioritize. You're going to be deliberate. You're going to be transparent in what that process is. So this is just a simple prioritization framework that puts in place some ground rules. It puts in place some questions to ask. Obviously, with one axis being alignment with strategic goals. What do you want to achieve within the organization? And one of the important questions to ask there is also, can multiple business units benefit from what we're doing? You might be doing something around sustainability or supply chain for operations, but then maybe an ESG department or a corporate social responsibility department or a marketing department might also want that data in order to promote the company's track record from a sustainability perspective. So looking at how there could be that usability across different use cases is important from that prioritization perspective. And then, of course, the anticipated return. But on the flip side of it, understanding what systems are required, what resources are required, what skills are required, and most importantly, what data is required. So when you're thinking about operationalizing, which is that next step in the journey that I described, do you have the right data in order to achieve what you're looking to achieve? And as one CDO said, data is more valuable than the AI model itself. We're seeing a commoditization, a convergence of AI models, and it's the nuances in that data that's going to differentiate our outcomes. So it's very important to keep in mind. As we say at Snowflake, there is no AI strategy without data strategy. Or as Sherlock Holmes said in one of Sir Conan Doyle's books, data, 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 I can't make bricks without clay. So that's the foundation piece. So thinking about your data as you operationalize and eventually expand across the organization, how would you describe your data today? Do you have access to all of your internal data? Have you broken down your silos internally to provide access to that data? Do you have a repository where people can discover and access that data? Have you transformed your unstructured data into data that's usable within analytics today? So IDC used to say that there was about 80% of data within organization is unstructured, and now they're saying 90. So we're increasingly seeing data and the information, the insights in it, trapped within videos, emails, other documents. So have you transformed that unstructured data? But also, very importantly, are you sharing data with partners? One CDO said, if I only use my own data, I can only see internally. I need to see regional trends, industry benchmarks, what waves I can ride in on. So think about how you're sharing data to expand the diversity of the data you're using to train your models. And then sourcing external data from third parties, potentially creating synthetic data to mitigate maybe the lack of representation in some of the data sets that you have, and ensuring that your data is protected and well governed. So as you move towards operationalization of your AI strategy, of your AI projects, think about that data foundation that you've got in place. So one of the first steps in getting there is shifting to data product thinking. And this goes back to the alignment with strategic goals that I mentioned and whether or not you're enabling multiple business units to benefit from a specific data product or AI model. So thinking about the data in terms of component products, maybe upstream component products from the sources that are then aggregated into more composite data products like this Customer 360 or like the Product 360. So what you see here is there are multiple component data products that are in both of these composite data products. So if you're looking at the Customer 360, you see that there's sales transaction data. There's also product usage. It's important to know what customers are buying and how they're using the products they're buying. But likewise, if you want a 360 of your product, you'd want to know that same data as well. So it's important to put in place that notion of data product thinking and doing. And that all boils down to data use. So it's designing your data assets so that they can be used as opposed to merely just stored and protected. The next step, which I also mentioned earlier, is about thinking about expanding the diversity of your data. I like to talk about data diversity as a mechanism not just for getting more insights, but for mitigating the risk of hallucination and bias in an AI model. The more data that you provide, the more training that you give, the more likely an AI model is to have an answer to something and not just make it up. So the classic example is hiring. If you're only looking at who you've traditionally hired internally, you might hire the same profile for the same role. But there is data out there that would help you understand what other profiles might fit a particular type of role. And in fact, we are seeing more and more people consume third-party data. And a 2023 Explorium study showed that companies using 5 or more data products from different providers increased from 9% in 2021 to 44% in 2022. So a massive explosion in the use of third-party data, in part because there is this interest in creating data diversity within a data estate, a data foundation. This is just a quick screenshot of a couple of different data categories within the Snowflake marketplace. One is demographics, if you're looking to get more information about your customer data. Another is demand forecasting. You're trying to understand what demand will be in certain markets. You might be interested in weather. You might be interested in supplier data. So there's a wide variety of data that you can pull in to give you greater insights, but also to give you that diversity of data to prevent mitigation or to mitigate potential AI bias. So thinking further about operationalization, One of the ways to coordinate all of that within an organization, to coordinate the reuse, to coordinate the prioritization, to coordinate the governance, and to coordinate that evangelism and experimentation, is to create a center of excellence. So we're seeing a number of our customers set up centers of excellence. Many of them call them different things: an AI catalyst lab, a data council, a variety of different things. It doesn't necessarily need to be a fixed, centralized structure. You can think of it as a constellation, bringing together representation from different business units, from different functions, from different regions. The idea is to bring together stakeholders to rationalize requirements, to coordinate the data products that are being developed, to work collaboratively and in a coordinated fashion through this prioritization or the setting governance policies, defining data terms and data formats. It's a mechanism for coordination. Now, you might have distributed data capabilities across the organization, but in that case, it's very important to coordinate them as well. So just from a semantics perspective, I try to avoid the terms centralization and decentralization. I talk about distribution and coordination. And when you're evangelizing to others, those terms are somewhat softer and they resonate better. Often within those centers of excellence, there's a steering committee that would maybe be at an executive level and might be more responsible for allocating budget or other resources. So one of the things that's really important here is that those centers of excellence or the steering committees or the catalyst labs, they can help facilitate reuse. And I thought this was important because it illustrates that reuse is one of the metrics that people are looking at to measure the effectiveness of their AI initiatives, their AI programs across their organization. Are we able to reuse the data products? Are we able to reuse the AI models? So one of the ways in which, in addition, when companies are looking at how to expand their use of AI across their organization, is reuse and performance metrics. So how do you think about and how do you define those performance metrics of an AI model? Well, I would advocate not thinking of AI just as merely a tool or a technology, but you're looking at how to inject certain capabilities into your organization. You should think of that AI as a new team member, as a new employee. And we know how to measure the performance of employees. We've been doing that forever. We start with what we want that employee to do. We start with a job description. What are we looking for that AI model to deliver to the organization? What's the job description? And then the next thing we do is look for the right candidate. What are the specifications of the employee that we want for that job or that we need for that job? Well, they're chatbots for customer service, they're co-pilots to help us code. We're looking for the right candidate for that job that we've defined within the organization. And then, of course, we're investing in onboarding. We're training that model. And that we might do some initial onboarding, but training is something that we continuously do with our employees as well. It's not just a one and done. So think about the training and the appropriate model, the appropriate data for onboarding and the continuous training of that employee, that new team members. And then, of course, you're establishing the output and the outcome performance metrics. What's the frequency with which you want them to deliver something? But what's the outcome as well? It's not just about the deliverable in a concrete term, it's about the value that's delivered to the organization. And then, of course, it's continuous monitoring and continuous correction, because that's what we do with regular employees as well. So we shouldn't expect the way we engage with our AI models to be any different when we're looking for them to perform within our organizations. So the last thing I want to touch on is how we transform our organizations. How do we embed and inject this AI capability within the DNA of our organization? How do we create a data and AI culture? And I would argue that that comes from continuous communication and education. I talk to chief data officers about their comm strategy. What are you doing to communicate what your team is doing within the broader organization? How do they communicate what data is, how it's used, which use cases it's applied to, and talk through that performance management that I just described. So what I have found in my research is that it starts with an awareness. There are a lot of people in organizations that don't know what data is today, and you might think that that's not possible given the world we're in, but we're in the data world and not everyone is. I was talking to the chief digital officer of Sodexo a few years ago, and she told me that when they first started looking at the data within their cafeterias, they saw an increase in a particular site, an increase in the sale of breakfast sausage in the morning. And this was in France. People don't eat breakfast sausage in the morning. They eat croissants. So what they found when they dug into this was that the hockey stick corresponded with the replacement of cash registers with point-of-sale machines that had individual buttons for each item. And the cashiers, who probably didn't think they worked with data at all, they were pressing the breakfast sausage button to ring people up and move the line along. Well, that skews the data. If the management had used that data to replenish stocks, the next week the customers would have had nothing but breakfast sausage to eat in the morning. My point there is that if you're not establishing this awareness of what data is, how it's used, and the role that everyone plays within the organization, you're not building that foundation on which you can have the accurate data that you need to build the models, train the models, and deliver those insights into your organization. So the next level is confidence. Obviously, you need to have your decision makers confident that that data is accurate and that they can make decisions based on it. And then you need to keep your experts on the cutting edge. They need to have the latest tools. They need to have the data that they need. But also, thinking about those experts, you need to give them professional development opportunities to share what they're doing across the organization, and that's the feedback mechanism that you get, so that you can scale their expertise, obviously at the appropriate level with the appropriate messages, but you're scaling them across the organization. And that's a professional development opportunity for your data experts, but it's also immense value to the rest of the organization to increase that awareness and to increase that confidence among decision makers. So with that, I'm going to just ask if there are any quick questions.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you.
So, perfect on time for this live stream, I hope, but we can have one question here.
Okay.
I would like to ask you, with Snowflake, you see so many different types of clients and everything. What would you say is the #1 blind spot?
The #1 blind spot?
What are people not thinking about enough? I mean, like, we're doing all great stuff, but maybe we're unbalanced. What is the blind spot? What are the stuff? What are the things that we should spend more time on in our projects?
So it's not necessarily a blind spot for everyone, but I do, I do have strong feelings about this notion of creating a data culture, creating data literacy within the organization. I'm not sure I like the term literacy so much anymore, but really raising the bar in terms of what data is. And some of the research that I did a few years ago really illustrated that there were almost haves and have-nots within organizations.
It's a divide in here.
It is.
This is the data and AI divide within our organizations.
And I did a qualitative study where we asked people, do you work with data? Are you comfortable with data? And there were people who said, I feel self-conscious. I don't know how to ask the right questions. It was the have-nots. And you don't want to hear about that within an organization because as I illustrated with the sausage story, everyone has a role to play, whether it's capturing data or protecting data or delivering data to an organization. So I think that piece of really raising all boats through education and having the whole creating an AI culture within an organization.
Thank you for this, Jennifer.
Thank you. Thanks,
Lovely
everyone.
to have you here. Goran, I think it's your time. And then it's soon time for some coffee in a minute.
All right. So we survived the first part. As you can see, it's a keynote, actually, standing keynote, so most of you are tired, but now the madness actually starts. This event is not nice. We will push you to the limits today because it's now the chaos begins. Now we have a coffee break, so make sure that you take, there is a barista coffee and there is a regular coffee. I know that many people are saying like, hey, where's the water? We have put like water stations all over the place, but then you also have like an open coffee shop on the left and one outside. Now what is going to happen after this coffee break is the following. So you have 9 stages to choose from. How many of you has the event app? Great, because we don't have any printed agendas. We are paperless type of event. Check what you want to attend, select what you want from all the 9 stages, everything is recorded. You will have that in Agorify simultaneously so you can watch whatever you want, whenever you want, at any point of time. So make your choice. This is how it's going to grow. M1, machine learning, and generative AI, we have it M1. M2 is data engineering and data ops. There are 4 stages on the right here from me. M3 is the modern data platform. M4, modern data strategy. M5, data and business analytics. M6 is the data science and AI strategy. M7 is behind us where the Databricks is there, if you can see it. That is the industrial analytics stage. This will be the M8 stage right now. And then there is outside of the expo booth is M9, which is the data engineering and data quality. Enjoy yourself. Your KPIs is 15 people that you want to meet. That is basically the KPI. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy the madness. See you soon. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then me. Hej Erik! Ja, alldeles strax om 5 minuter kör vi. Jag har ju paus efter lunch, eller så här 12:30 efter min presentation. Kan vi hänga då? Welcome back, everyone. We are at our first session here in the Data Snow Globe, Octagon. And this session is called Applied AI, Navigating Current Challenges to Unlock Enterprise Value. I think we have a couple of really good guests to discuss this topic. I'm going to try and catalyze the discussion, ask some devil advocate questions, press you, but not too hard, and we'll see if we have any novel ideas here that the audience will think is exciting. Let's start off by introducing ourselves a little bit. Please, on this side.
Hi, thanks. So my name is Ted Hall. I'm Field CTO for data integration from Qlik. Qlik, as many people know, is an analytics visualization company, but actually is transformed over the last 4 or 5 years. I actually come from the acquisition side, from the data integration side of that business. Qlik acquired Attunity and now Talent. So our business is 50-50 between integration and analytics. And in this wave, I mean, you know, the event here is great to see. Everybody is now excited about what is it around Gen AI, how can we leverage that? And really that is, you know, hopefully we'll have this discussion here to understand a little bit more about both using AI internally within the platforms, but also driving those use cases to understand the adoption process. Really interested to understand the thoughts of people here and share our perspective.
Nice.
Thank you. Well, my name is Andreas Holmgren. I'm a sales executive at Databricks. I think most companies know, or most people know what Databricks is, an open source community. Work a lot with a data science platform. We're an engineering company that has evolved into the Gen AI by acquisitions. Last year we bought a San Francisco-based Mosaic ML. So that's me. Work in the Nordics. We're in Europe mostly.
Awesome. I'm Connor Jensen. I'm the Field Chief Data Officer for Dataiku. Dataiku is a orchestration platform for developing and deploying analytics. It's sort of agnostic of your tech, so we sit on top of your data layers and allow people to sort of build whatever the right analytics solution is for the problem at hand. Sometimes your report is fine, and sometimes you need to use Gen AI and everything in between. So been there for 5 years, and I work with customers sort of advising them on their AI strategy and how they're trying to sort of embrace the technology to solve business problems, and excited to sort of hear everybody else's experience to talk about this here today.
Awesome.
Yeah. Daniel Bloomberg, I'm a senior specialist within data and AI at Microsoft, focusing primarily on the financial industry. So historically, it's been a lot around the data platforms, data warehousing, BI, and so on. The last 2 years have been kind of crazy since we started our cooperation with OpenAI and launched all these AI tools within the Azure platform. So now it's a lot of AI.
A lot of AI everywhere.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's dive straight into it. Challenges in unlocking value, navigating through them. A reflection I have is, I came to think of it when when I think about Dataiku and sort of instrumentation that we had available for what we used to call advanced analytics. The topics that have been top of mind in these conferences from year to year have shifted as what's hyped has shifted, and everybody's very excited and eager to say, don't follow the hype or whatnot. But I think one of the reasons these topics are top of mind is precisely because they're not mature topics. So if you compare, database administration, there's we know very well what best practices are for managing a big data platform based on a database. But we don't really know always exactly how to handle generative AI right now. There's Gen AI ops, people are saying, or LLM ops and that kind of stuff. So it feels like it's part of the territory that the reason people are talking about it is because they don't know exactly how to do it. And we're here to assure them that we know exactly how to do it. So what do you think are the current challenges and how do we navigate them correctly?
Cool. Well, I think I split it into 2 distinct areas. One is from the business side, line of business, and whether or not they're traditionally using BI analytics tools to extract value out of data. And you're not expecting all of your business to be experts on LLMs and understanding what a RAG application is or understanding that side of the business. So you want easy enablement for the business to be able to actually consume some of this technology, which is the aim is training, enablement, but also just the platform side. But actually, Gartner at the end of last year at Symposium said that they did a survey, there's 6,000 CEOs, CIOs, and only 4% of CIOs said that they were AI ready. Their data is there, these foundational layers. And here, it's not a rip and replace. It's not as though you're completely throwing away everything you may have done within a warehouse, a lake house, but it is an environment to bring together these two sides to the business. And specifically around building out this AI foundation is critical. You need to be able to understand all of your unstructured data. LLMs love emails and manuals and documents and sentiment analysis and things like that.
Is there a hierarchy to this stuff? I mean, so you have lots of things that are the challenge. What is the big one that's right in front of people?
I think it is an AI. For me, I'm an integration side rather than business, and that is that AI-ready stuff. And there are two parts to that that are critical. It's understanding both bringing the data to train your models, and then bringing the context of your data out of your mainframes, out of Oracle, out of SAP, so that you have real-time data accessible to that. The only time I ever interact with a chatbot is when I buy something, when I book a flight, when I have a policy. You need to then to have that context to within that. So they're the parts. So it's a foundational layer to bring the right data to these platforms.
Right.
And then you've got these great companies that are building these modern platforms that can then extract the value out of that.
Right.
They're the two sides of the business that we really are seeing most people engage with.
I'd like to hear your experience. Yeah, I've been saying for a while now that training models is not so interesting anymore. Even fine-tuning is something that we're not going to be doing super much of in the future. I think it's only necessary now because the models aren't quite refined enough. What proportion of customers are actually using this stuff versus doing researchy and trainy and super, things that require distributed computing and that kind of stuff? I don't mean like the kinds of models that need a little bit bigger instances. I mean like training modern AI. And by modern AI, I'm really just talking about LLMs and the diffusion models and like the big ones.
Going back to, echoing a bit what Ted was saying here, and also, it's a great question. It's like super big, right? Not my question, but the entire discussion is that, of course, it's a huge challenge for organizations to start looking into how to become efficient using AI, right? But what is really driving in this is efficiency, right? It's getting top-line growth, getting better margins. That's what's really driving the AI business. Really, can we replace a call center by getting a chatbot? Can we accelerate testing on pharmaceuticals from 3 years to 3 weeks? Because that drives AI discussion. The other part I was thinking about as well, I see a lot, is organizations that have a central data platform or have centralized organizations, they tend to have better success than to have more of a Nordic culture where everybody is, decentralized.
Let's say it again. So you're saying companies that have a sort of a center of excellence manage to make progress faster?
Yeah.
And is that dependent on the size of the company?
I would say that, if
or
you
the
have
maturity of the AI initiative?
I would say it's more about the organization of the company. If you have we can take an example. We have a compressor manufacturer in the Nordics, right? It has 200 different organizations or business entities. How are they going to build an AI model that covers those 200 entities, right? Well, you go down to the government, the tax authority, famous tax authorities in Sweden, they have it all, lock, stock, and barrel, and centralized storage. It's a lot easier building an LLM model on centralized than when it's distributed. And I think that is the challenge the organizations face when they say we're going to increase margins, top-line growth, is, where is the data?
Yeah.
Right? And that's where, we need our echo community and partnerships with Dataiku, Qlik, and Microsoft, is to be able to help these organizations structure themselves on people and process.
Yeah.
More than just getting the tech out there.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's super interesting. I want to hear your reflections on, you gave an example now, which is a very typical example of the kind of projects that companies tend to start with. They'll start with like replacing a call center or something like that with maybe some kind of agent. But the values that you were saying, like increasing profit margins or maybe, growth of the company, seldom has anything to do with the call centers. So they're always running projects on stuff that's ultimately, maybe like operational efficiency, but really doesn't have anything to do with the company itself. I mean, in your experience, is that not an insurmountable challenge, but like, is that where the challenge is?
Yeah, so I think that like the way that I've heard this articulated best is that managing your sort of portfolio of projects is more like being a VC than being a bank, right? Because with AI, I see companies fall into one of two traps very frequently. One is exactly that, like we're going to focus on operational efficiencies, we're going to focus on things that like we know we'll be able to achieve, but the margin is small, right? And frankly, unsexy, right? Like you go back to your investors and you say, this is what we did, and they're like, okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, right, there's only so much you can say.
You can't get rid of everybody.
The other side is sometimes people only say like, we're going to do these massive moonshot projects, right? And in 2 or 3 years, we're going to have this really cool AI that we built for you that A, only has a low probability of success, and B, takes so long to get a return on that like everybody just sits around waiting for something to happen. And really, you can't do either or, you need to be doing both of those, right? You have to have like the big ambitious projects that really like take advantage of the breadth and the power of AI that people get excited about, but that also will take you time to get there while you do the operational things that pay the bills, right? So it's like you have to show return on the investment as quickly as possible. You can't keep saying in a year we've got something coming, we've got these cool things, but you also just can't do these sort of, you can't cut infinitely, right? There's only so much that you can cut down.
I think that's a really good point. I actually should have a pen here to take some notes. I want to ask you, like, in terms of timelines for these kinds of projects, what are reasonable and good timelines to actually not guarantee value, but you know, like ERP projects. There are some ERP projects that run for so long that your grandpa's retired by the time they finish. Like that stuff's not cool either. But
yeah, I mean, from the discussions here, my view is a little bit. I mean, there are great small AI projects, and we have to remember that AI is not new. AI has been around for a long time. It's generative AI that's new.
Yeah.
So companies that have worked for a long time in becoming data-driven, they are in a good position for utilizing Gen AI even more, versus the companies that are still in a very legacy setup, a lot of depth in their environments. For them, it's hard to do this big use case where you're looking at your core processes. If you have a big factory and your machines are not even sending signals, what should you do with AI? But I think there's what we're seeing right now, or at least that I see, is a lot of stuff around customer. I mean, we're talking language models. Language models do not make factories more efficient. They make people more efficient. So of course, most of the projects right now are focused around interaction in somehow. So could be a bot to replace a call center, could be a bot to make the call center staff more efficient. I would say that's more common right now. But you need these small projects. You need to train, you need to see, your organization has to learn how to use AI before they can go on these really advanced journeys. And I think that's what we're seeing right now, toe dipping.
What about timelines? The ones that are like you described, that have this sort of advanced analytics maturity.
Yeah.
What are reasonable timelines?
If everything else is in place, you're allowed to use the data, you have your cloud platform in place. So imagine that. I have seen projects go from idea to production in 2 days. And then there are other places where you get stuck with legal for 3 months before you can even touch the AI studio. So, but technically, this is quite easy.
Okay, well, no, I understand where you're coming from, because I have this one finance customer where half the team is building stuff from scratch with open source tools, and half of them is using Microsoft. And with Microsoft Cloud stuff, you just press go, and it all just sort of works. So if you want, you know, RAG with keywords and vector database and automatic indexing of the data lake, blah, 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 you just press go, and it just sort of works.
Yeah, it's like 7 clicks in the AI studio.
Yeah. But then it's all in one place, too. So it's like pros and cons, but still. Okay, so I guess 2 days is on the low end. In your experience, I mean, what kind of timelines do you sort of see as... Look, because what we want to have is set reasonable expectations in these sort of challenges where people are like, no, this is a multi-year project. We need to have AI product managers. We need to have an ethics committee in place. We need to, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, no, for sure. The word governance is, we're going to see a lot of mistakes made over the next 6 months, a year, where people accidentally deploy an app somewhere that is doing something. That will happen. There will be some nice headlines that the media will jump all over. But it comes back to use case. It does come back to use case, and I like using it's a Gartner sort of radar of understanding the use case. Which is like a radar with east and west. Is it an internal use case and an external use case? And is it sort of internal processes, or is it game changing? So if you look internally as an organization, and you just can see that your order to cash teams are taking a week to generate an order of things, that's something that you can just spin out and have a look, build a project team on to understand, can we do something around that? That's just going to make yourself internally running a bit of your business more efficiently. But can you do the sort of the game-changing top right? Gartner likes top right things to say that it's good. Things that are changing the industry, changing your organization completely. And that's going to take a little bit longer to roll out something like that.
Give me a ballpark figure. How long is that?
That's going to take a year. It's changing the culture of an organization. Those types of projects are changing everybody in the organization to think in a different way, to use data in a different way, to drive a different experience towards an organization. Are you a Blockbusters, or are you a Netflix? Are you a Betamax, or are you a VHS? These are changing technologies.
Okay, but then
but
when
the
you have a
stuff, you can get wins. You can get the phrase quick win is never really quick, but that you can get done in a matter of months to drive change internally.
I'm going to sort of push this in one direction here, because we have a large span. We have 2 days and we have 1 year. And I feel like in 1 year, that's long enough for people to sort of forget why you even started the project to begin with.
Yeah.
I think there's a sweet spot around 3 months. I'm wondering, sort of, in your experience, are customers able... One of the things that I'm telling customers now is that you need to practice specifying your problem, the success criteria, and all that kind of stuff. And I sort of think it's different for Gen AI than it's been for previous stuff, because it can solve such diffuse and abstract problems that we're not really used to specifying those things in explicit terms. For instance, I asked teachers at school what the point of school is. And one teacher was like, it's to teach kids how to read and write and do math. And the other one's like, no, it's to prepare them for life. And the third teacher had a third answer. Of course, if you're not aligned on that kind of abstract stuff, you're not going to be able to have a product that sort of heads in the same direction. So do you find that customers are able to make these minimum products that are valuable, but that don't take a year?
Another really good, broad question here. If I look at the fields I'm working in, I think there is a general problem of there needs to be an upskilling event happening at the companies. I think there is if you go to the timeline, 3 months or 1 year, if we're bringing in an army of consultants, they do the work for you, you give them full access, they can get it done in 3 months. When they leave, you're going to take care of it. I mean, I think we oversimplify the Gen AI, going back to Microsoft saying here, it's been around for a long time, but what is maintenance? Who's going to take care of it? We don't have upskilled our staff, and we launch these projects. Once they go into production, I mean, they're not standalone. I mean, they require maintenance, they require development. I mean, there's a lot of bug fixing. And I think, with where we're going is we're trying to create this machine learning, self-healing type of networks, applications, in order to get out of the problems where we can't upskill. And that's going to take a while. But I think you start going back is setting the expectations right, realistic expectations. You upskill your staff, you accelerate that with system integrators, and you use an open source platform, success can be achieved.
This is echoing what we just spoke about a moment ago, the fact that organizations that are mature in some of the terminology and the ways of thinking, that they are more poised to take advantage of this stuff more readily. It's not clear to me necessarily that the upskilling is purely a technical thing. It could be a collaborative thing as well, sort of like the example I gave of the teachers, where being able to specify what it is that you expect and want is something that needs to be practiced. What kind of upskilling do you feel is really the one that is missing most often?
So I think in terms of this, the maturity side and the upskilling here, I think that there's actually sort of like a meta level problem of it's not just that organizations are immature, it's that sort of data science and AI is also immature, right? So if you look at sort of like what those best in class sort of processes for identifying a problem, scoping out how to solve it and implementing, like there is no agile yet for data science. There isn't, like, we're not at a place as a community where this is the standard sort of process, right? And there's ideas around it. There's things like crisp DM and other sort of ideas there. But so like that sort of leads to, I'd say, like the first gap in most organizations that from an upskilling perspective is finding those people and upskilling a core group of people in your company that can say, hey, here's our business strategy and opportunity we're trying to get, or here's our problem we're trying to solve. And I can translate a business problem into an analytics problem and identify the type of model, the type of data, the type of solution that we can actually create.
What is the name of the role that does this again? I mean,
hell if I know, right? Like, I haven't found a good name for it yet.
So
I've heard a lot of different ones. Analytics architect or data translator or whatever. I think all the names suck, unfortunately, and I don't have a better one. So like, at some point we'll get it. Maybe the closest thing that I will say is sort of like a data product manager. And I actually like the idea of thinking of it from a product manager perspective, because I think early on, most times this would be called like a project manager.
Yeah.
And then it's brought a very sort of like IT lens to that, which I don't think fits, right? Because like managing the creation of a data product is still a lot squishier than it is to sort of build like an IT project and sort of define
consultant.
I don't think the consultant one works either. So, but I think so. Data product manager is sort of maybe the closest, or maybe AI product manager if we want to be a little more specific.
But they would be a little bit different, though, right?
It is
because,
a little
the cool thing about an AI product manager, and I like that title, because there has to be a roadmap. There has to be how much are we willing to pay for these features to maintain them? When do we sunset them? How do we measure that the thing is doing what it's supposed to be doing? There's quite a lot of product-like facets.
When do you kill? And that's because, you know, and I think the challenge here that is really nuanced compared to sort of software development is that once you've trained an AI model and you deploy it, it gets worse every second that it exists, right? An AI product is a map of some sort of underlying reality, like via math and statistics, but reality changes. And so, you know, you deploy a piece of software code, and that code will work until somebody changes something else in the system and it breaks. You deploy an AI model, and it will keep working long past when it should continue to work, because like the parameters under which it was built have sort of moved on. And so we have to think about these continuously, and these are the pieces that sort of like that like framework doesn't really exist. So this to me is that like core upskilling gap, and it's not a enterprise-wide. You don't need everybody. I mean, the more people that understand this, the better. But like there is this sort of like core gap in a skill set that you've got the business folks and you've got like your sort of your data and AI folks, and the like bridge between them. As much as we've acknowledged that this is a gap for over a decade, it's still a gap, and we're still not there.
I feel like we've really touched on one half of the main issue here with regards to upskilling, which is that we need to have these roles that have these skills that you just described on the business side. On the tech side, I want to ask you, we've been hiring recently, and in my experience, entrepreneurs have been the ones that have done the best on the technical interviews, because they're forced to do everything, right? You're just a one-man army having to solve everything. And I'm very disappointed by people that have PhDs in AI that don't know how to serialize data over a network. Okay, you're going to send some binary stuff between two computers. How do you do that? Oh, I have people that do that for me. Like, I think that's why data engineer now is becoming more popular than data scientist, because the rubber's got to hit the road and you got to get work done. Yeah. In your experience now with people that are on Azure, everything's easy. But even so, what types of technical competence, not necessarily technical skills, but like, you know, it could be LLM ops and that kind of stuff. Like, what kind of competence do you feel is missing, or perhaps has been most successful in the projects that you've seen sort of go the furthest, the fastest?
Good question. Building on what some of my colleagues here said, I think there are some stuff missing, definitely. The projects that has been successful one of the key roles in such a project is definitely a data engineer. That's needed. But at the same time, when we start working with generative AI and LLMs, getting the data there is one thing, making sure they have the right data. But then, of course, you need the business side, because are we getting the answers that we want out of these application? So you need business people and doing a lot of prompting.
Yeah.
To say, okay, now it's behaving as we want it to behave.
Yeah.
And then you need to test it some more to see. So it's impossible to do a really good AI project from the IT department. I mean, you have to have the business people in there as well. So getting close to it, I would say, if you're used to working in a DevOps fashion, real DevOps team, where you do everything in the DevOps team, that's a pretty good setup for an AI project as well. But you might change a little bit in the team, but you need all those roles because, as you said, it's operations of these models, it's quality of these models, it's data in and out and business. So you need the same kind of setup with this DevOps team, but with an AI flavor, perhaps.
Right. I just, actually, this is one thing that's not easy, not even just not on Microsoft, but because the domain is difficult in general. You know, I still feel that there's technical hurdles where having somebody that is a little bit good at everything is able to manage that stuff. For instance, handling security tokens with a Microsoft authentication layer, passing them between things to make sure that row-based security is enforced. It's one thing in you guys' platforms because everything just works. You're logged in, and it all works. But as soon as you, let's say somebody wants to have like a vector database. I know you guys are having some cool vector database type stuff coming soon that's going to be built in. But let's say somebody wants an external vector database, and they want the authentication token to be passed from Databricks into that. I mean, that's not the kind of stuff that an AI PhD knows. No. That's like network level stuff. And I do think people get stuck on that kind of stuff. That's why I said that I think that the upskilling for the business side needs to happen, but there is also like an upskilling on the technical side. And you know, we used to talk about these unicorn data scientists that used to be able to do everything, and we found out that they're few and far between. And then we also realized that maybe the data engineer is more important than the analytics person in the end.
I think we're touching upon this is you know, if we take the, I'm a big fan of the sort of data as a product methodology and a sort of data mesh sitting on top of data fabric, and take away technology for a minute. You know, I'm working with Databricks, Snowflake, Google, Amazon, you know, the underlying technologies are there. But the business needs to be, you know, to take that and then build this methodology of a product. Within it has all these components, has pipelines, has quality, has assurance, has life cycle within it. Really like that it says that data isn't just, okay, here I've delivered and you walk away. You know, there has to be some ownership within that. So the idea
Are we talking about on a sort of technical ownership or business function
well, there has
ownership?
to be business, has to be line of business, has to take some ownership in others. But then the missing part that I often see is that you get really, really great successes. I mean, amazing projects and products, as it were. But they sit then again in silos. And this is the worst thing. You know, we've been talking about silos for 20 years and about those. So the next part I think that I'm enjoying and understanding further is having sort of internal KPIs, internal marketplaces where people can truly say, look at my product that I've built. And you have product owners from the risk team, from the compliance team, from the sales, from marketing, who then come on and do show and tells, come things like this. Because then everybody knows in the organization that, if you need that, you know, go and talk to John. He's got a spreadsheet, he's got an, you know, and that's the sort of the starting point of using data better.
Yeah.
Once you get that, and again, it's culture. It's not technology. We're all technology vendors here, but it's not. It's a cultural thing that you can break these silos within this to share data, to use data better, and then, you know, all of a sudden, that data product construct grows and is successful, and it's just and that goes on to that next level of. And it's the same methodology if it's a warehouse, if it's a lake house, is it Gen AI? It's just But I still think that cultural part is the part that we're still.
But this really echoes, you're talking about composability between things and sort of getting synergy effects of separate projects. That's something that we've been talking about for quite a while. Like in Databricks, the data catalog is something that just is really awesome, and not a lot of people use as much as they should because they treat sometimes Databricks like either a database, and it can do lots of other stuff than just be like a fake SQL database. But it's going to be the same thing with Gen AI, I feel. Like, imagine you have a vector database that indexes lots of stuff from around the company. So now the LLM knows things from other departments than your own and should be able to sort of synergize. But it's not evident based on history that it will break down silos. Do you think that it's going to be different this time, or do you think it's going to be the same thing?
That's a tough question. Because I want to echo a little bit what Ted was saying here, right? Or Ted, right?
Yep.
Right. I mean, we're all technologists, but I'd like to take a approach like a synergy for this. You're going to build a house, right? So what do you do when you build a house? You get yourself an architect. You need permits. You definitely need a statement of work, right? Then you got to have budget. And then when you get all those pieces together, you have some kind of a kickoff. So everybody can go out and get chop. So when you go and see your newly built house, you see the plumber on the driveway having his hands in his pockets. First thing you think is, this guy is costing me money, right? So you're going, well, so what are you doing today? Oh, there's no pipes. So, but you're still paying for my hourly wage. When we look at data and AI, it's much the same way. We have all these great ideas. We have all these, expectations, but we don't do the initial groundwork. We don't get, the teams around. What is the strategy? Who's going to be doing the tactics? We're going to go open source. We're going to go Databricks. We're going to have a layer from Dataiku on top. We're going to run it on Azure, and we're going to have some really good Power BI stuff, on dashboards. But I think what happens is that there is a miscommunication from the boardroom to the data engineer. The layers in between there, they don't talk to each other because they're in silos and they don't have this, go-to-market plan. And that's where I think we as vendors need to help them upskill and get that into production.
Right.
Can I have a short comment?
Go ahead.
On it? You specifically talked about now this vector database and getting all the data in there to break down silos. I think what I've seen so far, at least, is that in particular with Gen AI and LLMs, it doesn't really work. Because if you train on a specific scenario, so you use the vector database to get less tokens into your model, basically, to make it cheaper and faster and so on. So if you have your specific scenario, let's say you have 200 documents that you want to search from, and you do your prompting and everything works really good, so you're really happy with the result. And then you take the next department and you start adding their data into the vector and their prompts. All of a sudden, the first department doesn't get the same results. So, no, I don't think this will break down silos. This will create new silos because everyone needs their own solution in some cases. And the more you put in there, the crappier results everyone gets. So a lot of these AI implementations will be very specific for a specific task.
But I think we're fine now that the cloud, you're only paying for compute anyway. So it doesn't matter that you have you have one RAG application for marketing and one RAG application for chatbot and one RAG application for risk and compliance, because the underlying, the LLM itself has been trained on your corporate data, but you just bring, let's say, a flavor of RAG for each of the use cases.
Yeah.
It doesn't cost the business anymore.
We're getting lots of technical advice here, which I think is really great. If you think it's expensive to hire a pro, wait till you hire a bunch of amateurs, right? We're all building the ship while we're sailing it here, and everybody has an opinion on RAG and how it should be done. I think one piece of advice, I would like to have everybody's sort of last word on how to pass the great challenges facing us in Gen AI. I'll start. My piece of advice is if you want something done successfully, the best predictor of future success is past success. So don't pick somebody that talks a lot about AI. Pick somebody that has like a long track record of multiple sort of easily expressible projects behind them. And that's a good predictor of whether they're going to be able to do future projects of that type. what do you have as advice for people that want to get started on this weird Gen AI journey and see only obstacles in front of them?
Honestly, it is trust your teams in order to, we love hackathons or process or have innovation and trust your employees in order to get started. Then take it away and pull those out and build the projects that are going to be, going to take a different sort of revenue-wise. But the biggest thing we see is that organizations often are stuck in the way in which they're working and just doing the same things. Actually, if you ask your employees what you're doing and how, everybody probably has an idea of what they can do. Doesn't matter that they're a lowly person or high, doesn't have to be top down or bottom, but just go out and explore your employees first and ask their opinion of what they can do, because everybody is a data professional now. They may not have that title, and then take it on and build those projects that make a difference.
All right, what do you say?
I think you said it. Get people that have past experience on success, and I think that's it. I sold and implemented 35 help desk systems in the Nordics. I failed miserably. Why? Because it wasn't a technical issue, it was an organizational problem.
Well, just to give you kudos, this is one thing people underestimate. Failures are a very strong predictor. Hopefully that you've learned, failures are a really good thing.
And one thing I always heard, it was a lot better before.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
To echo that last point around sort of like the failure points, right, is, we started off this saying like, what are the challenges that we've seen and like, how do we solve them? And I don't think we know, right? I don't think that the path forward is entirely clear. I think one, the space is immature, and two, the technology is changing faster than any other sort of technological space that we've ever tried to adapt to, right? And so I do think that it is identifying how do you quickly adapt. And this is hard for corporations, right? Especially IT departments aren't used to this sort of like the fail fest mentality, right? And I think that like you can go too far in that direction, but sort of trying to find a healthy balance there. And so I do think that sort of like having that culture that allows you to say, hey, this is working or this isn't working, and we're going to ditch it and we're going to move on, where corporations have a hard time sort of saying, okay, sunk costs, we're done, drop it and let's move on. I think that can be a huge impactor on your ability, because you're not going to find success on the first project, or maybe the second project, or maybe the third project. But like the faster you can cycle through those, the more like you are to find those big successful approaches, those big projects, and that.
I wholly agree. What do you say?
At this Data Innovation Summit, I love it because every year there's a new page, I don't remember who gives it out, showing all the vendors within the data AI space, and it's just growing every year. I don't know how many pages you're going to need this year to show it even. So my best suggestion is choose an ecosystem. I mean, if a couple of years ago everyone talked about Hadoop, that was the cool thing, that was AI then. And in the end, people were spending more time configuring and maintaining their Hadoop clusters than building ML models. And I think that's the scary part now. You got thousands to choose from. So if you do your old cherry-picking style, you're going to be in data integration projects instead of AI projects. So just pick an ecosystem. Of course, it's easy for me to say which one, but there are at least 3 big ecosystems, like Google, Amazon, and Microsoft. Stay within that ecosystem. Use the PaaS services, the SaaS services, because your AI project is not technology, it's processes, it's business value. So stick with your ecosystem. The best PaaS service today for AI is going to be shit in 6 months. So don't invest millions of hours in becoming good at learning a little component, because tomorrow it's trash. So keep it easy.
I think this was really good closing words, where generative AI is not a technology, it's a process.
I like that.
We're learning while we're building. And I think one thing that even though you might invest a lot of money and fail on projects, if your organization is set up to learn things from that failure, it might not be an entire failure.
Yeah.
I guess you just don't want to build yourself into a corner too deeply.
Yeah,
so,
and you want to spend your hours on the actual AI, the process that you're solving, not the technology behind it, because that's going to change anyway.
Yeah. Guys, this has been a great panel.
Likewise.
Our time is up.
Thank you, Robert.
I think we got
Thanks,
some
gentlemen.
really wise insights. I hope the audience enjoyed it. We'll be back in just a moment with another exciting session. See you around.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. We are having an exciting product review together with Snowflake. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Robert. So, welcome everyone. My name is Mats Delvall. I work for Snowflake. I work as what we call the Field CTO office, which is a customer advisory organization. And my focus is AI and ML. And today I'm going to talk a little bit about how Snowflake can help you in making the most of your AI and ML investment without having to make it too complex. So I'm going to talk about some of the features we have.
All right.
And then showing a couple of demonstrations of how these features can be done.
We love demos.
We love demos.
Let's see
demos
it.
is great. So let's talk a little bit around what is the mission and what is Snowflake aiming at. So we've been around for a while now, and we are used to build a better data platform. So we talk about eliminating silos and deliver a single data platform. And we do believe that for AI and ML, this is very fundamental. Without data, you cannot do that much. Okay. So, and how do we see this? So one thing we talk about is there's no AI strategy without a data strategy. And what is that about? It's about simplifying your data foundation, making sure you have everything at hand, accelerate AI, so how can we deliver things faster? And then, of course, how can we use applications around this to make it available for others? Today, I'm going to focus a little bit around how we can use AI functions in a much simpler way. So just to give you a brief intro of the Snowflake Data Cloud. So as I said, our focus is to manage all types of data, no matter if it's structured, semi-structured, unstructured, in one governance place, to allow you to work with different types of workloads. So everything from building your applications, using AI, ML, and of course the traditional BI and analytical use cases that we have. And at the same time, having access to a marketplace where we can get more external data or other types of applications we can use. So let's dig in a little bit how we see generative AI or LLMs, because it's a big thing. It's the talk of everyone, and of course we have a view on this. One part of this is, of course, how can we keep data secured and governed, and also your models and the intellectual capital that you're building with this to make sure it's available in one single place and that you have control over it. The other part is, how can we make this available for different types of usage? So everything from being able to build something in seconds without being the expert in how to use an LLM or how to train a forecast model. The other part is, how can we start building applications rather quickly? And the third part is, of course, how can I bring my own? So if I train my own models, or if I want to bring my own LLM and use it with the data in Snowflake. And we see that to be able to do that in one single environment for you. And of course, by that, then we can cover different types of users. So if we look at it from the Snowflake perspective, what we have. So we have a number of different types of functionality around this. Of course, we have in the bottom of everything, we work with the Snowflake data, but then you have something like the Snowpark container services that allows you to run, well, containers in Snowflake, meaning you can bring your own LLMs, you can fine-tune them, and so on and so forth. However, we also have, and this is where I'm going to focus today on, is what we call Snowflake Cortex. So Snowflake Cortex gives you serverless AI and ML functionality that you can use in various ways.
When did Snowflake's Cortex come out?
So we launched this publicly just a couple of months ago.
Okay, so it's nice and fresh.
It's nice and fresh, and basically, to be honest, the Cortex umbrella covers both ML-driven functionality, so forecasting, classification,
right. Okay.
anomaly detection, and LLM-based functionality.
So it's like a suite.
It's like a suite of functionality, and we like to give things a name. So you might heard, the previous year we talked a lot about Snowpark. Still, it's functionality in the product, so it's not like you install something separate.
But Snowpark then is like a subset.
Snowpark is like a subset. Snowpark is the way to use multiple languages like Python, Java, and Scala with Snowflake.
Okay, cool.
And then with Cortex, we have the AI and ML-driven functionality. And on top of that, we have a number of functionality we have built in. So we have something called Document AI, which gives you the possibility to extract information from unstructured data by using natural language. So if you have contracts, so who is the signing party, when did we sign, and so on and so forth. So you can build data extraction pipelines much easier, and you can have the business driving those. Of course, we have a new search engine, which is more giving you the possibilities to find the data you have in Snowflake in a simpler way, but also figuring out if there's data in the Snowflake marketplace that can suit your questions.
I think the ability to extract structured data from unstructured data is an underappreciated feature of generative AI in general.
It is.
You know, you have just text with random crap on it, and you can get a table out from that text in a fairly robust way. I think people sometimes don't even think that that's possible.
Yeah, and also I think one of the promises when we started with Hadoop and the data lake was, well, now we're going to use the unstructured data. However, it was very hard.
Yeah.
It was easy to collect it and put it somewhere, but extracting information from it is not that easy. So this is a very big part for us in that sense. And then, of course, we have the Copilot, which is going to give you a chat interface to Snowflake, so you can ask questions, it generates the SQL, you can execute it, which is more, well, around the productivity on all things. We also, of course, we support the usage of external APIs, so integration with Azure OpenAI or Amazon Bedrock to use it in combination. So we also see there's a need for an openness in everything, right? So we provide functionality, but as a customer, you might have other preferences. But we want to make it as seamless as easy to use it with the data you have in Snowflake. So let's dive into the part of the Cortex. So the Cortex functionality consists of two types of functions when it comes to LLM. We have what we call the specialized LLM functions. So purpose-trained models for specific functionality. So we have translate, summarize, sentiment detect. Very easy to use. You don't need to do any prompting. It covers everything for you. And I'm going to show you in a bit how that works.
And is this something that you consume query-wise, or do you sort of manage an instance of something, or how does that work?
You serve it query-wise, and in 2 minutes, I will show you exactly how you can use it. So bear with me, and you will see it. And the other part of this is be able to use foundational models. So we call it the complete function, but it gives you access to a number of models that we host and run for you.
Right.
So a number of Mistral models. We have Llama 2. We are adding models from Rika currently, and so on.
Oh, wow. Mistral Large.
Yes. So giving you the possibility to start building your ML-driven applications, but without the need of hosting this yourself, putting it up the infrastructure.
Is this hosted in Snowflake?
Yes. So do
you have some kind of partnership with
We have partnership with Mistral. So
that's awesome.
So let me get to the other part of this. So let me get into Snowflake and let us show how we can use this. So one way to use this is through SQL. So you have, like, if I want to do translate, I have the Snowflake translate function. I put in my text. I say, what is the input language? What is the output language? And I can start using this. Of course, me entering the text might not be the best usage of this, but a lot of customers, get data in different format or in different languages that they want to translate to one language to use further down the road. So the benefit of this is, of course, we can run this as a pipeline where I apply these functions on top of the data I have in a table and then produce a result that I can then further down use down the road.
Nice.
So I don't need to do my prompting. I don't need to say, well, translate this to this. And we can actually have it to identify the language that is coming in that sense. And the same thing with the sentiment analysis. So maybe I translate my text into English, and then I want to look what is the sentiment, overall sentiment of these texts. I can do that rather easily and quickly. Of course, the summarize functions give me the possibility to summarize my text without having to instruct it. So I can do all these type of things, and it gives me the possibility to build this as an easy pipeline if I want to productionize this and use that as a part of my data ingestion. But of course, then we have the complete function, and the complete function gives me access to the models, and I can then actually start prompting things. So in this case, maybe I don't want to use the summarize functions because I also want the output at a JSON format. So the way to do that then is, of course, to create a simple prompt to say, well, summarize this transcript, put the product name, defect, and summary in the JSON format, and then I can run that on top of my data, and I can then choose which foundation model I want to use for this. And of course, as we said, we have a number of others I can use for this. But it makes it very easy for me to build pipelines using this functionality, and of course to build functionality applications on top of that.
Let's dig into the weeds for some of the tech-savvy people in the audience. I know you all are super sharp, and you're thinking about the things I'm thinking about here. Did you have to instantiate? Because this is a pretty big model.
Yes.
And you don't have to. Okay. And do you have some kind of sort of rate guarantees? You know, where if I want to hit it this many times per second, I can.
Currently, we have some boundaries on the rate, so the number of calls you can do per second and the number of rows you can throw at it.
Right.
This is something we are working on expanding, and it's all about accessibility and the infrastructure behind.
Right.
But the nice thing is it's available for you in your Snowflake account. You don't need to initiate anything.
Yeah.
It is there. We are managing it. We're running it for you.
Okay.
So this is the basis. So let me just get back to my presentation. And
would you say that this is something that could, you start a project, you have 5 people testing your little LLM app, and then all of a sudden the whole company says, we want to use it. It's 500 people.
Yeah.
Is that something that will
handle
sort of scale to that? Don't
Absolutely.
have to do anything extra?
Absolutely. So this is making it simple for people to use, simple to get started. And a lot of customers sees this as, we just want to test and see if there's anything value behind this. Can we actually use this model for something valuable? And instead of setting up yourself or getting an agreement, you can just get started.
Right.
But of course, what I showed you was the very simple things. And I mean, a big thing when we talk about LLM is the whole RAG part.
Right.
So how can we also infuse this with additional data to use as context? So we are also adding functionality around this. So how can we build RAG applications with Snowflake built-in functionality without having to go out to that? So Snowflake has some vector functions. We are adding an embedding text function that allows you to create your embeddings. We are adding distance functions, so cosin distance, vector L2 distance functions, so we can start building simple RAG applications. And that gives us the possibility to do more. So let me jump again and show you another part of this. So Snowflake has something called Streamlit, and Streamlit is, as many might know, if you do Python, it's an open source framework for building applications very easily. So we host Streamlit within Snowflake, gives you the possibility to build Streamlit-based applications very easily, distributed to your users, and use it. So I can then start combining all this functionality that I have with the foundation models, the vector data type, the embedding functionality, and having my distance functions that gives me the possibility to very quickly build chat assistants. So in this case, what I have done behind the scenes is I've inserted a number of documents. We have extracted the text from it. We have chunked it. We have used the functions to create embeddings. And based on that, I'm using the Streamlit built-in functionality for building a chatbot. So we have components to that, so I can start asking questions about my documents. And of course, this is very simple thing. So what is the name of the ski boots? So, but I don't need to do a lot of things in order to do this. I don't need to run a big project. I don't need to set a lot of components. I can just write very easily the code. So I think this is a really nice thing that gives the customers of Snowflake an easy way to start trying to innovate a little bit, trying to figure out how this works without having to be investing in a lot of technology, trying to figure out what type of infrastructure we're going to have, where are we going to run this, and so on and so forth. So,
being able to run Streamlit apps straight in Snowflake is pretty cool, I think.
I think it's a really nice feature we added to this, and of course, Streamlit is also a part of how we can package this as an application and also distribute that through Snowflake, what we call the marketplace, that gives us the possibilities to, well, monetize on it if we want to. And the nice thing with this is, if I look at it, what I have to do behind the scenes is, well, now there's a lot of code, but it's not that much code, to be honest. It has some steps where I need to keep track of things, but in the end, what I'm doing is I'm just calling these SQL functions that we have and provide them with information. So it makes it very quick for me to build something that I can start using.
Yep.
So what we have on top of this is I'm starting to wrap up what we're doing. So this is what we have now. So what do we have on the roadmap? What are we trying to do more? So as we have the collaboration with Rika.
Let's see if I can get
that. Gives us the possibility to also use multimodal models. So that is one thing we are adding to this. We also see the need for, even if the distance functions is pretty nice, they are suitable for doing more smaller scale type of RAG application. So if you have millions of documents you want to search, vector search is a more optimized way of doing that. So what we're adding now is what we call the Cortex Search API. It's a REST API where we can basically create vector indexes on your data and search for it.
Data Cloud Summit 24.
24, which is in June.
All this stuff is coming in.
All this stuff is coming. And also, of course, the next step is, okay, we provide you with foundation models, but what if I want to fine-tune them with my own data? So that is the next thing we are adding now to this. And then I didn't speak so much about the Copilot, but the Copilot, we're also adding an API to say, well, I don't want to use your graphical interface. I want to build my own application, but I want to ask questions about my data in Snowflake. So we're adding an API for that. So
this seems quite promising.
It is. I think it's a year of a lot. We call it the year of GA, so we will see. So general availability is the theme of our year today.
Yeah.
And of course, so if I'm going to summarize what I'm talking on is, of course, is that we give you the possibility to build these type of applications very quickly. You can start with simple things using the serverless functions that is purpose-trained for summarizing, translating. We can move further down and say, well, let's use the whole foundation model because we want to customize it. And of course, what I didn't go to that much is we can also utilize the Snowflake marketplace and the Snowpark container services to run our own containers. So one thing that is going to happen is, once we get there, is that vendors of LLMs will be able to offer them through our marketplace. So you as a customer can go and request access to those models.
Is that similar to the Mistral?
Yeah, similar to the Mistral. But having the possibility for yourself to add whatever you want. So,
right.
So in that sense. And of course, if I want to do some commercial, and as I said, yes, the Data Cloud Summit in 2024 in San Francisco, there's going to be a lot of this for you to see and so on. So
awesome. All right.
Yeah.
Super thanks for this demo. I learned a lot. I hope the audience learned a lot as well. And thanks for being with us.
It's always a pleasure. And you can find us in the booth next to here if you want to talk more.
Perfect. See you guys around.
Thank you.
Button it or what? All right, cool. Hi, and welcome back to another product review. This time with us, we have Simon Lidberg, who is Director of Advanced Analytics at Microsoft. Simon, welcome.
Thank you very much.
So happy to have you here.
Yeah, happy to be here. So really excited to be here and talk about Microsoft Fabric, which is the next generation of our analytical platform from Microsoft.
Yes.
So I've spent 24 years at Microsoft working on analytical solutions. And I mean, it has been very hard to put stuff together. I mean, we earlier today saw the entire analytical landscape where, I mean, you have thousands of components to select from. And I have worked as a practitioner. I've worked as a chief architect for our consulting organizations, and I've put together a lot of these complex solutions. Now, it takes time and a lot of effort.
Right.
So that is what we are trying to address now with our next generation of analytical solution called Microsoft Fabric.
Yes.
What we want to do is move away from like where you have to select each of the components and do a lot of integrations between the components yourself.
Right.
So this is a new platform that we presented that covers essentially the end-to-end scenario around data and analytics. So that is ingesting information, so connecting to different data sources. It's doing all of the data engineering. So the platform contains a powerful Spark platform. It's doing all of the data science. So having that platform where you can do your experiments, where you can govern them using MLflow and other components. But I mean, also the data warehousing solution.
Right.
Data warehousing is still going to be here. It's something that was introduced in the 60s.
Right.
I don't believe that it will go away, and we don't either.
Yes. Yes.
But what we're seeing as well is also the emphasis on doing stuff more real time. I mean, that's certainly something that I get from customers that I talk to. All the companies in like industrial companies wanting to connect their manufacturing solutions, they want real-time data. All of the retail companies, they want real-time data. So that is becoming a very big component as well. But I think that the foundation that this platform came from was the visualization components. Because, I mean, in the end of the day, you have the need to really, really visualize your information in a good way. So Power BI has been our visualization engine for years.
Yes, very popular as well.
Yeah,
right?
so what we wanted to do was we wanted to build on top of that, making sure that we can actually get end users the access to the data in the end.
Right.
And another component that we also have integrated into the platform is making real-time alerts. I mean, I don't know if you work with data in this way. You typically don't want to go in and look at the dashboard every day or run a query.
Yes.
What if you could get the results of it sent to you directly when something changes? So getting notified when something has happened.
Yeah.
So that is one of the components that we're actually adding to the platform. It's a component called the Data Activator. And you have the ability to set up an alert and then also decide on how you want to react to that alert.
Right.
Do you want to call an API? Do you want to get like a Teams message in Microsoft Teams? Do you want to get an email? Do you want to page somebody on a pager? I mean, all of that can be configured in Data Activator. But it also comes down to how we store information. I mean, I personally come from the background of relational databases. I worked with that technology for almost 30 years now. And it's a great technology, but it is not the main technology when we're talking about today's need for storing information.
Right.
So what we're trying to move away from is the proprietary storage methods that we have had in the platform over to an open format.
Right.
And we call that OneLake.
Yes.
So that is one of the components that we want to move over to. Data governance is also a really, really important scenario. I mean, it's like if you have data, but you can't govern it, could you do? I mean, that's tremendous risk for you and for your organization if you don't know where data is.
Yes, and it's becoming even more and more crucial now when we are moving into applied and generative AI.
Absolutely. Right? I mean, it's like, if you don't know where your knowledge is coming from, I mean, like, who knows?
Yes.
And I mean, if we're looking at the LLMs, you build LLMs, you use Copilot on your own data, but you don't have the governance that says that you are allowed to see what the LLM is seeing.
Yes.
I mean,
and knowing where
you will get data leakage.
Yes, exactly.
So integration with our data governance solution called Purview is of an essence.
Right.
So this is a platform that we have been working on for quite a long time. And when we started working on it, we said, okay, we're going to have 4 pillars that we're going to use for our development. The first one is that everything should be a complete platform. So that is one of the things that we have done. So what we have as the platform is the possibility to essentially do everything from data ingestion all the way to visualization. And what we have done is we have ensured that you have the possibility, depending on who you are, to switch between different personas. So if I am a report developer, I mean, I can go in here and I can work as that using Power BI.
Right.
If I want to do data integration, I do have that capability through the Data Factory solution. If I want to do data engineering, that's where I can access my Spark environment and work with that. And if I have the data warehouse where I need to have a fully transactional T-SQL compatible data warehouse, then I do have that. So depending on who you are, this platform really becomes the platform for you. So let's say that I'm a data engineer. I can switch over to that experience, and then I can work with my lakehouses, ingesting all the information into an open format. Can work with my notebooks, my Spark jobs, define my Spark environments, and so on, and really, really do massive data processing. But at the same time, I mean, if I'm a data visualizing person that visualizes data, I can move over to my Power BI environment, and I can work with that. So that is one of the key capabilities that we did work on. The second pillar that we did work on was what I said around making sure that the platform is open and focused on an open format.
Right, that was one of my questions.
Yeah.
Because it's very important.
Yeah, because I mean, it's in the end of the day, even though that we think that this is a platform that really covers the end-to-end scenario, we do understand that we will not be the only platform in a company.
Right.
So one of the key things that we wanted to focus on was making sure that we have an open data lake delivered as part of this. And it should be open at every layer. So what we have done is we have made sure that it actually uses the same APIs that we have been using in the past for our Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2.
Yes.
We have made sure that what we move away from is the complexity that you have had to maintain when you have built your own data lake. The other thing that we wanted to make sure was we wanted to make sure that we also used an open format for storing data. So I mean,
what does it mean?
So what it means is that we have actually adopted Delta Parquet as a core foundational format for every single engine within Fabric. So let's say that I'm going to stand up a lakehouse. So if I go into my environment here and I provision a new lakehouse, I have the capability of storing information in different formats.
Right.
So obviously I can work with anything that I have here in my files format or file section of the data lake. So XML files, or I could work with CSV files or Delta files or anything that I can work with this. But in the structured section of my data lake, that's where I work with Delta as my primary format. So if I look at this table and I look at the view the files, you can see that there is no proprietary storage format. Everything is stored as Delta Parquet.
Right.
So that means that we have an open format.
Right.
So if you are storing your information in OneLake, I mean, you can access the information from any type of tool that can connect to Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2, which every tool on the market can do.
Yeah.
And you can consume the data from any tool that understands Delta per K, which essentially every tool on the market does. Now, as I said, one of the things that we have done is we have made sure that you can actually also access the information using the different engines. So we're using the same storage for all of the engines. So if I'm a developer that wants to use a Spark notebook, what I can do is I can go ahead and create a notebook. And I can run my notebook. If I press run here, and I hope that everything will work, the demo gods are with us. I mean, within just a number of seconds, I will get the Spark session allocated for me. I will run the code, and then, so the session started here in 10 seconds. There is no infrastructure for me to provision. I can just run it, and I can get the result back.
Right.
Now, we do understand that not everybody is a Spark developer.
Right. And that is very important because as we are moving now the intelligence more towards the edges, we have more business domain users starting using data analytics. And,
Now, what most of the business users know how to use is SQL.
Yes.
I mean, everybody knows SQL.
Yes. Yeah.
Everybody has run a SQL code. So what we can do is we can actually go ahead and from my lakehouse, switch over to a SQL analytics endpoint.
Right.
So the SQL analytics endpoint essentially is there. And I can run SQL queries directly against my data that I have in my lake.
Right.
So I don't need to do any imports, anything. I just can press run. Same thing here. There is no infrastructure for me to provision, nothing for me to do. I can just press run, and immediately will start running the query and send the results back to you as a user. So in this case, this query, we're actually reading 50 gigabytes of data to run this query. And you can see that we did get results back in 11 seconds. And the reason why it took 11 seconds is because I run it off my mobile phone, so that's why.
All right, cool.
So usually it's like a couple of seconds that we get the results back.
Right.
So what we wanted to do was to ensure that every single engine is essentially running the information.
Right.
Now, people may ask then, okay, that sounds all great, but what do I need to move all my data into this OneLake thing to really get it to work? And the answer to that is actually no. What we have done within OneLake is we have done created the possibility for you to bring in your data virtually without creating a copy of the information.
Right.
So let's say that you have information in Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2. You have already created your data lake there. So what we have the possibility to do is do something which is called create a shortcut. So that is essentially just a virtual view into the data where it's stored. Now the cool thing about this is that we're not like putting boundaries on us with just Azure. We're actually enabling Fabric on top of every single cloud platform that is on the market.
Yes.
So I have the possibility of creating a shortcut to my data that is in Amazon AWS or in Google Cloud Platform. And I can actually use Fabric as a way of doing my analysis without moving the data at all.
Right.
So, which is a great feature.
Great feature, indeed.
And we are building up that capability to actually include it into more platforms. But as you can see, most of the platforms here are actually file stores. What about data that we have in our databases?
Right.
So one of the things that we're trying to do is also make sure that we remove the need for doing ETL. So I have the possibility of actually connecting to these databases and create a read replica without creating ETL on the Fabric side.
Right.
So that will actually bring in data from every single database that is on the market. That is our plan. and create a consumption replica over in Fabric without the complex task of doing ETL.
Right.
So that is one of the key capabilities that we're adding over time to this platform as well.
Super great.
Now, what about AI? What about Copilot?
Well, this was one of the most desirable topics today, right?
Yeah.
And at the conference. And what you're going to be demonstrating right now has been one of the highlights. So
yeah,
that is true.
So one of the things that we wanted to do was make sure that we actually add the power of generative AI to every single experience within Microsoft Fabric.
Right.
So that is the experience for the developers. That is also the experience for the end users.
Yes.
So I just wanted to show you really, really quickly
Exciting.
one of the co-pilots that we have added to. So it's Power BI.
Right.
So I mean, if I'm going to build the Power BI report, the way that I would do is I would connect to a semantic model that I have. So here you can see I have my semantic model here.
Right.
And the next thing that I would need to do is I would need to drag and drop my different visualizations that I want to have.
Depending on how you want the report to look like, right?
With Copilots, what I can do is I can instead work with prompts. So here I say I've written a prompt here that says create a report that shows channel sales by channel and call it channel sales.
Right.
And now when I send this, we're sending the prompt over to Azure OpenAI together with also the data that I have in my semantic model, where it actually analyzes this prompt and says, okay, I can identify and infer that channel, that's probably the channel dimension that I want to look at. Sales, that is probably the fact table that I have in my sales data. And what it will do now in a couple of seconds is that it will create a report for me. And it's a real Power BI report that I can use then for continuing my development.
Right.
So what it means is that, now we actually got it created. What it means is that I will actually have the starting point for this. So let me...
Exactly, and it is a starting point. This is very important, right?
I mean, it's not the replacement for a good report developer.
But it shortens the time and it gives you ideas, maybe even of things that you haven't thought through, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Now, what I can do is I can also start to actually use Copilot to give me some more information. So let's say that I want to remove this visualization.
Right.
And instead, so I remove these two. And what I can do is I can actually add a new visualization called a smart narrative. So what the smart narrative does is actually using large language models to analyze my information.
Right.
So I can create a narrative here and say, give me an executive summary. And I can say, I want to now create this. And what this will do is it will actually analyze the information that I had in my report, and it will then look at that and say, okay, these are the summarization of the data that I have in my report. So if I close this now, you can see that, I got the description of everything that was visible here in the report with links, with highlights. And this is the power of really adding generative AI to this platform.
So I have been using this for some time, and I think that it's really, really something that is exciting because it shortens a lot of time, but it's almost like having a co-pilot that you can actually bounce idea with and improve it all the time. So it's also like a coach and a learner and a teacher in some way. So I think it's really, really interesting where we are at this point of time.
And for me as a developer, I mean, I can save so much time on stuff that I've been had to do manually before. So I just wanted to end with this slide, which is like showing you the entire end-to-end platform of Microsoft Fabric and what we're trying to do with this. Simplify it, make sure that its data is ingested in a good way and up to date. So without the burden of actually handling all the infrastructure.
Right. And when it comes to usability, will we see features which are basically already ready on the shelf so people can actually simplify it from the beginning?
Absolutely. So what we are adding as well is industry templates for you. So if you're a retail company, we will actually give you an analytics solution for a retail company. If you're working in healthcare, we have that. So that is one of the things that we're building as well.
Super exciting, and I believe that that is actually where we are going with the future as well. I think the power needs to lie in the business domain users and those that are a little bit less technical, let's call it like that, and their usability and innovation needs to depend on something that they can depend on as well. So thank you very much for this. This was fantastic to see, and I'm very happy to see it here.
Thank you
so much
for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Goran is the producer, and the co-hosts are me, Henrik Göthberg, and Anders Arpteg, who couldn't make it on stage today. So we thought we're going to do a podcast here on stage. So it's going to be part of the AI After Work podcast as a collaboration. And we have a fantastic guest that I want to welcome up on stage. I can't say it right. Kozyrkov.
It's so great to be here.
Yeah, and welcome back. You
Thank
were
you
here
for having me. Yes,
keynoting. You were the number one keynote.
Me here, yeah.
And the picture is from here. Yeah, so here,
exactly right.
Now, we're going to do something very interesting. The AI After Work podcast is a long format style where you can really go down rabbit holes and you can spread out. Now we're going to try to do that in 20 minutes. Let's see how that goes.
Let's see how it goes.
Like so, please.
We're spreading out down here. Very good.
And launching straight into it, I mean, like, I'm a big fan, and you would have been one of the top guests that we could dream of on the AI After Work podcast, so now we made it happen. And, I mean, like, you have the whole background in Google with decision science, and now you're launching out into something new and stealthy that we're soon going to know more about. But I thought we're going to have a chat. And the core topic is very simple. What do we think about generative AI, and how is that different, or how does this change these things? So what is your take on that?
Okay, so last year I talked about how the whole generative AI thing isn't an AI revolution, it's a UX revolution. And not to repeat that, I guess you could watch the recording. I also have a blog post on that. I have another little piece to add to that. I see a lot of people trying to interpret generative AI from this perspective of Gen AI or the other one. And it's very funny to me when they don't know what it's called. They're like, they're traditional, classical, discriminative, or predictive is its name. That is not the way to look at this stuff. The way to look at it is who ultimately takes responsibility for the output. So you've got two choices here. You have the individual, that's your human in the loop thing, and that's your most wonderful cop-out for if a board or a senior leadership team says, go do generative AI, do the human in the loop version. That's just your standard productivity revolution. It's like, give everyone a laptop, make them responsible for what they do with the laptop. So it's either that, or it's enterprise scale AI, where the rules haven't really changed. It's kind of the same thing it always has been, except it's harder now.
Now it's harder.
It's harder.
But let's launch into that a little bit. But let's start with that topic from the core topic of value. So how do we find value in AI? And how maybe is this 2.0, or how we should think about these topics, or the different types of Gen AI's use cases?
Right, so you always have to split it down that personal productivity versus enterprise scale path. And of course, it's very easy with personal productivity. Don't worry about it, not your problem. It's your employees' problem. So, you know, if they use it to make themselves better, great. Otherwise, sucks to be them. I say this warm-heartedly, but you know, this is kind of how it shakes out. When we look at enterprise scale automation, this is suddenly such a nightmare for the leader because they have to say what it means for it to work properly, what's acceptable, what's not. And if you compare it with what you were dealing with 5 years ago, 10 years ago, usually the set of possibilities for your output was just so much smaller. And if it's smaller, it's so much easier for you to say, well, OK, let's say we are doing cancer prediction. What have I got? I've got 2 potential things that my classifier could say, cancer, not cancer, and it could be right or wrong. So there I have my 2x2 table. And yes, it's actually pretty hard for a leader to say, well, this mistake is how many times worse than that mistake. But you know, there's only 2 of them that you're valuing against one another. Now, all the possible ways that a chatbot could be wrong, how do you even begin to imagine and make statements about what's more palatable than what else? How do you score it? How do you think about performance?
Yeah, and let's dig into this topic now, right here, because it actually relates. We're going to talk about, on the opening keynote, I'm going to talk about a way to start thinking about this, have you even thought about human agency? You know, how do we understand autonomy of our teams? So I think if you are very, you know, as a junior, you can do one task, right? I can put an agent now to do that same task. If I go to a more senior person, and they are supposed to do a task, but we know by reality, actually, you are part of a process. You need to go and talk to that person. You're part of that person. So autonomy is not anarchy. Autonomy is not that you're alone. So now these questions become super important. Where do you draw the boundaries around the AI? So all these questions becomes like what's going to hit you in the face. Are we talking about the same thing, you think?
Absolutely, but this isn't a new thing with generative AI.
No.
I mean, we've had this problem when we thought about how to do the ethics of self-driving cars.
Yes.
So you might build a system that, at system scale, is much, much safer than the system scale solution of letting a bunch of humans pilot these very dangerous torpedoes around at crazy speeds. I mean, if you think about what driving is. But when something goes wrong, you have an individual human that you can blame. Whereas when you build a system at scale, it now becomes very few humans' responsibility for the whole system. And so having actual human minds at every layer in the traditional way of doing things, that is, human labor, human structures, human organizations, does allow you, even if you're a leader at the top, to pull out a human scapegoat. When you lose that, you have structures that we are just not used to as a society for dealing with responsibility.
Yeah. So the core topic here becomes somewhere we are starting to talk about a personal assistant. Okay, I get that. And maybe as long as I'm the human in the loop and I can use AI techniques here, that's that part. Enterprise scale, we start adding words like autonomy, right? And now what we're talking
I don't
about,
want to add those words.
No,
just for the
I
record.
do that now.
No
I
word.
do that now.
Yeah, I don't believe in that word.
Yeah, but what we are really talking about here, and I used the word before when we chatted, is the whole safety net. It's about what is the organizational contract, what is the guardrails, and I'm not talking about fluffy stuff now. I'm talking about hardcore in the workflow. How should it work? It's just a small part here that I get that is the technical challenge. Then we need to figure out how will this fit. Is that kind of on the path?
Yeah, and I would say that I have this statement that maybe I've been using a little to annoy people, slightly spicy. I'm not sure that I believe it 100% of the way, but it's kind of fun.
Yeah.
So yeah, feel free to misquote me on Twitter or whatever. But here we go. The safety net is actually more important than than the AI system itself.
Yes.
Like when you think about the performance of the system, that's less important than the performance of the safety net. If you built a really strong safety net, you could have the shoddiest system, you would be okay. If you're trying to get an AI system that is really performant, but you're forgetting the safety nets, you hit something that I call the AI reliability paradox. I've blogged about this, where you just expect, because you've never seen a failure, that system to do really well. You haven't built any safety nets because you've never seen the failure, and then the failure gets you really painfully.
Can we exemplify what constitutes this safety net? What are we thinking about when we're saying that it's not only the system itself, but it's all the stuff around it and the safety net? Can we sort of unpack that 1 or 2 sentences?
Sure. So it's all the control logic that's usually not AI-based. Sometimes it is AI-based, but I tell leaders, I mean, I'm sure a lot of you who are engineers, you get this, but leaders don't. I tell them, when you think about AI, think about a brick wall, and there's one brick in that wall that is the actual AI piece, right? That is the patterns from data piece. The rest of the wall is what gets this to work in production. And this is also why you have systems that are foundationally similar, behaving really differently. It's all that other stuff that you don't see, the control logic, the consensus workflows, the policy layers, and so on.
Yeah, so this is massive. And you can go all the way back to the Google paper, the technical depth of machine learning, or we can go into Ali Godsi at Databricks, they co-wrote with Berkeley AI Research Bear on compound AI systems. And here we are talking about now a socio-technical system. We are talking about stuff, all the stuff that makes this go from a model to actually a product or a compound system is all these different things. So there's going to be a lot of software engineering. There's going to be a lot of other things in order for this to work properly. I totally agree on this. So I want to move on from that, and I want to start moving a little bit like, there's a big topic here, AI's impact on the job market or something like that. But I want to start on a more concrete scale. You know, what competences and skills do we need? You had some great examples and fun anecdotes thinking about that. You know, what becomes important now?
Yeah, so first, it's never been jobs, right? Never. In human history, if you think about any job, that job has changed. Pick anything. Pick writer today and writer 50 years ago, 500 years ago. These are different jobs. What technology does is it changes the nature of the tasks and the composition within the job. That's fine. That's not even that interesting and that relevant with generative AI until we start to look at where the economic impacts are hitting. And they're not hitting at the least skilled jobs. They're not hitting all the way up at the most skilled jobs. Where is it? It's like that second quartile by skill level. And what happens over there? That's where you have repetitive and digitized work. So copy-pasting type of work. That is the perfect target for automation. That all seems okay until we also realize that a lot of our paths to trust in organization, to getting folks who are straight out of school, they have no idea what they're doing, you can't take them and give them something, you know, complicated and ethereal to do. You can't make them...
I need to get started.
Yeah, exactly. You can't trust them with creative stuff for your business. So how do you check whether their head's screwed on straight? You give them something where it's easy for you to test the answer. It's something repetitive. It's something digitized quite often. So if that's the part that we're automating, it means that the boss has the option to just do away with what you would typically have your young people, your interns do. Lovely for one generation. And then you ask yourself, where do you get the next generation of bosses?
Yeah.
Because now there isn't that path where you would be trialing out the young talent and seeing if you can trust them and giving them gradually more and more creative stuff to do. So I'm not sure how we're going to figure that part out. I've also talked a lot about, I made a new word up for this, thinking versus thunking.
Thinking.
Thinking versus thunking. So thunk like the sound of a dull brick. I love this word. And this is where you're not really engaged in the task. Like maybe we look like we're having a conversation. Maybe I'm just repeating things I've said many times. I'm not even here. I'm somewhere on another planet thinking about other stuff. There, I'm thunking. Whereas you ask me something where I have to react in the moment and I'm fully engaged, there I'm thinking. Or you're actively solving some mathematical problem versus you've already seen the solution and now you're kind of executing it. Thinking, thunking. Every job has both.
Yeah.
AI automates the thunking, not the thinking. Every job has both. But now think about, what did we learn to manage and measure and build productivity optimization for?
And how did we fine-tune our thinking? Through the thinking.
Right, we have no idea. No, there's no management science on how do you actually get your employees to be more creative. What do you do? Do you ask them to do more walks? Do you install showers at work so they can have shower thoughts? Like, how do you get people to be more creative? Whereas the thinking stuff, how many widgets did you make? Did you have your butt in the seat for 8 hours a day? Things that are easy to measure, those are the things we're going to automate.
Yeah.
What are we going to do with the rest?
But I think we had a future outlook session here this morning with Carl-Henrik Svanberg, one of the top business leaders in the world. And his take on this is that we have all these inventions coming one after another, and it looks like it's going to take off. He was at the boss of Ericsson, and in '91 they thought they could talk about what's going to happen now, but it didn't happen so fast. And his core idea here is basically, you know what, it will take a while. And I think what we are talking about here is the reason why it's going to take a while, because there are so many blind spots in all this that we haven't really understood are there. And I don't think we can even anticipate all of them until we start on the journey. So if you try to encapsulate the reasoning that we've been doing now about the other stuff than the tech, that kind of is going to be a big deal to figure out. Could you kind of sort of, what is your key sort of topics, or how would you frame that if you would need to do a PowerPoint bullets on this? Because there's a lot of thinking here, but I'm putting you on the spot.
Well, look, I talk about this a lot, which is that the favorite story in so many cultures is that wisher and genie story. And what's common in that story is that the wisher is too stupid to make their wish properly. Unintended consequences, over and over and over, unintended consequences. And I talk about this all the time in the AI context, but you're talking about this here in the society context. Are we smart enough to see all the complex consequences of what we're doing? No, I would rather build safety nets, right? Like, that's just my general take.
But I wouldn't call it safety nets. I would call it caring about the other stuff in the socio-technical, and the whole thing that makes that work, right? Or business. You have the tech, you have the small brick of the brick wall. And I think we are sometimes going in and staring at the one brick instead of taking a step back and asking the simple question, what are we not talking about?
Exactly, and it's safety net in the sense of, what if what I'm talking about is the wrong thing to be talking about? How about I also have a plan?
Yes.
This way and that way.
Yeah, and I like the rhetoric with safety net, because as like a word that kind of screams risk and screams, oh, we need to listen to this. So it forces us to not only put the spotlight on the model, but what do we need to be ready for the model, so to speak. Right. I love it. But this is a nice segue into what I think is one of your superpowers, communication, and especially communication on math, our community, what we burn about, but speaking about it so it connects with people that are not deep into the expertise. So I want to elaborate with you, because I think this is going to be critical now. This is my segue. If we're going to go away from only talking about the technology, but talking about the safety net, we kind of need to get these different communities to meet and learn and listen to each other, and then they need to be better, but at least us, working with the AI, needs to be way better at communicating in order to hit their turf. So can we talk about, communication and, how did you get that good? And how are you thinking about communicating yourself?
Oh, sure. I mean, I'll tell you guys the instant secret. It's called practice. That's the actual secret. But the longer thing is, this community, my community, data people, STEM people, math people, when you go to a bunch of poets, let's say, you'll say, I am a mathematician. They will react with, ooh, respect, right? Quite often. And then when you go to this community and you talk about poetry or art or something else like that, this community thinks, poetry.
We are quite techy. We're engineers, right? So we are very, very proud engineers, and we have a hard time seeing how this fluffy stuff can help us.
Yeah, fluffy stuff. So first, when I hear the term soft skills, I hate that term. Let me remind you guys what soft skills are. I say this a lot. Soft skills are the skills that are hardest to automate. Yes. If all you got is hard skills, good luck to you. You're first. But now think about poetry versus math. You know how to do the one. Why don't you go try the other? You think it's so easy, the fluffy stuff? You may well find that it is a lot harder than you think. And how I ended up learning this stuff is I went and tried things, and I was appalled at how difficult it was, so I got better and better. In college, I had a writing class that I was used to A's, A pluses. I got a C plus with infinite rewrites allowed. It took me 50 plus rewrites to get that A because I had no idea how to write. Well, practice makes perfect. So go try it, do it a whole bunch. For that, you need to learn to potentially respect the other side, not dismiss it as, oh, fluffy. Because you guys like distributions? Don't judge a distribution by its lowest exemplar. Right? If you have a very high variance distribution with a very, very low barrier to entry, but the heights are really high, and you judge them by the lowest exemplars, you're not going to understand how difficult it is to get to the top. Whereas some of these very technical disciplines, there's a higher barrier to entry, but the amount of virtuosity isn't that much, right? So you're nested inside much larger distribution. Go try, go aim at the top, see if you hit it.
But one thing you told me before that really hit home is how the memory works and how, you're trying to memorize something you know, and that is easy, versus memorizing about stuff you don't know about. I think this is a super good topic around communication.
Yeah. So I've been interested in human decision-making for a very large chunk of my life. And so as part of that, I went to grad school for psychology and neuroscience. And you get to work on clinical research studies. And they are very, very strict at excluding groups from the criteria who would show very weird results, right? They're like, we are only studying right-handed people. We will not study left-handed people. Our results are for right-handed only. Now imagine if there's a study on attention and memory, and mathematicians were special somehow. They'd be excluded, but hey, they're not. They come into the lab, they perform like everybody else on working memory, attention, normal memory stuff. So they're not better at memory and attention. So what do we know about memory and attention? Well, with working memory, you start loading the brain with more and more new bits of information, and you have to keep carrying that. It overwhelms you, and you forget what you're dealing with. Where am I getting to? In a typical mathematics lecture, where someone starts writing on the board, let alpha be this, and let beta be that, and let gamma be that, and they've defined a whole lot of symbols, and they've done a bunch of equations with them, and then they've wiped off the board, or they've gone next slide. That is not physically possible for you to have paid attention to and remembered. It's a magic trick. The people who are following it are people who have seen it before. And yet, we poor nerds, we just don't fess up. We're like, oh no, maybe I'm stupid. You're not stupid. Whoever is lecturing also doesn't understand that there are people in the room for whom this is new, and they are not letting you gently follow along. To communicate well, here's my fun trick. Pick an alphabet that you don't know. Egyptian hieroglyphics. Take your mathematics talk, slides, lecture, and replace every symbol, with some hieroglyph. Now try teach it. And if you get stuck, your audience is not going to follow it at all. Give yourself a budget. Max 3 new things if you're going to be gentle to your audience. Not define all this stuff. OK, you guys got it? OK, erase it, and off we go.
Yeah, and what I get out of that is really, if we talk in one lingo, and we have all these words, and we're going now to bosses or the business, and they have a completely different lingo,
they can't follow.
Cannot have an attention span for what we are talking about. So the trick is here, they have attention span if I talk in their lingo. So this core bottom line is that I really need to be really, really good at taking my math stuff and talk about it in a way that their attention span works. It's not smartness, it's not memory, it's just how the brain functions.
Exactly. We are all the same, and it is all about language. So who are you talking to? What language do they already have? And when we use symbols with people who have used them a lot, that's not in working memory, that's in long-term memory. So statisticians in the room, when I say X with a bar on top, all of you know that's an average. Those are not statisticians. You haven't used that over and over. So if I put that on the slide and I quickly said average and then I moved on, that would lose you. It's on me as a communicator to think about what you might know and err on the side of the more common language if possible. And I think that's a great habit for this community.
And with this, the streaming has ended. So in one way, we're done. Do you want to keep going like the private chats? So this is how we do AI after work. It's the same. So we have, for 2 hours, we've been doing it.
Wait, we're going for 2 more hours?
2 hours, long format. But the good thing is, what happens is, after 2 hours, we turn off the camera. And you know what? It's the next 2 hours that's even better.
Okay.
So that's what I'm thinking here. So we turn off the camera now. The AI after work is done. But we are now sitting here shouting, don't mind about them. Don't mind about them. So I'm going to ask you now the more philosophical question, at least one. And now we're off camera.
You didn't warn me.
No, I didn't warn you. That's the whole point. We never warn our guests that we always turn off the camera and then we keep chatting. So one final question off camera. How do you think about an AGI future?
I could have done this one on camera.
No.
Okay, guys. You got to define stuff. And if you don't define stuff, then what are we all talking about? Like, I am so amazed by a community that understands that at the top of its page, if it says, I'm going to use X, and you've got your X, and I've got my X, they might not be the same X, so let's not have an argument about them, right? We get that. Same community, we use a fancier word, and we get ourselves all riled up about it without having, at the top of the page, let AGI equals. Let AGI equals, guys. I actually am not sufficiently interested in science fiction. I love science fiction. I read science fiction, but I'm not sufficiently interested in science fiction to get into the weeds of AGI. What a kind of useless term. Like, give me one that helps humanity. What, are we talking about multimodality? That's going to be a very different answer from what else? Singularity? What the hell is that, guys? Like, seriously, write it at the top of the page in a way that everyone would agree, and then we can have a conversation about it.
And you, in one way, you avoided the topic, you know, where's the AI future? In the other way, you are pointing again at what should we really be talking about? Should we spend so much time on talking about, you know, AI doomer stuff over here, or do we have real problems to talk about here right now? So
it's the thing with the AGI stuff is, I don't know, is it like our need to be impressed by things? Are we really asking, like, when are we going to be impressed? Let me tell you, progress is incremental. And there are very few instances where it isn't, and that's where you're impressed. Chances are that we kind of gradually roll up to it. And if we haven't, it's maybe because all of a sudden something went to users in the way that ChatGPT went to users 6 years after, or how many years, 2004 years after the paper. You missed out on it for 4 years. Like, that wasn't an all-at-once surprise. If you were watching from the start, progress is super incremental, and it will continue to be incremental. And we'll get to something that we today would have called AGI. Incrementally, no one will be impressed, and they'll keep asking about some other AGI out there.
I will test something. On the podcast, we have actually had that as a final question, trying to paint the picture. Do you foresee, or what do you envision if you dream or philosophize? Do we live in utopia, in abundance, or did everything go to shit, or, you know, the Terminator scenario? And then we kind of asked the guest, where on the spectrum are you? The interesting topic now that has come up more and more that I say is like, okay, it's more about the incremental stuff. It's not about the big bang on this or this. It's about how do we manage the journey there. And so the more and more the statistics that we have is that, well, kind of in the middle, kind of not the big bang, super fast takeoff, but something that kind of will build, and we will kind of, I guess that definition was AGI we passed a year ago. I kind of missed it because we used abstracting away to bigger problems. Where would you put yourself on that scale? Or, you know, so that was the summary of like 100 guests on this question.
I would say that When people ask me whether I'm scared about AI, I say no, I'm scared of human negligence. And there is potential for human negligence at scale, which motivates me to do what I do, which is to think about how human decisions at scale could be smarter, how we could have better skills when we take responsibility for a very large impact on this world. That said, we do have better outcomes as a group, right? Like a world with one laughing supervillain left on it is in nobody's best interest. Sorting things out, using resources wisely for us as a group, getting along together is kind of in everybody's best interest. And there is a lot of technology that's going to help that. And as we go on, we figure out how to do things better, more efficiently. We all benefit from it. There may be little wobbles, but I do not see any kind of apocalyptic Terminator type of scenarios. I imagine we're going to figure out how to do things better. And life will approximately move in a good direction.
And I think that's the perfect end note. For we had something on camera, and we got to have the after work, as we call it. Thank you so much, Kathy.
Thank you. This was fun.
back, everyone. We are having another exciting panel, this time about modern data strategy for decentralized value creation. Decentralized data strategy. Those are the two key words here. Components, capabilities, and tools. Maybe we can get a little bit into the tech, but I think we need to start by defining things. I have some good guests with me. Let's start off by introducing everybody. Go ahead.
Head of Data and AI at ThoughtWorks in Finland.
Okay.
Yes, my name is Henrik Nielsen. I'm a principal sales engineer in Snowflake, responsible for data architecture across the Nordics with our strategic accounts.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Michael Molsdale. I'm a product manager at Actian, and I'm responsible for our AI initiatives.
All right. Modern data strategy. Seems to me like having a data strategy overall is something we've been talking about for many years. And what I'm hearing about is having an AI strategy now and developing that. Is there such a thing as a modern data strategy in light of these developments, or is it still the same thing?
You want to go first?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're talking about modern data versus AI, from our perspective, you cannot have AI without data, right? Data is like the biggest foundation for actually doing proper AI. And you need to get your data foundation in a good shape first, right? And that's why the modern data strategy for us is an underpinning for the AI as well.
Is there something that's different about the way we approach our data strategy now in light of these new developments in generative AI and AI in general? What do you think?
Well, I think it's not so much about the developments around generative AI or the AI in general. I think how we see at ThoughtWorks the modern data strategy forming is around kind of a decentralization and getting rid of really heavy data teams that are usually becoming the bottlenecks.
Okay. So, but then, right, because I didn't have much to say on the decentralization part. What does that mean when you say decentralization?
Well, basically, in short, it's about giving the ownership of the data to the teams and groups that actually produce the data and know the most about the data. So it's much more of sort of an organizational concept from our point of view than a technological concept. Right. Of course, you need the technology to support that sort of a decentralization, and I guess the guys here might have some ideas around that.
Yeah. Well, are you seeing decentralized data governance in the same way?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, I think when we look at more of a federated model, certainly you want to have a mix. So you want to have an organizational strategy on what is our overall approach to governance, both AI and data. But you want to have that federated model so that you can decentralize or outsource some of that to the areas where there's areas of expertise, while still allowing data scientists to have that fluidity, being able to create their creative selves, but working within a framework that they know they're not going to break any regulations. And we're seeing a ton of regulations coming through, so making sure they're aware of those.
Okay, like in a decentralized environment, I've seen it implemented in a number of ways in terms of the division of responsibility of more traditional IT stuff, like splitting, for example, compliance with checking that data types are good and that kind of stuff. So when we have a decentralized setup, how much ownership should go to business and business units?
I think that
what are the key things?
That depends a lot on the maturity of the different business units. So you see, with my interaction with our customers, we see a lot of different levels of data literacy between different customers. So we see a mix between complete decentralization, but still with a federated model. So federation means that you're still keeping some kind of control centralized, but the actual ownership is decentralized. But we also see customers that don't have that level of maturity out of the business units. So you need to have a central team to still to be able to help with the actual technical implementation and the control of things. So it depends, right? It depends on the level of maturity of the different companies.
And I think that the sort of the role of technology here is to sort of enable those teams to actually support. So it's you need that enabling factor there.
Because it is primarily organizational, right? As you mentioned before, it's like how do you make sure that your organization is mature to actually be able to do this? One of the things I've seen a lot is that it's many times it starts with if you look at the C-level, you know, how engaged is the CEO and the CFO and the data strategy or working with data? Do they have a CDO, like Chief Data Officer? If you don't have that, then you can also see problems going down. So it starts at the top and then goes down. That's
okay. So, but like in a mature federated environment, what parts still benefit from being centralized? What do you think?
Well, what we usually see that ends up being centralized is actually the kind of a data catalog part.
Okay.
Because it's you need to have that one place where you find your data products, for example, and how they connect to each other and so on. So there are some parts which are like naturally.
But then we're just talking about like infrastructure serving, not necessarily meta level stuff, right? I mean, that IT is providing a data catalog, but the contents of the catalog are still managed by the business units and sort.
Yeah.
Am I right, or what do you?
The data product owners or the domains that own the data, they should be the ones who actually. Fill in the information. Do you have any
Yeah, I'd go one step further from that. So I think if you're talking about the technical metadata, that's going to come from centralized or decentralized technical teams that are looking after those source data sets. But when you're talking about describing or classifying those specific data, it's not the data engineers that are doing that. It's going to be SMEs that are largely going to be at the business level. And therefore, you do want to be federating out the ability for those to be able to curate those data.
Okay.
And some of the things that I would keep centralized are things like ensuring that security is in place.
Yeah.
As you say, compliance, especially in very heavily regulated industries like pharma and financial services. And then the actual auditing of what is going on the technical platform, regardless of which platform it is, right? That's things you should still have as a central responsibility.
Yeah. And what we see in again, that kind of federated model within the catalog context is what customers are saying to us is, we want to have a standard set of policies and tags and glossaries and terms that they have across the entire estate, but then decentralize maybe the idiosyncrasies that matter to a certain business unit, but making sure we have a standard language across the whole estate.
Yeah, we see these, let's say, security, compliance type of things, also the catalog services as a capabilities that the sort of a central data platform team has to provide for the organization and for the domain teams so that they can actually do their stuff and stay within some confined box in a way that it's not like a Wild West.
Is it a coincidence that I haven't heard in this entire long conversation the word data mesh being mentioned?
It's kind of underpinning everything, right? It's become a bit of a buzzword. I think I like actually when I have a lot of data mesh discussions with customers, like several times a day. But I like to turn it around to more data products that we're talking about. The outcome, why are we doing data mesh? And the outcome is really that working with data products that you can then use across the organization. I prefer taking that perspective, like a top down, right?
Yeah. Well, as ThoughtWorks, we sort of invented the paradigm, so didn't mention it here for a reason, and it's basically the same as you said, that many times for us, the client might come with an idea that, hey, we want a data mesh. Can you sell us one?
Yeah.
It's like, oh,
I'll take two.
Yeah, 2 meters of that. Yeah. So, but how we want to take it is sort of coming from the up, and sort of think about the actual problems to be solved first, and then see like which sort of flavor of that sort of paradigm is suitable for the customer.
Okay, you did mention one tool, and I'm thinking about it now because it says components, capabilities, and tools. We should be talking about that. You said the catalog. What tools are there? Because everybody's just really excited about saying, it's about culture and this and that. But there are some tools that make life easier, if nothing else. What tools would they be?
Well, if I can start and you guys can then pitch in, so obviously gonna mention some of your competitors here also, but we've seen companies using Actian, for example, for the catalog, or Cloudera. Then if you're heavy in the Azure, you might use the Purview that they have there. Then we've had a number of successes with sort of a Snowflake ecosystem, whatever there's available. So it's not so, how should I say, there's a lot of catalogs, for example, available, but to make it sort of fit the decentralized paradigm, I think the most important things are that it's, how should I say, the API connectivity, the sort of rich meta model, where you can model your data products there easily. Those are one of the sort of key components.
But okay, you can spin off this one because I love this. I love the fact that people are like, it's not about technology. But stuff does make a difference. And the point of technology is to support us in specific ways of working. And so if there is a data catalog that supports some of those features that, are paradigms that we think are the right way of handling a decentralized data culture, or whatever we want to call it, what such features do you think are significant, or capabilities, or?
So one of the most important things in my perspective is something that gives you lineage across all technologies. So understanding where data is coming from, where it's going, and what kind of transformation has it gone under during that. That is one of the important things when we talk about governance, that is lineage. Another thing is around security as well, as mentioned before, where we also see partners that are focusing on the more securing data products and making sure that they're available. One of the things that I see more and more that maybe some of, no offense, but Actian and Cloudera and these kind of data catalog tools are struggling a bit with is maybe more the part around enforcing data contracts and policies around data contracts, because that's still an area in strong development, like the data contracts, right? We don't see a tool that goes out and says, we're a data contract tool. There are some that are beginning to emerge, and we see it at our customers, but they're not, we don't see them that heavily yet.
I love this. You are the first person to say, I don't agree, or something in this panel, probably in the many years that I've been here. Tell me about data contracts. What's up?
So I'd say more than, I'm just building off both what you said. I mean, yes, you need a data catalog, but you need a data intelligence platform. And that's just so much more than the data catalog. Yes, you need the nuts and bolts to ingest data, know where it is, know what they are, but then you want to wrap around the governance controls around that with your contracts of how you're consuming data, who can consume it, adding on to that the lineage, so understanding how data is flowing. But if you're talking about business lineage, then being able to build on top of the fact of, well, how are my classification flags flowing through, which gets really important when you're talking about AI, because once you have data into your AI, you've lost context of quality and classification, etc. As you're saying, the APIs so that you can absolutely integrate any external data quality provider. And then finally having that collaboration. So it's not just that you've got a catalog that sits in the corner and people have to go into and find their card and find their bit of data. It's, well, I work in Slack and Teams. Well, I just want to be able to go in Slack and Teams and find my data. So that's where that data intelligence platform added on to data maturity. So having a good data culture maturity model, thinking those through, that's where you get to.
Let's simplify here. So for the audience, I think many are familiar with data catalogs because so many products have them. But you mentioned a couple of other things. Are there simple words we can use for those additional? I like using the word capability in general because it's not a technology thing. It's like what can you do with the tool? What are other capabilities than data catalog that you think are important to a modern data strategy?
Right, so the basic data catalog is I need to ingest data, I need to find it. So you've got that discovery built in.
Discoverability.
What then builds on very quickly from that is around data governance or AI governance. So when you're adding around those themes around either data quality or data classification, all of those aspects, along with lineage, that gives you a much more holistic sense of your overall data governance position within the business, which then gives you the confidence that what you have in there is appropriate to use in AI.
Are we just talking about logging, like logging how the data is used so that we can make sort of check, well, maybe even enforce, but at the very least understand how the data, if the data is being used as intended?
Yeah, but I would say that's a little bit more than just logging. I mean, you need to have all of those connections in some form of graph put together so that you know how all these things are layered on top of each other with a lot of different parts of the business working on it to understand that. If you just had an Excel spreadsheet with all of your data list and some kind of data library, that is not going to give you those capabilities.
Right. Okay, so logging is the pejorative term to describe something very sophisticated.
Auditing is a better word, yeah.
Auditing,
I know.
right. And in your experience, I mean, one of the things that I'm not a big fan of platforms like Snowflake and others, because one of the things that's fun for me about technology is when stuff goes very quickly. And when you're on one platform, that's the one you have to work with. So, you know, if something goes a little bit faster in one domain, if you're managing everything yourself, you can run at that speed. But then comes the overhead cost of you having to manage everything. So it's like the pros and cons, right? But with regards to sort of all the additional tools around data governance, what approach is practically most successful in the customers that you're working with? Are we talking about one tool to do it all, lineage, enforcement, data catalog, all that kind of stuff? Or do you find that it's good to sort of take it piecemeal, maybe start with just the catalog, start building the literacy? What works in practice?
Well, I guess it depends on the sort of where you are at as a like on your data journey, so to say. But let's say that when we start with a company to do a sort of let's call it data mesh transformation. So it's like the organizational, the technological side of things. So I think the data catalog is one of the sort of central pieces there, and we usually start building in a sort of thin slice way that we choose a few use cases where we want to sort of build that platform infrastructure by building that use case, and then sort of build on top of that after that one. So I would say that you shouldn't sort of lock everything like technology-wise in the beginning, but sort of keep it open for a while things.
But are you saying then that you don't have to do it all at the same time in parallel? You can start with one piece at a time, or because what I want you guys to clarify is, if you do one piece at a time, is there even value in that, or do you have to have the whole cake in order for it to provide the value that's expected from this kind of an approach to data management?
I completely agree with you, see that take it a piece at a time, so use case by use case. That's how you build it out.
Okay, so the infrastructure that supports the use case.
In the terms of technology, I completely agree with you. There's no good in coming and doing like an end-to-end suite that you just go with one provider. I'm a big fan of the best of breed, right? I think if you do the best of breed and each use case can choose its own technology within some limits, of course, otherwise it becomes a nightmare to manage, then you're on a good path, right?
If you want to do something like data lineage and you want to have like a couple of the providers because you like the various things they have, is that still possible to do?
Yeah, absolutely. And we see customers doing that. They're having kind of maybe 2, 3 tools, platforms, whatever you want to call them, as their standard go-to. What we see works really well is when the centralized team, the federation team, or whatever you want to call them, they build a set of guidelines, principles that you follow. If you follow them, it's easier for you. That means you have like 2, 3 technologies. That doesn't mean you cannot choose another technology, but it just becomes harder for you to get it, a data product published in the catalog. Those kind of the things.
I mean, what's your experience with like multi-vendor setups where customers, either maybe it's because they have legacy, right, and you just have to relate to that, or because they actually want to have, I really like this product, but I also want to use you guys for the major part of the way I handle data. Does that work? Does that make things more difficult?
No, I think most platforms these days are built on a open, extensible platform to be able to do those things. So if you're not able to do that, if you've got more of a closed environment, then it's going to be harder because you are talking about something bigger. I think with data teams, what they need to be looking at is recognizing that data is not necessarily the be-all end-all of the organization. What are the organizational objectives? What are therefore the biggest pain points? And therefore, as you were saying, well, let's pick and choose the early wins, but ensuring that we can integrate along the line. So having integration with many platforms has to be the way forward.
Yeah, I guess the sort of integration capabilities of different products at the moment is like the core for this to work.
Yeah.
Okay. What would you say, I asked about data mesh, because I think maybe if not last year, at the most 2 years ago, it was the only word people would talk about. I feel like it's sort of subsumed into what we're talking about here, so we don't have to use the word data mesh. But I guess at the time the concept was quite, I don't know, I don't want to say revolutionary, but
different.
Something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a new way of working at data, right? Of working with data.
Maybe.
It was not new in the application space, in the operational plane, but in the analytical plane, it became a big thing, right?
Yeah.
Because it is a different way of thinking around data.
Right. What is the equivalent now then? I mean, what is the
hype?
frontier? No, forget the hype. Everybody's like,
AI, yeah.
No, but like, if we're talking about the frontier of what can be done, what are the coolest companies doing, and what is the frontier of data management and sort of the neat way to do things to enable cool use cases that wouldn't have been able otherwise, or maybe levels of efficiency that are just really high? I don't know. What is the frontier?
That's why I think that data mesh conversation has evolved into data products. And data teams have recognized that they do have some consumers that want to consume some data, but a data product being an abstraction of some underlying data assets that they need to describe in a way that me coming along wanting to, and let's face it, I'm not coming to work going, oh, I want to find some data. I want to find information. So the data product is going, this is the information I can do to allow me to do my job better. So data teams are having to work a bit more about being more customer facing and therefore
it is a data product thinking, right?
Yeah.
So that you're applying a product development thinking to the data, which you didn't have before. You didn't have the responsibility around version control of the data. You didn't have the responsibility of keeping customers happy. You just delivered it like a data set, and that's for me is a big change in the data products and makes it more interesting for consumers that they have these new data products coming
That's
out.
what I've actually told to a number of people today when, well, they've approached our booth and with the data mesh in mind or some questions around that, and with a few guys, we talked about like what's left of the data mesh, so to say, or what like if you're a smaller player, for example, what would you recommend for us to sort of take from the data mesh? And I say that it's the sort of product thinking around your data. That's the biggest benefit, even if you're a smaller company.
But okay, this is awesome. Let's talk about product for a second, because in some of the earlier panels, we were talking about having an AI product manager. Like if you deploy a model, you have a life cycle, you have. But for me, that's an entrepreneur. The balance sheet of the company is a very big thing. That's really how I justify. And we're very eager to save value, not always very eager to do the work to quantify the value in real economic terms or other things, right? We're satisfied with people find it useful, and then we sort of leave it at that. But if we're going to treat data like a product, first of all, I want to know what your experience is. Do people sort of rationalize the cost of maintaining data and think about it in terms of product life cycle in order to justify further investments, the running cost, the cost of technical debt, and all that kind of stuff? Is that something you see regularly? Is that something you suggest? What's your experience with that?
If I can start, and then let's build on that. So to be honest, I think we rarely see that. It's sort of the most evolved data operations that think about their data products on that level, that like the sort of cost side, or how do you upkeep it, maintain it, and how much it costs. So I think.
Is that a limitation of the tooling or of the maturity entrepreneurship?
I think it's like the maturity thing.
Yeah.
Like in a large organizations, it's the sort of entrepreneurial thinking might be lacking really in those environments. They don't encourage it many times. So.
I think it goes back to the C-level I mentioned before, that if they don't ask for that visualization of that value, nobody's going to really make it up on their own. Of course, there are some people who do understand that we need to show the value, because that's also going to justify the investments that they're going to make if they need new technology, more people, those kind of things. And it's a question of having the right KPIs, but I don't see companies having that high level of maturity.
The reason I think this is relevant...
I would just say that the thing that we see quite a lot is actually more of a defensive action. So everyone recognizes, or they're saying, well, right, we've got to create an ML model. We want to let this loose on 10 million of our customers. So the defensive action is more about is it compliant? Are we going to do anything bad here? Are we really sure that we've got the accuracy, we've got AI ethics in play, we're looking at the EU AI Act, whatever. But I think the interesting thing where things are coming a little bit full circle, I mean, we skipped quite quickly over search and discovery, and going, well, yeah, everyone does that, it's really easy now. Actually, with the advent of more data science, more AI modeling, that's actually coming back into vogue, because it's like the data scientists want to finding more esoteric bits of data they can find, knowing that they can use it, and therefore, well, we need to be able to catalog more of those bits of data. So actually that's coming into play much more now.
Yeah, it's like one of the best benefits of taking a kind of a data product mindset into your data management is just that you think about, for example, your users, internal users, data scientists, what do they actually need to know about the data to be sure. So
totally, but even on the on the value question, I mean, I think traditionally a lot of ML models were around kind of marketing activities, and marketing teams have got really good, strong KPIs and key results around what they want to achieve out of any marketing campaign. So when you're starting to ask the question of why, that's where that value question comes in.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Yeah, because to you two, it's around data products. If you take a normal product like an iPhone, then you have a product manager, somebody who owns the product, who is responsible of making sure that customers are happy, everything is working fine, and their bonus, their incentives are tied up to the success of that product.
Yeah.
Do you see that in with data products happening also? Because I think that could be an interesting thing if you have the proper indicators around data product, that the product owner also their bonus, their monetary.
So I think you used the word there that I would catch on to. So I always differentiate between a product manager and a product owner.
Yeah, true.
So
that's two different things.
So I think in the industry we're starting to see data product owners, and I think data product owners are a little bit more internally facing. So they're a little bit more concerned with their engineering teams, how things are working. Clearly they're a little bit outward facing about who their customer is, but they're not necessarily like a product manager who is absolutely concerned about how much revenue is this generating.
Yeah. What is the upside of splitting that role in a typical company?
So if you think about product management, there's a spectrum. From one side, it's very much engineering internally focused, which is a product owner, right the way through to the other end of the spectrum, which gets more into product marketing. But down that, you've got a kind of classic product manager. The advantage of the classic product manager is they have more of a holistic view of everything that's going on within that whole product journey. They're the voice of the customer, they understand what's going on, they're thinking about revenue. When you do have that kind of split, but then you generally do have something like an engineering manager within your organization as well, that is much closer to that engineering perspective and therefore in the weeds of the code.
I feel like this is way more sophisticated. I mean, this is like us sitting here like doing Zen exercises, coming up with like the ultimate setup for something that it's not clear to me that it warrants that much complexity. Like, I understand conceptually why the logical division of responsibilities and stuff like that is there. I just don't know if the ROI is there. And the reason I asked about the balance sheet and the ROI stuff, or the entrepreneurship stuff, is because one of the things that these things typically stop on is when the tech people bring up the tech debt sign. You know, if you have a balance sheet, debt is not a problem as long as you know how the things are balanced.
How to quantify.
But tech debt seems to be a thing that people always bring up and say, no, we can't do this because we have to fix this other stuff first. So I was wondering sort of how people justify these projects moving forwards, and having more roles obviously adds more cost and that kind of stuff. Okay, first of all, for the audience, I mean, is cost even a factor in getting this in place? Or is it really just an organizational thing?
Well,
if you need to hire 100 people to get it to work, then I suppose cost is an issue.
that would have been sort of my first thought, that of course, whenever we get to talk with clients about, how should they implement their data management, like the underlying thing is about the cost, because it's in one way or the other, the current setup is costly, and the new setup, it won't be cheap either. But maybe
because the current setup has a cost even if you don't know what it is.
Yeah,
right,
yeah,
sure.
But it needs to
and do you want it to work? Do you want it to work, or do you want it to work well?
Yeah. That would be my sort of that was where I was going, Jed. Like, you pay a lot of money for this thing that maybe doesn't work optimally.
Right.
So maybe it would be worth paying money for something that actually provides
But,
more
so
value.
let me tongue-in-cheek ask you back: is the point of setting things up this way sort of it's hard to say it exactly right, decreased operational costs, or sort of added capabilities that allow you to do neat things, but it's going to cost you? You know what I mean?
I'd say it's efficient operation costs. So if you want to work efficiently, if you want to work at scale and speed, you are going to need a certain amount of people to make.
Is it going to cost you? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's going to cost you, but you're going to gain abilities you didn't have before.
Right.
The value you get out of it is, I mean, the whole point of talking about decentralization or data mesh, or whatever you want to call it, is because the businesses, they're sitting around waiting for 6, 7, 8 months in a centralized structure with a monolith.
Right. In order
They're
to do the
and
use
waiting.
cases.
Exactly. So they're asking for a new data product or a new report or a new data set, and then they're waiting 6 months, and when you get the data set, it's like, well, it's too late now.
Yeah.
It's the question I was asking 6 months ago. They're not relevant. Exactly, they're not relevant anymore. So you need to look at the value. We're facing this from the Snowflake perspective all the time when we're talking about if we need to replace, like migrate some on-premise SQL Server to Snowflake, to the cloud. If you're just doing a one-to-one migration and the result is the same in the end and you have a huge cost in doing that, why do you want to do that?
Right.
Because you're getting more agility, you're getting more blah, 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 and then all come all the buzzwords, right? But there needs to be a value at the end of it.
But then it seems to me that you can't really run this project without tying it to use cases that are generating value from the. You can't just treat it like an infrastructure project.
No.
Is that right?
That's
definitely.
Everybody here nods to that one.
Right.
And then do we also all agree on that it's possible to start this the MVP way so that you don't have to have the whole platform? You start it with that use case and then build the pieces that are required for that use case. Is that also
we have that as
something
a
we all
official
agree?
recommendation.
Absolutely right.
Okay.
Yeah. As long as you're emphasizing the V, not the M.
Yeah.
So it's got to be a viable product.
Not just a small useless product.
Right.
Small useless product.
I see lots of those. No, those ones are easy to come up with.
Yeah. But and of course, it's easy to say here that hey, do it that way.
Yeah.
But actually, of course, when you start the journey in the beginning, you might have to put a bit more effort in building those central pieces like the data catalog and all the practices around it. And you need storage, you need compute that you can sort of distribute to the teams. You need to sort of set up something in the beginning, and that's going to be a bit of an investment, but it's not like a full-fledged managed platform that serves every use case. You need to sort of confine it a bit.
And you need to qualify it first also what are must-haves and what are nice-to-haves in the beginning, right? So focus on the must-haves to get started.
That's fair.
That's pretty straightforward.
I asked the question before that I think we sort of pinned and moved sideways from, but I want to know what's at the frontier of data management. And so that means, the people that are the best of the best, what are they doing now? I think I heard something about relating to discoverability, maybe something in that direction. What do you think is at the frontier of data management right now?
So, I mean, obviously the buzzword right now is AI. AI is at the frontier, but it's how do we do AI well? And it comes back to the point I think we've already discussed a few times, which is you need really good data governance. You really need really good, which becomes AI governance again because of this abstraction problem between the data you started off with what your model is. So that's at the frontier of what's going on, but also with data scientists who are now starting to talk to the data team saying, I need all of these data, what do you got? So it's expanding that entire data estate and being able to catalog it in a meaningful way.
Okay. What's difficult is explainability around AI, right? So how are you actually getting to the result? How are you making sure that this is something that you can explain later on? Because that's a requirement from the regulatory bodies, right?
Yeah, but like what we are seeing in, let's say, the frontier of the strategy space at the moment is that, like before, people might come and ask that, hey, we need help with the data strategy. But now the sort of driving force is that, hey, we need help with the data strategy because we need to be ready for AI. We need to be able to deploy it. We need to be sure about we use it responsibly. So it actually becomes this kind of a data and
But how
AI
long is that
strategy.
project? I mean, I can imagine people saying, oh shit, we need to get our data in order to be able to take advantage of this new AI thing happening. But it can't be like a 3-year project.
Well, if you talk about only the sort of strategy side of it, it's like in months, I would say.
Okay.
But then, of course, you need to execute on the strategy.
Right.
And you don't want to have the 3-year project. You want to have small chunks, as we talked before. Yeah.
And we have customers who are building chatbots, right, based on using RAG and LLMs, so that you can actually ask it questions around things that are happening now, right? But the difficult thing is, again, make sure that you get a right answer. How do you control such a chatbot to make sure that it doesn't recommend your competition or something like that, right? That's the difficult part, right?
Yeah, and just to speed up that process, you're saying it can't take 3 years, totally agree. So, for example, things that Elation is doing is making sure that we can speed up that whole curation process by using AI to do auto-curation, whether that be stewards or descriptions, whatever, so that when then you're using concepts such as semantic search, you're getting better results, and therefore that discovery phase just becomes faster and easier.
Yeah. One thing also sort of where AI is helping at the moment, I've seen companies who use AI to do the data modeling.
Right.
Sort of help with that.
Yeah.
So
You're talking about like data extraction, or
no? I mean basically like, for example, conceptual modeling of the data.
Oh.
So that you get the right, like, how do you build your data products? What data do you have?
Yep.
And
Like
before it was like a really sort of a manual process. You need data architects to, draw the.
So that's really using inference on your so almost creating kind of synthetic lineage through inference and using AI. Yeah.
That sounds like forefront of data management to me. If that's what we can do today, even if it's rudimentary, that's definitely what's going to be a standard tomorrow. And I think it's worthwhile getting into the mindset and getting prepared for it and starting to experiment now and making mistakes so you don't make mistakes in the future. Make them now.
Yeah, learning as you go, right?
Yeah. All right. I think that's all we have time for today. But I think this panel is very good. I think you all are authorities in the field of data management. So if the audience is looking to get started on their, whether they want to call it a data mesh journey or just a data management journey, get in touch with these great panelists. And thank you for joining us on this session. We'll be back in just a moment. And thanks, everyone.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, welcome back to another product review here. This time I am standing with Elation. Please introduce yourself and let the audience know what's awesome about what you work with.
Awesome. Nice to be back. Third year for me. So my name is Tom Codling. I run our solutions engineering capability for EMEA. Been with the company for about 5 years now. So when I joined, we were maybe 4 people running around with our hair on fire. We're now about 80 in the region. Lots of customers in the Nordics. So good to be back. But today we're just going to go through a little bit about what Elation is and really what we're trying to drive. So I think when I've been here before, we've talked a little bit about understanding context around what the data is, what data we have, how it's being used, where it goes. We've transformed our messaging a little bit because whilst that's still an important part of what we do, we're seeing organizations fail in their data initiatives. Now, the key thing here is that trusted data is really important. AI is all over the place, but outside of AI, there's architectural concepts like data mesh, data fabric, and they're still very much being spoken about. How do I build data products? How do I populate those data products to my data community so that they know what's available to use? So really, the size of the prize is absolutely massive. McKinsey say it's going to be between $2 and $4 trillion annually. And organizations need to differentiate themselves when it comes to using data, or they're going to get left behind. But the problem is those data initiatives, more often than not, don't really get off the ground.
Wow, this number has been around for a long time, and I can see that this one is only from last year, but it was like 10 years ago that companies are just really bad at getting these initiatives off the floor.
Absolutely, and the reason for that, and we're going to go into this a little bit, it's around the maturity. Right? People get ready from a technical perspective, but what we see is that they lack the initiatives that actually get their data communities ready to go with what's being enabled from a technology perspective. Right? So whilst they're implementing fancy new data warehouses, fancy new BI tools, actually understanding how that data should be interpreted, understanding in what context you're allowed to use it, people are still fearful of using that data because people want to do the right things for organizations, for the organizations they work for, and they're scared of misusing that data. The penalties for getting it wrong are absolutely massive. GDPR is, 4% of global turnover for falling foul of those regulations. So people are still fearful. Right? There's a lack of data culture within organizations. People aren't thinking first about data. Right. And that is what's causing these data initiatives to fail.
Okay.
So it's not just about understanding what's there, it's also how do I use it? How do I get access to it? How do I bring that into my daily purview of what I'm doing?
Yeah.
And this is really it. Those data initiatives fail when organizations don't build a data culture. So we see a number of pillars that fall into what we call a data culture, and by bringing all of these pillars on board, you can then drive data usage and data consumption within your organizations to make better decisions, whether it's the more traditional business intelligence route or through the advent of AI and those capabilities within your organization. Okay, so those pillars are search and discovery, data governance. That really is the technology part of the discussion. How do I look across my enterprise data landscape and understand what's there and what's available to use? And then importantly, once I've found that thing that I want to use, how do I then go about using it? What policies are in place? What regulations do I have to adhere to when it comes to actually accessing and using that data? But then there's the process, there's the people part of this, the data literacy. How do I understand what skill gaps are in my organization, and how do I then fill those skill gaps? And also, is this change being driven from the top? Do I have the right leadership in place who understand the business value of implementing this sort of program to be able to drive that change effectively? And that's where Elation comes in. And certainly we solve for the technical aspects of this, but in the same way that if you buy Salesforce, you don't immediately have a better customer experience just by implementing CRM. you can't just put search and discovery across your data environment and expect all of a sudden people to use data better. What you have to do is you have to expose those literacy programs, available training capabilities, understanding the skills that are required to actually be able to use that data better and make better decisions based on the data, and then communicating that change management from the top, and all of that comes into the Alation data intelligence platform.
I get the sense that upskilling is one matter, and there might be a matter of upskilling in terms of technicalities, like you need to understand the details and that kind of stuff. But it's a little bit like swimming, where you can understand all the details, but it's sort of hard to say you know how to swim without actually jumping into a pool and trying it for yourself.
Absolutely. There's another element to this that's quite interesting. So from an adoption point of view, we have seen organizations struggle from a data consumer perspective, and this is why we're looking at that people and process part around the data community. But we're also seeing that organizations struggle from the perspective of just trying to get this thing off the ground, right? A data intelligence platform really is only as good as the metadata that you get inside the platform. So comprehensive descriptions, understanding who your steward should be, and then being able to ask questions of that data. And what Alation's doing is we're actually leveraging AI. Now, we talk a lot from a company perspective around having trusted data flowing into your AI models to get good information out the back end of it. But we're also leveraging AI to upscale organizations' capability around just managing this stuff. So stewardship is a big problem. Nobody comes to work to write a bunch of descriptions for data assets. It's not something that we want to do, it's something we have to do. And we want to help people do that using AI by identifying who the right people are to take on that work, and also to then help them in a starting point for actually writing those descriptions. And I'll show you a little bit on that.
It's a really, really good use case for generative AI. I find that it's good for people to hear this stuff because they wouldn't think of it on their own, even though they know that that's exactly something it should be able to do. And then when you tell it, they're like, yeah, of course, that makes sense.
Right?
All right, so I'd like to see that.
Okay, give me 2 seconds and I promise you I will. So when it comes to bringing that data culture together, it's not just about getting the right tool in place. It's about how you would then build programs around the tooling to make sure that you can then publicize that capability to your wider data community. And that's really what we talk about when we talk about data culture. It's getting the usage of data into people's daily vocabulary. With that being said, let's kind of jump into this. So the other thing so I said nobody comes to work and wants to write a bunch of descriptions. The other thing people don't want to do when they come to work is really use a catalog, right? It's something that you kind of have to do because you want to understand what this data is, right? But you don't want to jump into the tool. So a big part of our product development over the last 12 to 18 months has been bringing the value of a curated catalog into the places where people do their work. So, if I want to start understanding a little bit about how our customers spend their money, I'm probably going to start in my BI tool. Right? It's probably not going to be Alation where I actually begin my journey. So we've got Tableau now, but I'm on my dashboard here, and I can see that actually there's a data quality warning. So I want to know what that is, and I can see here that there's some information that's being populated from Alation directly into the Tableau user interface. Again, putting those warning signs right in the eye line of people that are working with data.
So there's a compliance issue with this data, is that right?
Of course, yeah. So then, what I then want to do is I want to understand, well, what does that even mean? So I probably then don't even want to go to a data catalog. I want to go to my collaboration tool of choice, and you can see here that I've messaged my colleague Mel on Teams to say, look, I'm trying to do this analysis. I found this thing, but there's a DQ issue. Can you help me understand that? Mel's come back and said, look, it's coming from a table. There's a problem. So I'm just going to tell him that I'm just busy with my DIS presentation. I'll go grab a coffee and then we'll dig into it. But I can see within the collaboration platform information about those data assets. So there's direct integrations where people actually collaborate.
Right.
Now, if I want to actually dig into this...
Pretty slick.
Thank you. If I then want to dig into this, this is when I can then depart from where I do my daily work and head to a catalog. And I can then understand what on earth is this data quality issue. Now, I can see a couple of things here. I can see that there's a warning. And there's my DQ bot telling me that Experian has been busy. Experian being our data quality tool of choice in this case. We work with many others. We have an open DQ framework so we can integrate. But it's been busy, and it's understood that there's a problem with one of my columns. So I want to understand, well, which column is that? And I can see that on this particular table, happens to be in Snowflake, that there's my TX ID column. It's given me issues. Now, while I'm here, I will just point out, Alation is suggesting to me potential stewards of this asset based on our understanding of usage patterns both in Alation and outside of it. So this is an AI-generated suggestions for who would make a good steward for this particular asset.
What do these little sparkles mean?
Those are the AI suggestions, yeah.
Okay.
So I can either reject those, I can say, well, actually, I don't want a group doing this. I can say no thanks to that. But David, yeah, you'd make a good steward, and I can accept that suggestion from our Ali AI engine. Cool. At the same time, I can see that this description is pretty rubbish, right? This isn't telling me an awful lot about what this table is.
Yep.
So I can actually rewrite this description. And again, I can go out to Ali AI, and it's going to tell me, right, based on the usage patterns of this data, this is what we think this table is all about. And again, I can thumbs up, thumbs down. Bulk curation is coming later in the year, so this is something we're quite excited about, which is, again, we want to give people a starting point for their journey in terms of curating these assets. I'm sure we've all been there where you sat down, you're looking at an empty page, you know you have to do something, but just getting those first few words on the paper, that can be that can be a really daunting experience. So we want to actually get people beyond that, so that they are, they can actually start curating meaningful information from a starting point.
This was a very good description, all things considered. I mean, we can sit here and philosophize about stuff, but of the types of descriptions I tend to see in production, written by humans, this one is better. So you and I can sit here and be like, oh, well, LLMs are like this and that. But if everything was filled in like this, it would just make life a lot easier.
At least this would give you a starting point. I think that there's probably nuances and context that a human's going to have. Yeah. Especially if they work closely with this data on a day-to-day basis, they probably understand trends in the data more so than our AI engine.
I mean, for sure, but like that terse sentence you showed in the beginning, a lot of stuff is filled in that way. And just compared to this is much better.
Absolutely. And the benefit of having this is that then it gets indexed behind our search capability. So if you're now looking for distribution of transaction statuses or something along those lines, this table is going to get a hit, right? Whereas previously it wouldn't. Right. So this is
the discoverability becomes a thing.
Absolutely. So you're increasing the discoverability as well as the context that people get when they actually visit a page within Alation. Now, we're doing other things with AI. It's actually quite exciting. So full semantic search is going to be coming later this year. So you're actually then going to be able to ask questions of the data, and based on our understanding of what that data actually is and how it's used, we're going to get more contextual results based on the semantics of the question you're asking. SQL generation's coming, which is going to be very cool, because then you can just ask a question in search, and it's then going to generate you a query that will actually get you access to live data, assuming you have the right permissions to access that data. But then what we want to do, so going back to my DQ issue, I want to understand, well, who's impacted by this? So Alation not only looks at what you have, it also looks at how it's used. Now, this is our old lineage capability. I mean, it's useful. It's automatically generated, which is a good start. But for a lot of business users, this is overly complex, right? People look at this and
looks heavy.
They're immediately terrified. So where we're going with this now is system-level lineage. So we can now see a compound view of how data flows between systems, Again, it's all automatically generated. And what we can now do is we can layer on top additional metadata points. Now, at the moment, we're focusing on our information flag. So if there's a particular warning or a deprecation, then we want to be able to trace that through the lineage graph. But what will be coming is things like policy information, business descriptions of data assets, and we can see how those assets also flow through technical lineage.
And who's doing this? Is this a data product owner that's doing this journey that you're demoing now? Like, who would do this?
That I think is a good starting point. So it's somebody that's looking to build data products. They want to understand the flow, or data engineers. They want to understand that technical flow. But ultimately, if we look downstream, we can see that this flows into business intelligence. So if I am the owner of a particular BI asset downstream, and I can see, oh, hang on a second, there's a deprecation that's been propagated because there's a DQ issue upstream. I want to know, where's that come from? What impact does it have on my analytics? And who do I contact to get it fixed, right? So it works both ways.
Right.
So going back to my data, my data owner, I know that it's my transaction ID column that's causing me problems.
That one.
And now I can't find it, which is always great.
TX.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
And now what I can do is actually trace that lineage through my environment at a column level, so I can understand where does that particular data quality issue. On trace view. Hey, live demos, gotta love it. When in doubt, refresh the browser. Right, so now I can understand at a column level, where does that asset move through my environment? And critically at this point,
you were saying this is in Snowflake.
I mean, this works across our platforms.
But, right. So
this is from Snowflake. We can see that
I think a lot of people. I'm asking only because a lot of people imagine that you can only get this level of sort of insight from a single platform where everything is controlled in one place.
Absolutely not. So we have connectors to 100 or so different data platforms, with a lot of capabilities coming for cross-system lineage as well. So this could be in Databricks, it could be in MySQL, Postgres, it doesn't really matter. What we're looking at is the connectivity to downstream platforms like Tableau or Power BI or wherever that data is actually then exposed. But this is a functionality of what we call query log ingestion. We look at how the data is being used and we build this lineage automatically.
Sorry to throw you off your script, but what would your advice be to customers that are wondering if they should use the data catalog that's built into Databricks or Snowflake versus like how much of your features versus stuff that might overlap with what they offer?
It's a really good question, and shout out to both Databricks and Snowflake. We are both of their data governance partners of the year. They have very good catalogs, but they look within their own ecosystem, right?
Okay.
So Snowflake catalog is focused on data that exists within Snowflake. Unity catalog, very much on what's inside of Databricks, right? Same with Tableau. We see it everywhere. Like every product is coming out with a catalog, and they are able to document what they have within their ecosystem very, very well. The difference with Elation is that we have connectivity to all of these platforms. So we can bring all of this information into a single searchable repository, right? So it doesn't matter if my customer information spans Databricks, MySQL, Snowflake, Redshift, wherever it is.
Right.
I can find that information, and I can drill into, where in my BI infrastructure do I have customer information? Where in my data ecosystem do I have customer information, right? And then I can drill into, well, which source is it in, right? So it's bringing all of these systems together, and then on top of that, layering business metadata, terms, policy information, KPI definitions, data products, bringing all of that together, and being able to expose it to data consumers wherever they sit within the organization.
All right. That sounds pretty compelling to me. Do you think this new way of communicating that you've been developing for the past, would you say it's the past year or something? I mean, is it getting a foothold?
We've been on the market since 2015.
Oh, no, I know. But like...
but the data culture part of this,
yeah.
This is really something that we're bringing to market this year. And it's something that we're focusing on with our customers and our prospects to kind of build them a plan as to how they're actually going to go ahead and implement the technology solution.
All right. Well, there you heard it. If you're interested in doing data governance the complete way, go ahead and find Tom at Elation here at the booth at Data Innovation Summit, or go ahead and get in touch with Elation directly.
Absolutely. Thanks very much for having me again.
Thanks for being here.
Cheers.
Welcome back, everyone. We have 2 panels left for the day, and I'm particularly excited about this one. We have really good guests with us. We're going to be talking about the future, the present, and the future of advanced analytics. One of those terms that's been around with us for a while now, not spoken about quite as much in the shadow of generative AI, but it's all there. So, before we get into it, please introduce yourselves, and we can start.
Yeah, so my name is Emma McGrattan, and I'm Senior Vice President for Engineering and Product at a company called Actian. We're all about making data easy. So it's connecting to, analyzing, and managing data in a way that anybody can do it.
Cool.
Good afternoon, everybody. Chris Royals. I'm CTO for EMEA at Cloudera. We make data accessible to everybody.
Cool. Data is good for everybody.
Yeah.
And last but not least.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Sunderland. I'm a data practitioner from Ab Initio, and we make data available for everybody.
I like that.
Awesome.
Common ground.
Like ice cream.
Yeah, well, we're a data ecosystem platform doing lots of good stuff, and I think there's a strong overlap in all of what we do, so
all right.
Good frenemies, I would suggest.
Advanced analytics is something that I consider like a hygiene factor nowadays. If you're not able to do it, you're behind your competition, because there are tools such as Cloudera and others that make it so accessible compared to how it was in 2016, 2019. You had to be a bit more of an expert. Nowadays, so accessible that if you're not doing it, you're not only not doing your due diligence, you're quite likely behind in many respects. Is that sentiment correct, or am I off? What is your sense of it?
Absolutely. So what we're doing in Actian, as I said, making data easy is making advanced analytics easy. We want to be able to have conversations with the data. I think we see an explosive growth in data and an explosive growth in information that's provided to you. So if I get information, I want to know, so what? What am I going to do with it, right? So make it actionable and make it easy for me to do something meaningful with the data that I get. But yeah, advanced analytics needs to be simplified. Natural language interfaces to the platform is something that we're working on at the moment.
Let's make sure we're using the same words for stuff here. Like, what is advanced analytics? Everybody's like, oh, AI has been around since the 80s, but it's not the same AI, right? We're not talking about the same thing.
Right.
So when we're talking about advanced analytics today, what is advanced analytics to you today?
So if I think in terms of the organizations we're working with, a lot of that is simulation. Okay, they want to digitally simulate something, or they want to solve really hard problems using analytics and put that into operation. It's about business value at the end of the day. They want to solve hard problems, and data and analytics is one way to do that. If I go back a decade, it was all about embedding dashboards and views into applications, so it was in situ of the task you were carrying out in HR or in sales or something of that nature. Hard analytics back then was, how do I forecast across a very wide business team my financial outcome for the end of the quarter? That would be seen as hard analytics, and doing that at scale was hard a decade ago. Where we've got to now is hard analytics and solving hard problems around data and analytics. It's about scale and the rate at which things are changing, I would argue. People are trying to get answers to a lot of questions, and they're trying to do it at a pace we've never seen before. Just placing it into context of an application is no longer enough. It has to be the application. And like the application or the workflow becomes second to the actual advanced analytics you're trying to undertake.
Yeah. Do you think that the advanced analytics is the same advanced analytics today as it was,
Yeah, I think
back when the term was popularized?
Well, there's always something more advanced than where you are now, right? The notion of big data is data beyond your ability to cope with it. So, maybe advanced analytics is more advanced in your own capability, and so therefore it's a relative thing. I think, I work for Ab Initio. Ab Initio is Latin, it means from first principles. And so I always try and approach things from first principles. It's our strategy as well as our company name. So for me, analytics from first principles is about finding context. Why did something happen? And you don't really know why, or else you wouldn't ask the question. And so context is it temporal context? Do you know what were the events that led up to a person doing things? What were the geospatial context? What were the socioeconomic context? And once you've got that context, you've got a hypothesis that you need to test. And so the transition from that exploratory nature to deployment is really the hard thing. And maybe advanced analytics isn't about the algorithms, the technology, it's about the cultural change in the organization to accept that you need to experiment.
Yeah.
And you need to make mistakes. And you need to adapt from that. And actually the problem isn't, can I get a model into production quickly? It's, when I know that it isn't right, can I get it out?
Yeah, yeah.
Right? And when you're dealing with organizations that might take months or even a year to deploy a model into production, it doesn't matter whether they've got the latest algorithm, they've still got a problem once that model goes live. Right? So for me, advanced analytics is really about managing the ecosystem as a whole and that continual cycle, because if I deploy a model and it's effective, it's going to change the agent's behavior. It's going to change my customer's behavior. And that means the data that I use to train my model is going to change, and that means my model is going to change, and so it decays.
Yeah.
So that cycle goes on forever, and your ability to iterate faster than your competitor is what gives you the advantage to be advanced.
I think the last time advanced analytics had a big sort of mind share push was when big data was a thing. And so, you know, you would have these data sets that were maybe pushing a terabyte, if we're not talking about like telco or oil and some other places where, even there I would argue that the data sizes shouldn't necessarily have to be so big. The point is, my sense of like the value that Cloudera brings is often underappreciated because people focus on using it like a database where you can do big joins. But the data hasn't been growing as fast as we thought. There's a lot of it and a lot of variety in it, but I can crunch more on my A6000 GPU than anybody has the patience to wait for using Snowflake. You know, so it's not the big data that's the value anymore. But I would never tell them to write, you know, their whole enterprise platform in CUDA. I would tell them use Snowflake because it's got lots of other good stuff. So my sense of it is that advanced analytics now is not about big data crunching anymore. It's about all the other stuff around it. And Cloudera is not Spark. Cloudera is not just Impala. It's a bunch of stuff. It's a whole platform. Is that the sense of it also? Like, is the computation, I mean, but maybe I'm pushing back here because you said it's about simulating stuff. How much is it about simulating versus encouraging best practices, let's say?
There was a lot of questions and a lot of statements in your commentary there. So stepping back, I think there's aspects to data. It's not just its volume, it's how proprietary is it to your organization? Is it unique to your customer touch points? At the end of the day, data is generated at points of contact. And so those points of contact, whether it be a machine learning model generating its telemetry so you can monitor its drift, or some other analytics, one thing that I would always step back on and focus on is where is the biggest value to that organization going to be returned? And if I think about organizations, say, in financial services industries, fraud and error is a very big problem. You're talking hundreds of millions of dollars at risk if that's not done well. And advanced analytics helps automate those processes, and it comes at great value to those organizations. Then you've got to think in terms of how those organizations store and manage data, and they do have vast amounts of data. At Cloudera, we're proud, on behalf of our customers, working with them, to have 25 exabytes of data under management. That is a significant amount of information. Some would argue more than ever written and spoken in human history as data. So, okay, why is so much data being collected, and what is it being used for? And I suppose the comment's been made, there's a seasonality to data. You don't necessarily want to store all of your information. It's using the right data in the right way to generate the right outcome. And so what we're really focused on is making sure we can optimize the data that's most relevant to the problem, but also present it through many different scenarios or access points to drive multi-analytics against data. We want to reduce complexity, reduce data copy, but enable that data to be used in many different ways. And you can start making choices about the data. Is it the right data to use in that way? Has it got the right quality attached to it? Is it of the right type? So it's those types of things that we're really focused on, making sure the data is of the right type, being presented to the right use case to drive the highest value to the customer.
I think you've given many examples of sort of good working principles. And I tend to like tools that encourage you to use best practice and to adopt principles that we know work well.
Do you think that that's sort of the direction that, this is a leading question, but you know, following up on what I mentioned earlier about advanced analytics being more about best practice that we've learned from the past decade, do you still think it's a matter of processing power and data volume, or have we moved on to sort of encouraging maturity in some way when it comes to advanced analytics? What is the spirit of advanced analytics these days?
Yeah, so for us, definitely reaching a point of maturity when it comes to advanced analytics, but one of the things that we're seeing is that whereas in the past we would bring all of the data into a data platform so that we can analyze it, right? Our customers now want to have that distributed data, leave the data where it belongs inside the systems. We don't need to replicate all of our Salesforce data in the platform, right? Ask the question of the data in Salesforce, bring it into the platform for answering a specific question.
Yeah.
But let's not have multiple copies of the data all over the place, because from a governance perspective, that's just a nightmare, right? So when we're thinking about the challenge of data analytics, we're definitely thinking lineage, governance, like bringing all of those aspects together in our platform from Actian.
The only reason I mentioned telco before is, you know, if you need a couple of samples to be able to determine what the behavior of a handset is, it's enough with 100,000 examples. And just because you have 1 billion examples doesn't mean you need all of them. So I think a lot of companies have been collecting data for very many years without knowing exactly what they're going to do with it, what it's good for.
Yeah.
Or having, and then conversely, not collecting data that they should be collecting. So they're like, we have lots of data, we should be able to do cool stuff. And it's like, yeah, but do you have the data you actually need?
Well, I think I mean, that's a really interesting point. So my experience working at, on the record, I worked at Sony PlayStation analysing gameplay data. And so one of the things we started out was handling digital exhaust, right? Data that was a byproduct of some other activity, you know, something that a developer or an engineer had left on as a log trace, which you then capture, because you're after any kind of data to help you understand. And then once you can tease out some valuable insights, you're able to persuade people that up front, you need to design for the capture, design for the intent. So you've actually got the right data in the right format, right? And you know, one of the challenges then is actually that transition about how you sell the value of the data and the decision on the promise of the outcome it's going to give, right? And so, again, come back to that, the skills aren't necessarily the ability to process data and have a good algorithm or to be able to access petabytes, exabytes, zettabytes of data, whatever. It's about your ability to discern a valuable income and persuade people to do something different. Right? And I think that ultimately comes down to trust. Do you trust the data to make a decision? And are you trusted as an individual to deliver value with it? And the more layers of obfuscation, the barriers, the harder it is to achieve that transparency. You know, one of the key things then is about lineage, right? And understand, where does this data come from and what has happened to it?
Right.
Data is used for a purpose it was never intended, and now it has a new purpose. And that means that quality is subjective for that new purpose, right? And so you need to be able to assert new governance rules around that. You need to have people responsible for a data product that might serve multiple different purposes. That, for example, I build a data product that might support some ad hoc analysis to get some insight. But if I build a predictive model on that, now I've got to have that data available as part of my real-time scoring engine. How do I, you know, is that person actually aware that's what's going to happen? And so the fear of, oh, can we delete this data, and why you hold on to it, and why you end up with more data than you can cope with, is because you don't know what you're dealing with. So an idea that I think about is active pruning, right? How could you prune data? And you can only do that once you've got total lineage, right? And so that's a goal on there. So for me, advanced analytics is about attaining and achieving total and complete lineage. And only then you can articulate the back propagation of value to know what you don't need.
Okay, this is very...
I've covered lots of things in that.
No, that's good. This is very, I would say it's data-centric in a sense. But like, I want to hear your thoughts on how much of a data platform needs to exist in order for it to be valuable. So, you know, I could start with using something like just pure Spark if all I want to do is distribute something and do some kind of streaming computation. But, you know, you have the data catalog, you have different types of data formats that you would want to store on disk and maybe manage in some neat way. You want access control, you want data lineage, you want all this stuff. I just wonder if people get stuck in advanced analytics platform projects more often than actual projects. And so what is the MVP and what components are necessary for an MVP that is compliant, but doesn't necessarily have to have every single advanced analytics capability in place in order to start deriving value, so that you don't have this ERP project that's 10 years long, where the original person that started it doesn't even work at the company anymore because it took so long to implement it. Like, is it possible to make those MVP projects? And what does the smallest possible footprint look like? What do you think?
Smallest possible for me would be a set of connectors and some intelligence around it, right? So the ability to connect to the various data sources that you're using to answer a question, and then the ability to actually perform the analysis on that in a distributed fashion, right?
Okay,
so
and do you
want to
need
get to a minimal footprint? That to me would be the minimal footprint.
Is there a sense in standardizing on the processing approach? You know, saying we're always going to use this Python thing, or this computation engine, or this database, or something. Do you think that's part of an advanced analytics strategy?
No, I don't. I don't think so. I think the language that's used for processing will change all the time, and more we're moving towards natural language processing, right? So we want to engage with the data in spoken language, right? So I think
I mean like for the actual computation, not necessarily how the users sending stuff in.
I'm sorry, the actual computation.
You know, like, are you going to run it on
We use,
Spark?
like, a ton of
Are you going to
Spark.
run it like a Python stuff, right? Like,
right.
Is there a sense in having a central engine?
Got it.
You know, and maybe Microsoft wants SQL Server to be that kind of engine. Maybe you guys have some kind of thing like that in your...
So what the approach we're taking at Cloudera is it's around where innovation really happens. And if I take large language models as an example, the open source community is innovating very rapidly in that space. And so when you take it to like computational engines, what we are seeing is trends in various directions. And what's interesting, actually, when you get into data engineering and data science kind of workloads, we're seeing more adoption of Python and frameworks like Ray, and less over Spark on Scala, much more Python, PySpark. And so we are seeing some trending in that domain at the moment. And our task, of course, is data scientists and data engineers could be very technically opinionated about the tools they use, provide them flexibility. To your particular question about minimum footprint, I refer to it in the opposite way. I say, what's the table stakes? As in, what should everybody be able to do that would kind of set the baseline? And how do we delete things and make things simpler from the bottom up? So the first thing is you might consider a lakehouse. It helps converge a whole pile of different technologies and simplify and standardize how your data and tables are represented within storage. You might also think in terms of lineage, security, and governance being absolutely fundamental. And if you follow a modern architecture like a data fabric or a data mesh approach, at the end of the day, that should be federated. And the way I refer to it is everybody should be playing by the same rules. An enterprise, a true enterprise, doesn't matter how decentralized they are, has a set of rules that they need to apply at the enterprise level. But then you want everybody within each area of that business to play in their own world and have their own flexibility, because we all know that practitioners close to the problem, close to the use case, close to the customer, are great at solving problems in their space.
Well, let me ask you to clarify then. So let's say you have a minimum set of services that you want to be able to offer everybody. Do you imagine, or do you see among the more successful customers that they deploy that in parallel and let old stuff rot? Or do you see them do it as like a big project where they have to migrate into a lake house or whatever the case may be? What is the right way?
It can be a combination of all of those, as in you can overlay your lake house on an existing store if you like, so take your data lake, could be cloud storage, and put your lake house on top. And when I say lake house, I mean you're now storing data in a way that can be presented to many different compute engines, including Spark as one, but also your governance and security is in place.
Right.
What that means, coming back to my original, we make data analytics accessible to all, greater security and governance means I can open the data up to more people. I can have more confidence in doing so, and I've got the safety net in place so that if Chris does something silly with data or blows some confidential information, it's already redacted automatically by the platform.
Yep.
So one thing we're focused on when we talk about advanced analytics, you mentioned it earlier, data's getting so big, it might be too big for humans to now manage at scale. We're focused on how we automate that, how we make that easy, so you don't need to worry about it anymore.
What do you say about technical debt, which is what all the sad IT people that just get one more thing on their plate yell immediately. And I'm like, do it. But is it a real thing? Is it...
I think that the... whatever industry, whatever your practice, you like to invent words that make you feel happy about what you do, right?
Or less depressed in the case of IT admins.
Maybe, but I think that the reality is that what you're dealing with is burden. If you want to be agile, you want to be, you take off your rucksack, you take off your heavy boots, you put on running shoes, you put on running kit. If you want to make a Formula One car, it's light. So what you're dealing with is technology burden, because you've gone with all the hype. You've added all these things in, and you've got a complete disparity of how people use and operate and code. And you've got different coding practices, different development methodologies, different styles, different standards. So you've got this burden that's stopping you from iterating and being agile. But it's not just technology. You've got a semantic burden. Semantic burden because you don't understand your process and your data and the meaning. So you have two challenges, that if you want to be faster, if you want to be better with data, be more advanced in doing your analytics, is you've got to have capacity to do that. And most organizations strip capacity because it gives them a short-term cost reduction. So how do you create capacity through reducing that semantic burden and the technology burden, right? And you do that by using metadata. You use that by using active metadata to automate your processes so that your standardized way of working is just straightforward. So to your point about, I want to be able to access the data wherever it is, so there isn't a burden on the organization. So, Emma wants to access a data set. Well, the traditional way is someone have to get the requirements, understand who Emma is and what our role is and what she's trying to access and what policies are at play in that, and they have to write a specification, and then someone's got to code that and they've got to test it. Well, actually, it's outsourced to this other team. They go and do that work, and then someone tests it, and they deploy it, and they miss something in the test, and then it fails, and you've got a security alert, and now you've got a risk register, and you go back and do that. And so you're doing all these processes. Well, what if actually your access to data was automatic, and that the data was masked regardless of wherever it is, automatically, immediately? And you can immediately look and go, you know what? I don't actually need that data because it doesn't add any incremental value to the analytics I'm doing because it provides no context. Remember, context is king when it comes to analytics. So you want to, it's not how quickly can you get access to data and use it, it's how quickly you determine that you don't need it.
Right.
And so how can you do that if you're swamped, if you're overburdened with technology and semantic
But I have to say, that really extends to the whole stack.
Of course it does.
Being able to determine, when a service is not needed and everything, there has to be sort of a life cycle management and a balance sheet approach. The reason I don't believe in tech debt is because debt has a function in economic systems. You just need to manage your debt.
Well, it implies that you've taken out some kind of loan against the future. Like, what point is it paid off?
So at some point in the future, somebody's going to have to fix the tech problem that you've created. But if you're making a ton of money or creating a ton of value during that time, it's paid itself off over that time. The problem is when you have old services that are 5 years old that nobody remembers why they were started, and somebody's still paying for them.
5 years old, right?
Yeah.
I've got customers using stuff that I wrote 20 years ago, and it still works fine. Still adapts.
Yeah, but if it's creating value, you're all good to go.
Yeah,
but the
it's
point
still
is, there's stuff
it's only legacy. It's only legacy if it's not adding value and it's actually hitting you, right?
Yes.
If it's still adaptive, it still supports your business needs, then it's not legacy.
Somebody needs to be paying for that and getting in trouble if you're not making money on it internally. And that balance sheet exercise is seldom done.
But your challenge then is, how do you back propagate value? How do you know? And part of that's why total lineage is important, because cost propagates forward, value propagates backwards.
Sure.
And the challenge is that if you're a middle tier manager in an IT department, there is no way for you to increase sales. The only way you can increase value to the organization is by reducing cost. And if you have no hardware on your budget and you have no software on your budget, and you've only got people, there's only one way that you can add value, and that's by reducing your people cost. And in doing that, you challenge the IP of the organization, and you challenge the knowledge capital and the social capital that is existing in your team.
There's a pretty hard cap on the amount of value you can produce by reducing operational costs. You can fire everyone, and that's the cap. But there's not necessarily any cap on the amount of value you can create by creating a compelling product that customers or somebody else is willing to pay more for. And so I wonder, sort of in your experience, when it comes to advanced analytics, I feel like a lot of time the low-hanging fruit are these internal cost reductions and efficiency ones. Do you think that's a good place to start? Or do you think people should be focusing on, I don't want to say bluebird stuff, because I don't think that stuff that's customer-facing is necessarily exotic. But in your experience, sort of what works, what should the ratio be, and how should people approach advanced analytics in terms of how much of their effort to spend on those kinds of use cases?
So when it comes to our customer base, what we hear from them is that the customer-facing stuff is where their priorities are, right? And that's where they're spending their time and their money. And the internal stuff, less important, and they're accumulating debt there, right? And they're okay putting people on those problems instead of investing to build out solutions for it. So that's definitely been a challenge for our customers.
Well, I know in logistics, for example, a lot of companies would like to offer services like same-day delivery. And you can either hire some cheap labor to do that, or you can develop an advanced algorithm. But the advanced algorithm is going to be weird. People are going to have to agree on stuff. Maybe you're going to have to reshuffle your depot where the packages are. Nobody likes doing that kind of stuff. Let's just hire some cheap people instead.
Right.
But so, do you still think that it is a good approach to go for those? I just see a lot of companies focusing on customer support chatbots. I just think that's the most fantasy-deprived idea you can come up with. There's so many more cool things you can do.
Right.
But maybe it's too tall of an ask.
What I enjoyed earlier was your concrete example. So I think we can provide a concrete example. We're very fortunate to be working with OCBC Bank out of Singapore. And what they recognized very quickly is if they augmented their development team by bringing in models that could help them write code better, aligned with their bank's standards and practices, building in the right security, auditability, traceability, as you mentioned, governance and lineage, into the code as it's built and designed, and make that scalable. So they're not a team of 200 developers, they're a team of 300 developers augmented. Yeah? And then they let them loose. They let them go and build modern AI into the bank's operational applications. And they focused across the bank. They went into the back office, complex documents. Let's do topic extraction. Let's do summarization. Let's do redlining. Let's write a series of applications to support that team. Drove greater performance in that team, more efficiency in that team. They went to the front office, the customer-facing interface. They didn't go build chatbots. What they did was build consultants, augmented by their enterprise data to give great advice on which products are right for you, which cards are right for you, and this is going to sound like, okay, this is interesting, which investments are right for you. But that was all backed off on enterprise data, on market risk data that bank had access to, that could augment that dialogue with.
Yeah.
The large language model is just being used to generate the content. The content is still the enterprise data informing that conversation.
Yeah.
And they've built that. They've put it into production. They're seeing real-world returns. 150 models in production, 4 million decisions made a day. This is real. They're there already. They're not just thinking about it. And I like the sequencing in which they executed. Help the builders first, build better, and then go and find opportunities to drive greater efficiency in the back office and greater experience in the customer front office.
There is an interesting observation here where I do think that the replacing or increasing efficiency, right, of expensive resources gives a big bang for the buck. If a developer becomes twice as efficient and is an expensive resource, that is a huge gain compared to replacing somebody that's maybe not as expensive a resource. I want to change topic just a little bit, but it's sort of related, which is that for a while, everybody was like, we're all cloud. It has to be all in the cloud. You guys have cloud in your name.
Yeah.
It's managed platforms, walled gardens. We don't want to care about it. I am sort of biased. I have some workstations that I work with that are just so convenient compared to working in the cloud. And I'm not saying that the cloud doesn't have its particular use case, but for me and the specific way I work, I've found that having a combination of tools makes me a little bit better. So some workstations, some local resources, some cloud resources, and there's a really nice workflow in between everything. Are you guys seeing that hybrid setups are coming back in vogue?
Yeah.
What do you say?
We've seen a ton of repatriation of workloads that just...
That's a great word, repatriation.
I love that, yeah.
Yeah.
And for what reasons?
Right, cost containment. Right, primarily it's
mainly cost-driven?
Yeah, they for repatriated workloads, there's certain workloads that are never going to cloud, right? So we have, one of our customers is the Irish Revenue Commissioners, right, which is taxation for the country of Ireland, and they're saying that data is so sensitive, it's never going to cloud. It's going to sit in their data center forever, right? But there are other projects and workloads that do go to cloud that, if it's not a peaky workload, right, cloud may not make sense, right? If you've got a very consistent workload, the economics of cloud may not make sense, right? So what we're seeing is that desire to move those workloads back on premises. And we've built out our platform with a separated data plane and control plane. So you've got a single control plane that can manage the data assets on premises or cloud. So it doesn't matter where the workload is being deployed. You've got that same interface, same set of skills, same apps built against it.
It's interesting what you bring up here, because you do require a couple of capabilities in order to be multi-cloud, hybrid, and so on. Because, for instance, let's say you go with AKS for Kubernetes type stuff. You can do hybrid stuff with AKS, but the more deep you go into one vendor's ecosystem, the more difficult it is to
get out of it.
You know, do hybrid and that other kind of stuff.
Right.
And so you do need to plan a little bit for it. Are you
So I think part of the we're all doing similar things here, right? So I think part of the challenge is I don't think you can go half in, right? If you go half in all these different technologies, that's when you have a problem, that you're creating that burden. You have to commit to something to make it work. And when you do, you can then optimize over that. And to your point, if you know your business, if you know the behavior of your customers, their interactions with your products and services, and you can predict what they're going to do, then you can optimize over that. The challenge is when you've got a volatile marketplace, when you've got volatile customers, you know, you do a mergers and acquisition and suddenly you bring on a diverse set of customers that behave in a different way, and that gives you a challenge in lots of different areas.
What do you mean by going in halfway? Like, what are you thinking of?
Well, I've seen situations where people say, well, we're going to have a loosely coupled microservices architecture, right? And so you end up with all these different technologies deployed with different standards because it's all microservices. And then what happens is key people leave, and then this microservice becomes a key critical infrastructure element that you can't maintain anymore, right, in how that all fits together. So having the ability, a single language for data across your organization is a really important thing. Whether it's Ab Initio, Cloudera, Actian, or whatever, it's really important that you consider the systemic optimization rather than the individual needs of someone saying, oh, I want to play with this new thing, because as a technologist, particularly if you're not actually doing analytics that says, right, well, I increased customer yield by 20%, the only way that you perceive you're going to be valuable is by being current, right? And hopping on the latest technology, right? Yet, actually, organizations want boring technology. They want it to just work and be predictable and just be okay, right? So the interesting thing about the cloud and the repatriation is about the hidden thing in there is that organizations were changing their financial model. They were going from a CapEx model to an OpEx one, and they didn't realize that with OpEx, you need really tight feedback loops. And if you don't have that feedback loop, somebody else is going to get inside your decision cycle and take advantage of you, right? And that's why you get escalating costs, because you've got runaway feedback. Right. As soon as you bring that control in, it allows you to work better. From an Ab Initio perspective, we existed before the cloud, right? But our architecture was designed to be a software supercomputer that would have no limits and be unbounded by hardware. And that means we were cloud ready before the cloud. It means that when it came to processing, when you've only got one bit of tin, right, that sat on your desk, you want to maximize the performance of that, squeeze every ounce of CPU and be CPU bound out of that. Right. And that means that same benefit means, well, you can be efficient on-prem and efficient in the cloud. Right, so we've got a customer that grew their data volume by 700% in the cloud, but only had a 15% increase in costs. right? You know, those are really, but you've got to get it right, and you've got to have the right people, and those people have to have the capacity to deal with that. And as soon as you're reacting to your customers doing something different, that's when you lose control, and that's when your repatriation costs start to become an interesting thing. But if you're spending your time just moving between technologies, you're not delivering incremental value for the business.
Okay, so I mean, is that sentiment echoed by? Do you see people pulling resources back, or is this just a temporary thing, or where is it going to sort of even out?
So customers are either in cloud. So we've got some customers we've helped move to cloud and accelerated them on that journey. What I mean is we've taken their existing estate, if you like, and moved it to a modernized way of working on cloud. And what's most important when you move those workloads is be data-driven in the process. So the first thing we put in place is observability. How is your workload running? Is it running as efficiently as possible? Let's optimize it. Do you still want more benefit from that? Let's move it to cloud. Does it work more optimally in cloud? To your point, is it the right type of workload for cloud? Some organizations using data and being data-driven have realized that the cost of doing that for some workloads is not what they anticipated and have repatriated to on-premise. And we're fortunate in that we build a hybrid platform. So it works well in all form factors and actually brings a benefit. We bring those cloud qualities into the data center. Elasticity, workload isolation, observability, all of that becomes a single view, like you say, a control plane. So you can make really good data and analytics-based decisions, data-driven about where to run the workload for best effect, and if it's better to run it in the cloud, run it in the cloud if it's more cost-effective. Right. And we would encourage that.
And of course you have to deal with, it's not just your needs as an IT department, there's also compliance reasons. This data can't move from this region. This data's sensitive and therefore can't go in there. And so context in any analytics is king, right? And if you lose context, then you're out of control.
I have to say I've done some pretty good deals this year solely on the ability to run things on-premise with large language models, where we have some competitors that have some pretty mature products, but they're completely cloud-only. And then not only are they cloud-only, but they're using software as a service services that they're completely dependent on, that if they were hypothetically to be cut off from, would just disappear entirely. But we only have a few minutes, and so what I want from you guys is a blurb on what is the frontier of advanced analytics. Where are we headed?
So for me, it's simplicity. It's the democratization of analytics and making advanced analytics available to everybody. It's that co-pilot-like experience where you get somebody that probably not the smartest person in the organization, but made a lot smarter through the use of Gen AI.
Okay.
But yeah, simplification is what it's about for us when it comes to
co-pilot. I like that word. Cool.
Yeah, I suppose at Cloudera we're focused on three things. Helping organizations modernize their data architecture. There's various options in that. Making sure you can do true hybrid, but make it easy. Not, it's a one-way gate to cloud. We give you choice and flexibility. And the third is accelerating AI, and we do that in two ways. One, build AI with Cloudera, and we're really focused on making that a really good experience. Or two, embed AI into Cloudera. And as I mentioned, data volumes are so big now, you've got no choice but to automate.
Right. What do you say?
I think from Ab Initio's point of view, it's about creating a new type of asset, and that asset is active metadata. The ability to not just passively collect data quality or lineage or ontologies, but to be able to bring that all together and to activate it in the right way to automate those processes we already described. So I think the interesting thing now is that if you invest in metadata as an asset, it allows you to do that heterogeneous execution, to give you the choice of where you want to do things, instead of having these islands of automation. You know, there's a phrase that we had from the 80s that we're coming back around again, right? So for me, metadata, active metadata as an asset, is a way to actually really drive automation, is a really profound thing. And that automation covers all aspects of governance, control, management, self-service, and of course data processing.
Metadata driving automation, co-pilot, hybrid, and flexibility. Cool. Thanks for this panel. I hope you learned a lot. Our panelists here are here at Data Innovation Summit. Be here or be square. But I'm sure there's good ways to contact you all if you're interested in adopting advanced analytics in your organization. Thanks for joining us. We'll be back shortly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
everyone, to the final panel of the day. We are going to be talking about data engineering, and I know we have some heavyweights with us today. I hope we can get technical. I hope we can fight and be a little opinionated and give the audience some fun stuff to think about.
Yeah.
Let's start off.
We are in the Octagon after all.
This is the Iglugon.
The Iglugon.
Something like that. Let's start off with a little introduction of everybody for the audience that doesn't know who these people are well known, but let's go ahead.
Sure thing. Shel Carlson, Head of AI Strategy at Domino Data Lab and host of the Data Science Leaders Podcast.
I'm Lars Albertsson. I run Qlik, a small company. We do data engineering as a service.
Jesper Fredriksson. I'm at Volvo Cars, heading a small group of AI people.
And Max Schulze. I'm Associate Director at HelloFresh, leading the data platform over there, and been building data platforms for the last decade at various different places.
The title of this panel is Strategies for Effective Data Engineering. And I think all of you have sort of been leading the charge in this topic for a long time through transitions of, let's say, trends and sort of domains. But this specific one is in applied and generative AI. Data engineering and applied and generative AI. Let's start off with one thing. I've seen in hiring processes that the role of data engineer has become much, much hotter than the role of data scientist. Do you guys see that as well?
Yes, definitely.
Why do you think that is?
So I'm a data scientist since a long time ago, and it's usually so that data scientists come in and make a notebook, makes a proof of concept, and then hands it over to the data engineer. So the data engineer ends up being the real star of the show and gets it into production. So from my point of view, it's obvious that data scientists need to step up to the level of data engineers.
Okay. What do you say, Lars?
I would say it's a natural progression of when you go from experiments and POCs to trying to build things that actually work and actually have a value. And if you look outside of data, in outside of IT, the quota of scientists versus engineers is like 1 to 10 or something, which is a reasonable quota to have in data as well.
Yeah.
So it's just natural.
So you're saying there should be 9 to 1 engineers to scientists?
Something along those lines, yeah.
And perhaps it was a bit skewed in the beginning that people tried to go with way more scientists.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the change that we've seen now, is that it was a massive hype right from the start. So everybody wanted to have all the data scientists in the world, and everybody wanted to be a data scientist as well. But at the same time, nobody recognized yet like how hard it actually is to do those things, right? And how hard it actually is to go from model training to actually productionize something.
Yeah.
And that is like where a lot of companies now have grown up and like understood that the real part is really about, the hard part is really about like making the things matter and making them actually impactful for the business of like running the things in production. And that's why the perception has also changed a lot. And the emphasis has swung back quite a lot towards the data engineering side.
But I would like to add, though, to your point. I mean, one of the key reasons why you would see that is because the data science role has sort of splintered into a whole bunch of different roles. So whether that's the ML engineer or the data product manager or the AI product manager, or indeed even the leader of these data science initiatives is now a natural evolution of the data scientist. So the data scientist, what the data scientist did is still, I would say, arguably as exciting and as important. And indeed, when it comes to like successful Gen AI implementations, they're often led by a person who used to be a data scientist or was very attached to data science. It's just that data scientist has now grown up into another role.
But I feel like there's data scientist V1 and V2. And V1 is the unicorn that could do a little bit of everything, and V2 is the person that chooses hyperparameter tuning, parameters or something. And people realize that this person that knows everything is slightly less common than ideal. And so they're like, okay, well, if we can't hire one person that knows all that stuff, let's hire 5 people that know some of that stuff and then hope that they can collaborate with each other. And that didn't seem to work out, and the ratio of the people was difficult to get right and stuff. You guys are hiring people. What kind of skills are you looking? Do you look for data scientists or do you look for data engineers? Like, what are the ones that you're?
I'm primarily looking for AI engineers, which is basically the data engineers, but more focused into generative AI and the other things that come with it, like vector databases.
Does that have a software development background?
Yes, definitely. That's what I'm saying. Like, software development becomes much more important in AI when it comes to Gen AI, because it's basically like a few API calls that you make, and then the rest is software engineering, more or less.
I have to say, I've been hiring some people recently, and I've found that young entrepreneurs are much better than people that studied some kind of AI master's degree. Because the people that study the AI master's degree don't know what ODBC is, or something like that. And you need to be able to connect to a database.
Yeah.
You need to be able to pack up a tar.gz file. And whereas the entrepreneurs, the scrappy hackers, are just forced to do everything. I feel like that's much more useful.
Lucky though, we now have ChatGPT, so everybody knows how to start doing those things.
What was the word ChatGPT starting to use now that everybody's using, that if you see that word in a conversation, you know they ripped it from ChatGPT? I don't remember. Okay. So data engineers, and what about the tooling? One thing I'm seeing now, I don't know if it's just because I'm doing things the hard way, but a lot of stuff that we want to do, like collecting feedback and that kind of stuff is, we'll have like Lang Fuse and other stuff like that to really collect feedback from the language models and stuff. It's really duct tape and hack and slash stuff that we're gluing together, and we're trying to standardize it in our company. But the cool stuff that we want to do isn't really readily available in Azure and other stuff like that. Where do you think the tooling is right now relative to what we want in order to sort of productionalize these neat features that we see?
I think with the big data hype, we saw a sort of a shift towards more technical tooling like Hadoop and those ecosystems, which the enterprises had a tough time adopting, because you don't both need to adopt the tooling, which is easy, but also to adopt new ways of working. So then we saw a sort of the pendulum swing back, and we saw the low-code tooling rising, and back to data warehousing, but new forms of data warehousing with BigQuery and Snowflake and dbt and so forth. But those represent two significantly different ways of working, where the data warehousing and the low-code tooling is a tool for non-software engineers, basically. I have one client who called them clickers and coders, and whereas the big data ecosystem tooling was clearly made for software engineers with a Java background or distributed systems background and so forth. The pendulum will swing back again. And the reason I'm so certain is that we saw the same happening in the 90s, when everybody needed software engineers, but there weren't any around. So we had this 4GL tooling with the low code, and everybody should be able to be a programmer and so forth, right?
Yeah.
And if you look at the low code tools that we see out here, they all look like Informix and those 4GL tools in the 90s, and they serve a purpose right now. Don't get me wrong here. They serve an important purpose in democratizing the ability. But what we saw with 4GL and the UML phase is that they weren't sufficient in the end to build high-quality systems. So we will solve this by educating data engineers.
We've seen a little bit of that for like ML stuff, right? Being able to build ML models using building blocks, but then if you really want to make something that's purpose-made, it's just never enough.
And if you go to the companies that do this really well, they don't use those tools.
Oh, no, of course not. Of course.
I mean, I spent most of last summer going around talking about how Python was the new Excel. If anybody was actually going in and really building either machine learning models or building now Gen AI applications are all doing this in code.
Yeah.
So I would say it says what you were saying. There was a lot of belief and excitement around low code, and then we realized that when we're actually making this real, we need the kind of control that we get with code. We need the governance that we get with code. And the low-code tools are just they're not portable enough for that, and they are not really set up for that.
I had a great conversation earlier where we were also talking about hiring part again. That a lot of the data engineers that call themselves like today are more like former BI folks that sprinkle a little bit of Python on top of that, which is not sufficient for like the day-to-day work that requires like actual like software engineering practices.
Yeah.
And that when you actually want to bring in people, and that's like more my take now because I've always been like working on the platform side of things, right? Like the platform is trying to make that work somehow by saying you take the strong people that you can get, you put them in the platform, you build the tooling that you need to make the less educated people successful in what they are doing in the day-to-day.
That has to be why Python has really had a breakthrough. It's because of physicists that don't know how to program and ex-BI people that don't know how to program, and so now Python is the de facto standard. But I guess this is the question. Here's a question. My experience right now is that there's sort of two types of upskilling that need to happen at the customers where I'm active at. The businesses need to be much better at sort of being, sort of requiring things, seeing that the experiment didn't turn out the way they wanted, and saying, okay, I need to be able to express this better, and sort of practicing that. I feel like that's something that they need to practice over the course of a year. But also these teams that are ex-BI people that know how to program, but they're not really software. They didn't start with Java or anything like that. They just know how to program Python. They also need to upskill a little bit and fail for about a year.
Yes.
And so I don't think it's a good idea to wait for these no-code, super easy solutions, because you do need about a year of failure in order to become a good team to actually put this stuff into production in the right way. What about failure? What are you seeing in like the teams you work in? Maybe you've already gotten past that part, but like the ones that my customers, some of them have done that, and there's just huge benefits on the other side, and the other ones don't want to fail, and so they never start, but they never get productive.
Yeah, you have to fail, and you have to fail fast, and realize that you made the mistake, and then go back again. And I think that's just the way to success, to fail enough times, and then you can succeed.
Yeah.
But in order to fail, you have to have very fast feedback cycles from the trial to the failure, right? And in many companies, those feedback cycles are like, get a couple of committee decisions, allocate people, and then 6 months down the line, you figure out that you failed. But then you can't fail anymore because.
But let's be crisp here, because we heard somebody here before saying that on Microsoft you can have your project up in 2 days, and then another guy was like, it might take a year to do something. That's a pretty big span.
Yes.
Like what timelines are reasonable to do stuff?
I think it can be that fast, but it's mainly an organizational issue. I think that's what you're alluding to. The organization needs to be able to supply the tooling, and you need to be able to do your stuff by talking to the right people all the time. And if the organization is huge, then that is a problem. It will slow things down.
Completely agree with you there, but I think a key thing to mention here is that you've got to be failing on the right things. If you're failing on doing something that is not going to deliver business value, then you haven't learned anything. And I think going back to Max's point here is this issue of that I think we're transitioning from insights into applications. Previously, data scientists, data engineers, and data analysts were very much around how can we get ad hoc insights for decision support in our organizations. And right now, we've moved beyond that. We know that there's only so much value you get from that. What you really get value from are applications that are consistently either creating experiences or making decisions on an ongoing basis. And building those production-grade applications looks very, very different from this kind of insights-oriented process, this ad hoc rolling in the data that we were doing before, which is why we're getting towards coding tools versus clicking tools, which is why we're getting to the value of AI engineers.
I think those kind of projects can still seem like overwhelming to people, big engineering projects, and my idea is that you should always be able to chop it down to a 1 to 3 month project. Like you should always be able to fit it into that. 3 months if it's more complicated, 1 month if it's less complicated.
I would challenge you there because the one difference between those that struggle and those that succeed is that those that succeed never use the word project.
Okay.
It's all products. It's all things that live and have an organic life, and then you, in either continuously or in very short sprints, you iterate on those products.
Okay. Let me throw out an interesting thought. Like, aren't we failing all the time anyways? Even if we don't put the focus on those teams? Like, those teams still exist as of today, even if we don't put the focus on them, and we don't give them the tools, and we don't do the whole project setup and everything. They are failing anyways.
The key is to realize that we're failing.
Exactly. Exactly.
I'd like to jump back to the span that you mentioned here, because I find that this is very poorly understood, right? If you look at quantitative measures between the incumbents that struggle and the born digital companies, you'd think that the born digital ones are 2 times or 5 times or 10 times better, but if you look at actual numbers, it's a span of 100 or 1,000 or 10,000. If you measure like number of pipelines or number of the data sets per person or something. When you may have heard Oscar Ståhl on the keynote earlier today. 10 years ago, I was in the core data team at Spotify, and we set out to build the first coherent data platform there. With the goal to democratize the use of data, and we explicitly set the goals of try a new pipeline in less than a week or less than a day, and fix a pipeline and change it in less than an hour. We got a bit lower than that, But those numbers are orders of magnitude lower than what you see in the Swedish banks, for example. I interviewed some candidates for a client and said, okay, what is the time between having an idea to do with data and getting feedback from production? And the typical times they said from their current work was like 6 weeks to 12 weeks. And I said, let's say that a manager went to the Data Innovation Summit and he said, I heard these people that do this in a day. How can you change it so that you do it in a day? One of the candidates said, if management says something unreasonable, I'm going to push back. You know, they didn't believe it was possible. So that's the width of the span of capabilities. And those loops, the speed of those loops, that's absolutely essential for succeeding, whether you do boring reporting or cool AI things. So the speed of those loops, absolutely essential.
But okay, let me make sure I'm understanding you correctly. You're not saying that doing it in 2 days is a myth, right?
No.
Okay, and so for a bank, let's say the bank is like, okay, you know, we want to be the coolest bank, doing things really fast now. We still got to stick with, fulfill our regulatory obligations and so on. How low can we get? I mean, is it reasonable to compete with these digital native companies and do things that quickly?
A couple of years later, I worked at the royalties and reporting in Spotify, and this was during the time that we were doing the IPO, going public, right? So then, you know, Ernst & Young and so forth came in with lots of regulations that we had to comply with. We never compromised anything on iteration speed and comply with RTGC and SOX and everything.
Yeah.
They don't mandate that things must be slow.
Yeah.
They mandate that you keep track of things. And if you have a difficulty keeping track of things and being coherent across the company, then you're going to be slow.
I think like if they come to you and they're like, we have a set of rules you need to implement, you're like, I know how to work with that. It's the things are slow because of people, not because there are rules.
Exactly.
If at all, then building those rules into the platform itself makes you faster.
For sure.
Right?
For
Because
sure.
that means you're ruling out all these like people processes.
Absolutely.
Maybe it's about scoping. Maybe it's like you're trying to get the whole piece of the pie at once, and then you end up in this thing where it takes a long time to get all the regulations in place, and then you find out that eventually you're only going to do like a piece of the pie, and then you spent all the time doing things that are unnecessary.
I want to pivot a little bit now, only because in the scope of generative AI, the term LLM ops has sort of come up, perhaps distinguishing itself from ML ops or DevOps and that kind of stuff. What's your take on that? Is that a real thing? And if so, what distinguishes it?
Yeah, I don't know of any good tools. I mean, we have some stuff like RAG-AS, for example, when it comes to evaluating the RAG pipeline. Those are pretty good, and that's the new kind of thing. I think it's in a way simpler and in a way harder than MLOps because you don't retrain your models in that respect. It's more about the data. It's more about
is MLOps really that standardized? I just thought MLOps was a cool word for doing ML or LLM ops or LLM in like a in a structured way rather than just cowboy. Let's see what works.
I mean, if you look at what Andrew Ng says, for example, he has all these levels of MLOps. It's like 4 levels or something.
Okay. I guess I didn't go to that Coursera course.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think there are dangers of even talking about LLM ops as a separate thing from ML ops because it automatically has folks think that this means that I should be setting up a separate stack and I should be going about this in a different way. And at least for every real-world Gen AI application that I've seen, it's actually beneficial to go in and unpack the problem so that you're not using your LLM for every part of the problem. You should be going in and leveraging upstream predictive AI models or traditional ML models instead of trying to have your LLM do things like case classification or next best action prediction. They can do them, but they just can't do them as cheaply, quickly, and accurately, and in as data secure fashion as you could do with a traditional predictive model.
I guess it depends what you're doing.
It depends on what you're doing, obviously.
If you're going to do customer support, then maybe you don't need a fancy AI prediction on.
But even customer support, you will do better. You can use your LLM for the dealing with the conversation, but you should be probably using a random forest model for doing the next best action prediction. So when you're thinking about that generative AI pipeline or application, actually you really should be thinking about this as something which can support your traditional predictive models as well as can support the kinds of data engineering steps that you're looking for. And so I would say, yes, there are elements of LLMOps that are definitely different from MLOps, but what you really should be doing is building something which supports both of those, because otherwise you're reinventing the wheel and you're missing out on the benefits that each one of those can provide to the other.
I'm going to not necessarily push back, but give some sort of extra perspective. But I want to hear if you feel that, what's your take on it? If LLM ops is an actual thing, or if you think it's the same as ML ops and everything else?
I think it should be the same.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Now, the reason I would like to suggest that it's slightly different is only because the thing that make these tools really good are really fringe new techs that are not well established, and it's not clear exactly how to use it. So consider in RAG, right now, everybody's trying to figure out what the best way to do re-ranking and searching is in RAG. And so maybe there's a hybrid approach with keyword plus graph plus vector. What kind of re-ranking model should you have? Blah, blah, blah. And like the thing I'm most concerned is distilling best practices from companies that have tried everything. And I'm like, okay, for these guys, it worked. Let's sort of weave that back into best practice for now for LLM and move past the re-ranking part and go into how do we collect feedback in the correct way,
right,
so that we can do tuning or something else, and collecting all these best practices, because I feel like maybe in a year and a half all of this will be standardized and we don't have to do this hard work. I just feel like this is the hard work that I was talking about of doing 1 year of hard work, so that your team is used to knowing what's coming and being in phase with the technology that's relevant.
The first step is always to get the evals right. You need to get the evaluation of the pipeline from start to finish. And then you can start playing around with the re-ranking or anything that you want to.
Well, that's ironic, because those tools are, I would say, like a month old, but the other stuff has existed for like half a year or something.
Well, I mean, I would go upstream and downstream from that database. And so if you move upstream, you're moving to the embedding models that you're using to go in and feed that database. And if you move downstream, you're going towards both predictive models and LLMs that are consuming from that. So I would say that at the end of the day, you are ending up in good old traditional MLOps territory, whether you like it or not. We obviously need to improve it and expand on it so that we can go in and incorporate the best practices and the elements of dealing with LLMs that are different. But the foundation is still
but I think you could make the case that it's all software engineering, and so there are some good sort of best principles in general. But like there are very specific LLM techniques now that seem to be working better than others, that are sort of being distilled right now. Some stuff, it's very interesting how small the models can be, how truthful. Guardrails are getting more and more sophisticated. What else? What else is top of mind for you guys when it comes to these applications?
I think what you said highlights sort of the commonalities between LLM ops and ML ops and data ops and so forth, because you said, evaluations and feedback cycles and loops. You said getting the eval cycle. Those are the common pieces.
Right.
If you look at go back to the data ops manifesto, you find a big emphasis on those things, with or without ML. So I think the commonalities are bigger than the differences, and the differences are fairly small. If you look at this MLOps maturity ladder as well, you'll find a lot of commonalities.
Yeah.
So, and it's not so much about the tooling; it's more about the way of working, just like DevOps were, and the commonalities between DataOps and DevOps are also like the gist of things.
I'd be curious to get some opinions from you folks on how much do you think does data quality still feed into LLMs and Gen AI, considering that we are using like a lot of big pre-trained models, but we are still like plugging some of our own local aspects into that when it comes to
data quality is always going to be the key. If you have bad quality of data into the RAG pipeline or whatever you're using, it's still going to be shit out.
Yeah. But I would say I think it's a different data quality initiative than we were going after before. It's a more agile data quality, whereas previously when you were talking about insights, there was much more of a clear sense of what a universal data quality would look like. And in this world, there is no universal. Data quality look very different for your different products, and you need to be able to support that.
I'm thinking about simple stuff like, for example, customer care. If you have a lot of irrelevant text in the email that you're taking in, and you're trying to respond to that in a sensical way, you're going to get better results if you can remove that for the LLM
I
before you
feel
do
like
it.
that's an engineering problem, and engineering problems are not always as interesting as like philosophy problems. So if we try to transform his statement here, one thing that I'm really annoyed at is like the amateur philosophers. Just take the concept of truth. Let's say you have indexed in your databases or your vector databases statements about the financial health of the customers, of the company. Some of them are made by the finance department, some are made in emails between colleagues, and one is the official statement of the CEO at the board, and one is the official statement of the CEO at the annual shareholder, blah, blah, something like that. You have them all four indexed. Which one is the truth, and what does it mean for something to be true? And you don't want it to lie, but okay, now you get to decide what the truth is.
I mean, it depends on what you're going after. What is the question?
Yeah.
And if you're asking about what are the financial metrics and you want to improve on the financial metrics, then of course that is the truth.
Yeah.
But if you're asking another question, then it might be. It's hard to say there's one truth for all.
Yeah. I think it goes back to the myth that there's one way to clean data or one way to have the right data.
One way to
It's
be a
all
customer.
use case dependent.
Yeah.
Truth is relative at the end of the day. It's relative to your use case.
Yeah. But now it's very semantic. I don't know. I guess the view of the customer is a very similar thing. Like, what is a customer, right?
Or what is an order or a shopping cart or whatever. If you take retail as a context, you know, if you talk to sales, they want to know finished orders, right? What you had in the shopping cart at the end. If you care about, you know, UX people and the funnel, they want to know how you pick the things in the shopping cart. And if you talk to the fraud people, they want to know all sorts of odd things about what, you know, the user agent and all sorts of details. And they care about different truths, and they're all truths.
Okay, I see a segue here to, I want to talk about whether or not we're going to train LLMs. So let's just pin that one for a second, or models in general. But before we get there, I'm thinking about bias. For me, bias is just like a statistical property. It's not an ethical valence, like good or bad. What is your experience with that with regards to like LLMs and them being very opinionated or biased or problematic in that way?
I think bias is necessary, and I don't think it is a statistical property, but it's also a ethical choice that we make. For example, if we would train generative AI on all the data out there on the internet, and we ask it for pictures of women, then a lot of those women would not have any clothes. But that's not the truth, right? They all have clothes out here. So we get bias just by trying to measure something. And we don't want that world where women are nude all the time.
It's very difficult because, you know, half of all people are Asian. But if I look around here, I don't look half Asian to me.
Exactly. So you have selection biases all the time, whether it's your geography or whether you take dirty places on the internet and so forth. And there is no such thing as a neutral piece of data, right? And we can't escape the choice. We can't say that technology is just neutral. Every time we pick something, we make an active choice.
Well, let's just muse for the sake of us tech enthusiasts. Where does the ethical onus lie? Is it on the, what do they call, the governance panels? Or does the individual engineer have some kind of responsibility to make sure things are done the right way? I guess it's a sort of self-answering question, but if there are any reflections on it.
I'm thinking about the user point of view. Like, I would say that it's mainly on the product management side. Like the PM should decide what is the product about, and if the product is about nude women, then maybe that's truth. But obviously, often it's not. So
let me ask for refinement on this, and you probably have a good opinion. Did you say product manager?
Yeah.
I need to excuse myself.
All right.
Thank you.
Is there a difference between a product manager and a product owner? And maybe we're talking about AI product manager, and specific AI product owner.
Yeah.
Well, before somebody made a really point that it was very much worth differentiating the two. Do you have any opinions on those kinds of different roles when it comes to, maybe from your data background? Does that extend to AI and that kind of stuff?
It's kind of interesting because like I think like the two have been thrown like into the same bucket like forever, more or less. And of course like that showcases a lot like where the roles are originally coming from, right? Like when you're talking about like more traditional software engineering side, usually you have a product manager that is a person that is managing the product, if we go by the truest form, but it did not include yet the sense of ownership. Right. And like if you're managing something that somebody is giving to you, that is like an entirely different philosophical model than saying I actually own something and I'm fully and 100% responsible for that part. And I think that trickled down a lot, especially into the data space, where you had a lot of people that were managing data, but they didn't own it. And like that was like one of the biggest problems that led to like all of these questions of
it just sounds expensive to have two people doing that kind of thing for something as simple as data. As simple,
yes,
right?
Yes. And I would rather go the other way around and say that a product manager needs to embrace the ownership part.
Right. Okay.
So you want to have one person that actually owns whatever you want to offer, but it is also capable of managing it.
So fully agree with you that person plays an extraordinarily important role in ensuring that for responsible AI, ensuring that the models, the data is all used in an ethical fashion. But I would say that I don't think that person is powerful enough on their own. Unless you have somebody above that person, call it an AI leader, call it what you want, but somebody who isn't just an executive sponsor, who is actually involved in the actual development of these tools, who oversees the development and operationalization of these tools, unless you have a powerful leader there, you're not going to be able to ensure that the organization is taking these factors into account seriously. Because the individual product manager, again, they're not going to be able to beat heads together to ensure that the other parts of the organization that are needed to go in and get around and get behind all of this are actually going to do their part.
I actually had some very positive experiences on that. Like specifically also in our current setup, on the one hand side, you always have dual leadership for like all the topics. There's always an engineering manager and a product manager as a counterpart, and they lead together to drive the topics forward. That is on the one hand side like working very well because you can balance out the considerations that you need to make for the delivery, for the team, versus like where you're heading from a product perspective. And at the same time, the organization builds up the product perspective also further upwards, right? So like you have the product managers that are reporting to a director of product who is not only managing the other product managers, but who is again the counterpart of the director of engineering, and they together are sitting and like figuring out what the business vision is.
I totally agree with you, but if your users are then going in and using that product in an unethical way, that product manager, I don't think, has enough authority to go in and ensure that they actually follow policy and comply and use it ethically.
Okay, I understand your point. Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't understand. Give me an example.
So thinking back to my background when I was creating lead scoring models, and you create one model for a particular team, and they go with it, and it works really, really well. And then leadership immediately comes back and says, "Oh, but why don't we apply this to every other part of the organization, which obviously the model hasn't been created for, and would give completely ludicrous results?" Who is it will go in and insist that doesn't happen? Is it the person?
But is that because it's a bad engineering decision, or because it's unethical?
It's because no one has the stick, no one has the clout to go in and point out to other senior leadership and to enforce that the users don't go in and use the tool in a way in which it wasn't designed for, in a way that would be giving bad results, and so on and so forth.
All right.
Yeah, and that's again where strong top-level leadership comes in. That needs to be able
hence the popularity of the chief AI officer, which should definitely not be called the chief AI officer, but having somebody in that role who has senior leadership clout and can enforce this is helpful, but not a silver bullet completely.
We have a few minutes left, and I would like to ask each of you to muse for a short moment on what lies at the frontiers of effective data engineering and generative AI moving forward. What's going to be hot in the coming half year to a year, maybe, when it comes to data engineering and Gen AI? What do you say?
Well, I mean, it's hard not to say responsible AI, just because that's on the minds of everybody, and because it's so critical in terms of being able to enable adoption of all of these technologies. I mean, I think take back to flight, right? I mean, if flight were as risky and as untrustworthy as it was 200 years ago, none of us would ever be flying, right? Yeah. We've gone in and built all the people, process, technology to go and ensure that flying is safe. We need to be able to ensure that kind of trust and safety and security and belief in AI technologies if we're going to be able to deploy them at scale, adopt them at scale.
I think that's a big shame. That's like the mindset. You know, if we replace doctors with LLMs, people would die for sure, but way fewer than would die today.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I think that's a word. I mean, as a utilitarian, I would say that's okay.
Yeah.
But some people are like, nah, it's okay that more people die because then we won't be able to put the LLM in jail, and that's no good. It's the same thing as self-driving cars.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm thinking about. To take that further, it's like the AI doctor maybe. So you will end up, that's my take on this. We're going to have agents that are going to perform tasks or workflows or maybe even roles. So that's what we should be
Personal
prepared
agents?
for. Not just personal. I think they will make a great fit into the workplace because there's already a space for that. There's already we have this thing to do. And we can just put in something that's automatized to do that.
Okay, but then a question to you, just as amusing. The most sophisticated language models of today, GPT-4 plus, how smart are they compared to your average naive child? Like, what level of task complexity are they able to do? What would you say?
I mean, I'd say, look at Devin, for example, the software engineer. It can perform basic coding that's almost at the level of a software engineer.
Yeah.
Like if you go to a junior level.
Would you say it's safe to say that it's like a talented 15-year-old kid?
Yeah, at least.
I think that's pretty freaking amazing.
Yes.
Okay.
I think it is.
Okay, so what's on the frontier?
I'm actually taking this in a totally different direction. Like again, reflecting more on the data engineering side as well. Is that with the whole hype and empowerment around like Gen AI and LLMs, like we've jumped 3 steps ahead. Now we need to take 1 step back to actually realize we're getting the basics straight.
Okay.
And I think that's a lot. Like there's a lot of people that still need to upskill. There's a lot of things that people still need to learn to figure out, okay, how do I actually do that properly? While at the same time, we also still need to figure out what are the actual real good use cases where we can actually turn this into value for the business.
Yeah.
Right? Because a lot of the work right now is really exploratory. And people are trying out the wildest things with that. But when it comes to the traditional retail business, not a lot of things have become fruitful.
Let me push back. I only wonder if these good use cases will not be as standardized as they were for advanced analytics, where you could say, fraud detection or demand forecasting, because the kinds of use cases you would want to use an advanced agent for are so specific to your business model that you would make one for your company, and unless there was a competitor, they wouldn't necessarily be able to carry it over directly.
Yeah.
Or what do you think?
No, I agree, and that's again where it's a combination of the general models and more specific models that are just for your particular business, for instance, that can help you, for instance, in the case of HelloFresh, to develop new recipes.
Right.
I disagree. I think they can be used. I think you can take a software agent, for example, from one company to the next. You just give it more context.
We never got back to it. I don't think models are going to be trained anymore. I think they're going to have general cognitive capabilities, and they just need to be in the right context. Yeah. It sounded like you had some parting words. Parting wisdom?
Unfortunately, it feels like we always hope for the magic bullet. We always hope that AI in its latest incarnation is going to make life easier for us. And almost invariably, we find again and again, there is no silver bullet. It isn't easier. It requires a lot of work. It requires building these capabilities. It requires using them in a smart, intelligent fashion. So any hope that these technologies will be like a replacement for human intelligence and do it all for us always feels to...
I disagree.
I hope you are right.
That's it.
I hope, I for one, welcome our AI overlords. All right. Thanks, everyone. This was a really fun panel. This one went faster than all the other ones. I'm super happy. Thanks, everybody, for joining us. I'm going to have some closing remarks in just a short moment. See you in a bit. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, hey. Didn't see you there. Welcome back. It's time for your favorite part of the day. One-to-one with me and AI. Or rather, with AI, because that's me. The question is, how cheesy can I be all at once? And the answer is maximum. To do a quick recap of today, we started off with opening remarks by the Data Octagon host. That's me. Not much to say about that. However, there was a lot of people that watched Chairman Henrik Göthberg's opening remarks. Top tier. Kai Andersson's interview with Carl-Henrik Svanberg. Top tier again. And we had some keynotes. And then straight to the panel. Let's see. That panel was navigating current challenges to unlock enterprise value. You know, these discussions tend to be, we start off with questions that are the kinds that readers send in. And they're always very, I wouldn't say average, but they're sort of the combination of what a lot of people are thinking about. And I guess the thing is that a lot of people think that they're facing these problems on their own. One of the things that I've been doing together with the organizers of this conference this year is traveling to many of the countries in Europe, Germany, the Nordics, and other places, holding these conferences with about 33 key decision makers at companies in those countries, all sort of data or AI decision makers. And the main value of those conferences, TPO 33 as we call them, has been to show people that they're not facing these challenges alone. So what we've been trying to do in these panels, you know, even though I have a lot of questions that I should be asking them, I want to have sort of a dialogue to get the temperature of things and see where people's mindset is and get applied. It's very easy to fall into the sort of dialogue of technobabble terminology and that kind of thing. But I think what everybody wants that's watching here is to have the rubber hit the ground when it comes to generative AI. I guess the sentiment, let's see, we had another one, modern data strategies, data-driven insights, and as strategies for effective data engineering. I really like this last one because, you know, we were talking, everybody here at the table, I know them personally, and they're good engineers. They really have their hands on in the stuff, and it's not like we don't have a sense of that these other things like business and ethics and everything are important, but there is a sense of it's time to actually build things. And I know there are a lot of companies that I'm working with now that are wondering whether they should hold off for half a year, for a year, until the tooling becomes more mature. But what you heard in this last panel specifically, which I really think echoes the sentiment that I've been sort of picking up as I am with customers, there's a kind of learning in the exercise that is hard to pick up unless you just jump in the deep end of the pool. It is the learnings that do overlap with a lot of software engineering best principles, but apply to the tooling that's specific to LLMs. So, you know, all the stuff that you already know about, understanding the life cycle of a component, whether that component is code itself, or data, or the way an LLM acts over time. The principles are the same, but the specific tooling that you would be using to track an LLM over time as it changes, who owns it, updates to the weights, all these kind of things, those are specific to the LLM. And, you know, especially if you have a team that is good enough to be dangerous, but not necessarily experienced in all of these best practices from, you know, decades of software engineering best practices, this is the stuff that your technical team has to learn. It's not very difficult to glue together a script of Python that can do tremendous amounts of things. But these software engineering principles are quite sophisticated and robust and proven and that kind of stuff. And you just need to take the time to learn them, pick them up, put them into practice, and so forth. And the same thing goes for the business side. The business side needs to learn how to put their requirements in such a way that the technology team can implement them correctly on the first try, and that's not going to happen. That also takes practice. Needs to have experience managing a product, the expectations of other customers, whether they're internal customers, business customers, or external customers. That's also experience that you need to build up over time. And a lot of times,
that responsibility is just thrown onto somebody that is the most enthusiastic, but really it needs to be a role in the company, whether you are called an AI product manager or something like that, not super important. And obviously, you know, within half a decade or a decade, just like we don't have internet managers at companies nowadays, we're not going to have AI product managers. But for the time being, as long as this stuff is really frontier, giving you a super big competitive advantage compared to everybody else that's not doing this kind of stuff, it does make sense to have AI product managers. It does make sense to start working on these things, even though they're difficult, even though the value is, I'm not going to say not there. It should be there. It should always be there. And it should always pay for itself. But maybe not astronomical, because you can build it piece by piece. And that was another learning from one of the panels earlier today. There have to be minimum viable products that you can build from 1 to 3 months. You can't build a platform for 3 years and then expect the value to come afterwards. So 1 to 3 months, practicing the tech team, practicing the business team, and what else? What's coming? Man, AI is not going to slow down. You think it's crazy now? You guys, maybe you didn't see my session at 12 o'clock. It was good. I was just showing how you could use AI with images and text and music and everything. And man, AI is just so creative now, and that is today. Imagine what it's going to be like in just a year from now, half a year from now. I'm excited. I hope you are too. That's all we have for day one here at Data Innovation Summit. In about 5 minutes, we're going to have closing remarks on the main stage from Henrik Göthberg. Stay tuned, listen to it, and hope to see you here maybe tomorrow. Otherwise, digitally, see you around.